In the stone hall under the light of a huge window, the verdict is read aloud. A young man named Kiska is kneeling, his hands tied behind his back, and the senior cleric proclaims his punishment: he will be thrown into the Katarov dungeon. His eyes widen with horror. He cries out for his innocence, shouts that the accusation is false. The old priest, unyielding, coldly dismissed his pleas, calling them nonsense. The cleric waved his hand. The guards led him away, and from the crowd a muscular youth named Darga with his henchmen watched with a self-satisfied smile. When armored hands grabbed him, Kiska desperately shouted that he was being framed. His thoughts return again to his native village Katara, the place where he was born and raised, this cozy town with timber-framed houses and cobblestone streets. He remembered that the village was always crowded. Here is located the formidable S-level dungeon named Katariv, which attracts countless adventurers eager to conquer it. Among all the adventurers and the frantic bustle, his life was much simpler. He worked as a farmer. He recalls sitting by his field and looking with a heavy heart at the ruined crops. Everything was destroyed. The memory of that clash is still fresh. He approached Darga, the son of the village head. Darga mockingly said he had heard about his bad harvest, and at that moment, Kiska with growing horror realized that it was Darga who destroyed his field. He tried to apologize, a usual reflex to avoid trouble, but Darga revealed a cruel truth. In this country, people with silver hair are called Auks and are constantly mocked because long ago a human Auk betrayed his own to help demons. After the ominous words came a sharp blow. Kiska remembers the constant beatings and how his fields were ruined. He had no other choice only to endure it again and again. He walks the village streets, fresh bruises blooming on his face. A kind voice is heard. He turns and sees Namia with a gentle, worried expression. She asks if Darga teased him again. Seeing his wounds, she offers to bandage them and asks to find a place to sit. Kiska, with a face mixed with pain and gratitude, quietly agrees. They settled on a small stone bridge above the village. He thought that Namia was his neighbor, childhood friend, and the only person truly close to him. When she finished bandaging his cheek, he thanked her. Then she directly asked why the other villagers did not like him, and he turned away with a sad expression, explaining that it was all because of his silver hair, which he thought was disgusting. She immediately rejects his self-flagellation and says that personally she thinks his hair is cool. An unexpected compliment froze him with wide-open eyes and a silent mouth. He thinks his hair brings him only misfortune, but Namia accepts him unconditionally, and her voice cuts through his thoughts when she calls him by name, instantly capturing all his attention. Sitting next to him, she turns away and quietly, seriously delivers shocking news. She is marrying Darga. The words hit Kiska like a physical blow. His eyes widen in complete disbelief. His mind spins. He turns to her, but her face is in shadow and her expression unreadable. He just lowers his head. Cold sweat breaks out as he tries to comprehend what he just heard. He forces a tense, painful smile and barely utters a greeting. Seeing this, Namia's eyes open wide with anxiety, and she asks him if he really agrees with her decision. Her anxiety sharpens. She looks at him with pity and says she does not think it is good for him to stay in the village where everyone bullies him, warning that if he stays, those abuses will sooner or later break him. His hand clenches into a fist on his knee. With pain in his voice, he asks what other choice he has, shouting that this village is the only place where he can stay. In response to his despair, Namia takes his hands. Her gaze burns and does not waver. She says his name and makes a stunning proposal to run away together, and Kiska freezes, his eyes wide open in shock. He listened, not yet able to process her proposal, while Namia urgently laid out her plan. She admitted she had savings at home enough for them to live on, and insisted they could run away from the village together. When he asked if she was really sure, she confirmed without hesitation. Her face filled with torment as she confessed her true feelings and said she did not want to marry a man like Darga. Hearing her desperate plea, he only whispered her name and understood everything. When the sun set beyond the horizon, they sealed their agreement with a kiss. She confessed her love to him, and he reciprocated, his voice trembling with emotion. Late that night, under the glow of the full moon, he approached a small, simple house on the outskirts of the village, carrying a bag with his belongings. Every decisive step made his resolve even stronger. Tonight he and Namia would finally leave this village behind. He dashed off running, and on his bruised face blossomed a sincere smile of hope. He truly believed that his dark days were behind him as he raced to the meeting place. His hopeful sprint was abruptly cut short when a scream pierced the night, calling his name and begging someone to stop. Panic seized him, and without hesitation, he burst through the house door, shouting her name. Her name? He froze in the doorway. Eyes wide with horror before him, Namia lay on the bed, surrounded by the bear Darga and his two accomplices attacking her. The commotion drew their attention. Darga turned, his face twisted with contempt when he saw the uninvited guest. He sneered, addressed him as silver-haired, and demanded to know what he was doing here. There, his shock gave way to cold, quiet rage, ignoring the question. He he looked straight at Darga and uttered one chilling command: move. He roars at Darga, his voice burning with fury, demanding they move faster. The bigger man clicks his tongue, muttering about Kiska's audacity. Ability, in response to disobedience, Darga strikes at Kiska's stomach with a powerful fist, and the smaller boy doubles over with a groan of pain as one of Darga's accomplices sneaks up from behind. From behind, a gang attacks him. Their fists and knees hit their target. As they pin him to the ground, Darga looms over him and asks what he is doing here, while Namia shouts for them to stop, begging for help. Darga ignores her pleas, his gaze fixed on the beaten Kiska. With a twisted expression, he declares that Namia is his fiancée, mockingly asks why Kiska came here right now, and his henchmen behind him smile. Background: Kiska, trying to process the shock, struggles, and Darga's men grip his hands. A cruel smile blooms on Darga's face as he grabs Kiska's left hand. His grip is strong and threatening. With a terrible crack, he bent Kiska's fingers backward. The sudden, incredibly cruel action left her with eyes wide open in pain and disbelief. Relief: the sound of a broken bone makes Namia gasp in horror. She instantly covers her mouth with her hands. Darga throws his head back and laughs maniacally, then points at Kiska's other hand, indicating that he intends to break it too. Desperately trying to prevent further harm, Namia shouts for them to stop. She offers to tell the truth and begs them to cease attacking Kisk as soon as she does. Hearing her offer, Kisk struggles against his captors and shouts to Namia not to say anything, and Darga immediately growls for him to trap. He continues to beg her, his voice full of despair. Namia, don't tell them. But Namia, with tears in her eyes as if deciding to speak, ignores his desperate cry. Consciousness slipped away from the merciless blows. Through the fog of pain, he heard Namia's voice. Full of despair, she confessed to Darga that she had betrayed their plan, and this confession hung in the air, met with Darga's burning rage and the vile, mocking faces of his followers. Darkness was almost swallowing him, and the last thing he saw was Namia's tearful face calling his name. Her voice sounded as if from afar, and for a moment an image of her smile under the starry sky flashed in his mind, and with his last strength he whispered her name before slipping into unconsciousness. In a quiet village, a young man known as Kisk deeply contemplates the accusations against him. He is accused of sins, of breaking into a house and committing vile crimes, rape and murder during his parents' absence. Because of these accusations, he is taken away by 2 armored guards, and a high-ranking priest standing before a large radiant teleportation circle carved in stone pronounces the sentence. Kisk will be sent to the Katarov dungeons. Suddenly the truth flashed in his mind. Namia died. Upon learning the truth, Darga fell into rage and killed her. Then all of Darga's deeds were pinned on him. Now the priest looks down at him and asks if he has any last words. He remains silent, knowing it is hopeless. Any word he says will be devalued by the false testimonies of Darga, his 2 accomplices, and the village elder, and seeing his silence, the priest announces that the execution now begins. The priest orders the rope to be cut. The guard obediently does so. From the crowd, Darga and his accomplices mock, saying Kisk will die anyway, and suddenly horror grips Kisk. No one who used this teleport ever returned. This sentence is no different from death. The teleportation circle flared, a powerful energy rolled around it and lifted him off the ground. A scream of pure terror burst from his throat as his body was brutally pulled into the swirling vortex of light. His face twisted into a mask of pain and rage. Tears roll from tightly shut eyes as one all-consuming emotion takes over his entire being: hatred. He remembers how Darga killed Namia and how the village elder and people refused to listen to his truth. The feeling grows and explodes into a final silent scream echoing in his head. He hates them all. The brutal journey ends with him being unceremoniously thrown onto the cold, hard stone floor. As he rises, his rage turns to shock and disbelief as he looks down a long, threatening, seemingly endless corridor. He froze, surveying his new surroundings. A terrifying feeling enveloped him. This is the Katarov dungeon, an S-rank dungeon. He stood frozen in the cold stone corridor, sweat dripping down his forehead, a deep guttural roar echoing from the darkness ahead, and he realized in horror that something was approaching. The source of the roar appeared in his field of vision, a huge, stinking bugbear. Its gigantic size and threatening figure drained the color from his face, leaving him paralyzed with fear. His mind raced, recalling stories from experienced adventurers who spoke in horror about the bugbear. They warned that once you meet this monster, you never return home. The beast advanced with heavy steps. The corridor shook, and it raised a huge fist to strike. The blow missed, smashing the stone wall near his head. He felt brutal force of the attack confirmed his fate, death. With tears on his face, he screamed into the empty dungeon, begging for help, and at that moment a slender shadow appeared in the corridor. A calm voice cut through his panic and asked if he really wanted help. He raised his head in disbelief and saw the silhouette of a woman. Hope flared within him, had begged her for help again, and her eyes narrowed with determination as she agreed. She stepped forward and her true nature was revealed. Before him stood a graceful woman in armor, With a warm smile, she extended her hand and said that in that case, she would grant him a skill. As she spoke, her outstretched hand exploded with dazzling white light. The light merged into a deep insight in his mind, as if whispering that he had acquired a new skill: save and reset. He had not yet managed to realize this strange gift when reality suddenly comes back into focus. The bugbear's fist rapidly falls on him again, and he screams, confused and frightened. His scream is cut off as the monster's fist hits and pins him to the stone floor, his teeth clenched in the last moment of pain. His world exploded with a flash of pain as the bugbear struck his face with spiked fists. One devastating blow threw him back, his limp body swinging in the air. He fell in a heap onto the cold stone floor, motionless. The bugbear loomed over the breathless figure, his cruel deed done. Kiska was dead. Dead, but suddenly consciousness returned. He slowly rose from the ground. A strangled moan burst from his chest, his eyes wide open in disbelief, one thought spinning in his head: I should be dead. He frantically checked his body, his hands trembling as they touched his chest. He found no mortal wound, and in complete astonishment whispered, "Why am I still alive?" Before Kiska's eyes flashed his whole life. He remembered being born in the village of Katara, where Darga and his people constantly oppressed and mocked him. Their cruelty went so far that they threw him into the pen with the terrifying bugbear. That is how he ended up broken on the stone floor. But instead of dead silence, he found himself on hands and knees, raising his wide-open, bewildered eyes from the cold stone. He touched his face in disbelief. One question echoed in his mind: was he still alive? The memory was vivid. The bugbear had just hit him. He should be dead, and he could not understand why he was still breathing. As if in response, the huge bugbear loomed over him again, its rough face twisted in a snarl. A mighty fist came down and struck Kiska on the head with terrible force. The blow proved fatal. He was hit again and he died. And yet he was alive. His eyes opened again, full of horror and confusion. He realized he had come back to life and could not believe it had happened. He had just been struck by the bugbear. The scene replayed with chilling accuracy. The bugbear loomed over him, raised its fist, and delivered the same deadly blow. Again the world split into pain and darkness. As his life was fading, he could only marvel at what was happening. Consciousness returned, came back to life, and the strangeness of what was happening began to dawn on him. He had just been hit, yet he stood unharmed. Armed, Bugbear's fist dropped for the third time. But why is he still here? A memory of death flashed instantly, and gasping from the terrible realization, he understood. He had returned to life again. He pulls away from the boogeyman's stick, and a terrible truth appears to him. The point is not that he returns to life every time he dies. He finds himself in the same moment, right before the fatal blow. He fainted, realizing that this was the skill given to him by the mysterious girl, save and load, and this thought weighs on him. He is doomed to die again and again. Again, his horror bursts out in a scream. He does not want such a fate. He tries to break free, but the monster's clawed paw covers his face. He knows, even if he manages to escape, he will still die. It becomes clearer. His struggle is futile whether he dodges left or right. He is thrown and crushed again and again, and he dies again and again. His spirit finally breaks. Lost in the darkness of despair, he can no longer endure. Silently, he begs someone to grant him a true, final death. But then, gasping and leaning against the wall, a new thought strikes him with the force of a revelation. If he dies once and for all, he will no longer feel this pain, and this idea seems like true salvation. This realization opens a new possibility. He thinks that if he can turn off the skill, he can escape this hell. A status screen materializes before him with the items Skill 1, Save, and Reset, and he hesitates, not knowing how to deactivate it, his finger hovering over the menu. When he touches the status bar, memories flood his mind. Namia's gentle smile, Darga who killed her, the peasants who deceived him, and the thought that with death all his hatred and purpose will simply vanish, igniting a wild rage in him screams in defiance. His determination grows stronger, will not accept an easy end. Roaring a curse, he returns to the bugbear, and feeling a surge of adrenaline, catches the monster's descending fist. He rushes without thinking, throwing himself straight at the bugbear. He manages to avoid the first blow, a small victory, but the second hits and kills him again. Even with newly found willpower, he is still downed. He lost count of how many times he died, probably more than 100 by now. The lessons of those deaths have grown into him like instinct, so when the bugbear swings its giant right hand, he already crouches, and the blow whistles over his head, missing. The monster instantly swung its left paw, sure it would crush him, but he is already in motion. With a confident smile, he rolled to the right, slipped behind the creature's back, and found himself out of its reach. He repeats to himself, "Stay calm and provoke the attack. Don't run away too fast." This is a harsh lesson learned after more than 100 deaths. When the bugbear turns, he dodges right again, perfectly catching the moment. Noticing a gap, he drives his fist into the bugbear's face. The hit lands, but he knows his strength is too small to cause serious damage. However, this is enough to open the chance he needs to escape. The beast freezes for a moment. He jumps aside. estimating he has 25 seconds before it recovers, and in this tiny pause, he must find something to change the course of events, because treasures often hide in dungeons. He frantically searched the nearby area, nothing. Swearing, he notices a corridor he had never entered before, and without hesitation rushes there. Thought as he runs along the new path, the stone floor suddenly gives way beneath his feet, and he screams in surprise, falling into darkness. His fall abruptly stops. He finds himself in a pit with sharpened spikes. He has triggered a trap, and realizing this, he dies once more. Again, after rebooting, he reflects on his progress. He has already tried this about 200 times. Countless fights with the bugbear have honed his movements and made him faster. He learned that by attacking its eyes, he can gain about 35 seconds. Freedom, but he knows his limits. The road ahead is littered with traps, and he can only go so far before the fierce creature attacks him again, so he stands once more before the beast, looking at the invisible line he cannot yet cross. To cross, he gathered all his strength, firmly willed himself ready, and with one mighty leap flew over the chasm, leaving the revived bugbear behind. Behind, his landing, however, was not on solid ground. For a terrible moment, he found himself impaled on a pile of spikes, but after countless attempts, he learned the way. Sighing with relief, he stood safely on the other side. He finally succeeded. Having overcome the pit of spears, he noticed a long dark corridor ahead, grimly recalling the countless times he had been pierced, but now the path to the hidden room was open. He crawled forward through the narrow passage. A faint beam of light flickered from the far end, beckoning him, and he moved on, his face showing a mix of caution and anticipation. Reaching the end of the tunnel, he widened his eyes in amazement. Before him opened a hidden hall, and in its center on a pedestal stood a treasure chest. He found it. He did not waste time and eagerly opened the chest. Inside, on a velvet lining, lay a luxurious ring with a large shimmering stone. The notification confirmed his acquisition. Crystal of Wisdom, its effect will reveal itself to you. And he activated the crystal. A huge list of incredibly powerful skills appeared before him from level D up to S. He froze with admiration, for he even got the chance to choose one new ability. Standing before such a fateful choice, he began weighing the options, knowing he could choose only one. His gaze fell on the rank of skills. Healing or elemental magic seemed optimal, but he quickly changed his mind, reasoning that he first needed basic skills like fencing or mana production to properly use them. Since the A-rank skills were out, he had no weapon for combat skills. He turned his attention to the S-rank options. The idea of choosing acceleration to escape quickly flashed through his mind, but another skill seemed better for pure survival, so he decided and chose S. Stealth. As soon as he confirmed the choice, a message appeared that he had acquired the stealth skill, and a wave of new power passed through him. At that moment, an exit appeared in the wall, but the relief was short-lived. Lowering his gaze, he noticed with horror that the floor around him was covered with glowing magical circles. He was surrounded. Instead of the treasure room, he found himself in a stone hall filled with a horde of giant bugbears. These creatures in rough armor surrounded him from all sides. Their massive fists rose, showing a stunning force. With a guttural roar, the monsters charged forward, and one of the bugbears, face a mask of rage, brought down his armored fist in a devastating blow. The attack was swift and brutal. His body lay broken on the floor among the victorious monsters, and then he was killed again by a bugbear. Kisk's eyes widen in horror as he recalls his fate. In the room guarded by 10 bugbears, he was beaten to death before he could reach the treasure chest. He found himself on his knees at the threshold of that very room, facing a huge bugbear, and a terrible thought struck him. He would have to start over from here again. By some miracle, he survives the encounter. Leaning against the table for support, he catches his breath and sighs with relief. Another loop behind him. Survival has hardened his resolve. The next day, he already knows exactly which skill to master next. His gaze falls on one specific S-rank ability. In the list, he is convinced that this is the one he needs. He recalls previous attempts. Having died over 200 times, he finally acquired the S-rank stealth skill, but it proved useless against 10 bugbears. Now he has chosen acceleration, and with this new power, he sees the monster's movements. As if in slow motion, he is sure this is the key to victory. He tests his mastery, dashing forward with dazzling speed to deliver a powerful blow to the bugbear's head. For a moment, triumph flashed across his face. He thought he had succeeded, but immediately his expression changed to horror when he looked at his hand. It was shattered and bloody from the strike. Painful truth dawns on him. His hand is broken. The power from the acceleration skill was too great for his body, and helpless, he is surrounded by monsters again. In a disorienting flash, he finds himself again near the dungeon entrance, whole once more, but a fresh memory of the terrible defeat runs through him with a cold shiver. He raises his eyes, and as he suspected, the same giant bugbear stands before him, letting out a fierce roar. He is back where he started, trapped again. He believed he was making great progress. If only he could use acceleration to dodge the bugbear's attacks, countless chances to strike back would appear. He had already seen himself mastering this skill again and rushing into the room, but hope was cut short. The creature's huge paw crushed his head, and his attack was a complete miss. His vision blurred, then cleared again. He found himself in the antechamber. Gasping, he stared at the treasure chest and realized he had returned here, and the total number of attempts had already reached about 225. Exhausted, he leaned against the pedestal. The very act of returning here knocked him off his feet. He admitted to himself that because he had let his guard down, he had already experienced 5 more deaths, and the thought of regaining the acceleration skill filled him with weary determination. On the other side of the threshold awaited his enemies, their hoarse roars echoing through the stone corridors. Gathering his will into a fist, he prepared to enter the fight. With a resolute cry, he activated acceleration and rushed forward, starting the clash anew. But something was terribly wrong. Horror slowly froze on his face as he realized the skill was not working. The bugbears charged at him, their powerful hands grabbing him before he could react. This was already his 300th attempt. He was stuck in a closed circle of absurdity and constantly replayed his tactics in his head. Since choosing acceleration, he had died again and again, trying everything he could think of, aiming sharply at their eyes, but they endured the pain and retaliated. Sometimes he managed to sneak up behind and strangle one, but the rest simply piled on and killed him. When the bugbear held him tightly, cold fear gripped him. A terrible thought surfaced, the one he had been avoiding. What if, even with S-level skills, he could not defeat even one of these creatures? The dreadful realization paralyzed him as the pack closed in. Their snarling faces were a wall of fur and teeth, and one of the beasts loomed over him, raising a massive fist to deliver the final crushing blow. Pressed to the ground, broken again, he raised his eyes to the monster looming above him. After 300 attempts, the last grim conclusion settled in his mind: he could not defeat them with acceleration. He looked at the skill list, sweat dripping down his forehead. After 300 failures, the way forward was unclear, and the burden of his repeated deaths weighed on him. He hesitated, and while he hesitated, the shadow of a bugbear fell over him. He knew that as soon as he respawned, the first monster would attack instantly. If he did nothing, he would be killed again, but he could not even summon the strength to press the skill icon. Activated, paralysis receded under an avalanche of memories. He saw Namia's gentle smile, a painful reminder of what he had lost, then his own face, twisted in despair at the realization of hopelessness, and then the mocking face of Darga appeared, taunting, asking if he was going to return to life, and all this merged into one unbearable feeling. Hatred burst out. He struck with his fists, a silent scream of rage echoing in his head. He hated him so much. He realized that if not for this burning hatred, he would have given up long ago. Grasping that rage, a new determination froze on his face. He swore to break out of this dungeon and take revenge with his own hands. With renewed resolve, his finger reached for a new skill, body strengthening. Having defined his new path, he once again stood before a pack of roaring bugbears. The air hissed with threat, and these creatures were once again preparing to tear him to pieces. He met their snarling faces not with fear, but with a declaration. From then on, he would dedicate himself to a new strategy. And so a new cycle began. Around the 420th attempt, he launched his plan, mastered taijutsu, then body strengthening, and finally physical enhancement. With each attempt, with each death, he learned how each skill worked against the bugbear. Finally, the exhausting process bore fruit. He sat, seemingly indifferent, on the shoulders of a bugbear with a self-satisfied smile, and confirmed his theory. Physical training worked surprisingly well, sharply increasing attack, defense, and jump strength, along with balance. His new power was undeniable, but as he knelt over the fallen creature, he focused. This monster, that sea of horrors, as he lazily called it, was not his true enemy. His eyes were already searching for the next target. He jumps over the first creature, eyes already fixed on the real target. The beast below raises its head in stunned surprise. It has a simple mind, unable to process this quick maneuver. With a powerful downward strike, he hits the bugbear and declares it his chosen enemy. Confirmation flashes before his eyes. Another monster defeated, another skill acquired. Realization flashes across his face. For the first time in his life, he defeated a bugbear. A status screen appears showing skill points and confirming physical enhancement has risen to level 2, and the possibility of becoming even stronger ignites a new determination in him. New power fuels his confidence. He believes that by constantly defeating bugbears and leveling up physical skills, he will eventually be able to overcome all 10, and the path seems clear, although the system shows that 100 skill points are needed for the next level. His optimism shatters as he calculates these numbers. Nearby, a bugbear seems to laugh at his ambitions. He realizes, with 12 skill points per kill, he will have to defeat almost all the monsters in the room to reach the next level. The weight of this realization presses on him. Surrounded by huge creatures, he understands that his plan is impossible, and the path he saw so clearly just a moment ago has vanished. disappeared while he does not have time to come up with a new strategy. A massive fist strikes. The blow is brutal and final. His body is thrown aside, and in his last thought clarity crystallizes. Without skill upgrades, he has no chance against them, and he finds himself again at the beginning standing before a flickering terminal, with a counter mark and an attempt number around 510. His endurance finally breaks, and he screams desperately, crushed by endless silence. His despair turns into rage. Tears run down his face. He screams, cursing Dargu and blaming him for driving him into this hopeless nightmare. He falls, again and again asking about the cruelty of his fate, but through the despair on his face a new determination hardens. He rises, his voice low but full of venom, and he solemnly swears not only to break out of the dungeon, but also to take revenge on every villager who stabbed. He was betrayed. He had almost lost all hope of ever escaping the dungeon, his mind drowning in despair under the weight of endless pain and exhaustion. Yet inside suddenly, a spark of something new began to awaken from.
Overcome with emotion, she hugged him, and tears welled up in her eyes.
He mockingly brushed off the new ability as useless. With bitter acceptance, he decided simply to die quickly in this attempt and move on to the next. His path was instantly blocked by 3 bulky bugbears. Seeing a chance, he changed his mind about dying immediately. Since this was only a trial run, he decided to also test the new skill. He casually waved his hand toward the monsters and threw a simple insult to attract their attention. The effect worked instantly. The face of the armor-clad bugbear twisted with.
And he quietly thanks them.
Decided to also test the new attract their attention. Breaking free, he adapted lightning fast and turned his attention to the 2 other bugbears left behind. With another simple taunt, he drew their attention and focused all their aggression on himself. He watched as the 2 newly provoked monsters charged and crashed right into their furious ally, and the 3 beasts crumpled into a roaring tangle of limbs and fury. A quiet chuckle escaped his lips that slowly grew into loud laughter as he watched the chaos he had either planned. His laughter became mad, a wild discharge of accumulated frustration. He doubted everything, aloud asking if all his previous struggles, all those countless deaths were in vain, if such a simple, unnoticed skill could have so much such power. His maniacal laughter subsided, turning into cold, smoldering rage. When he realized he could use this power all along, it enraged him. With new, dark determination, he declared he would use this ability to completely crush his enemies. He stood amid an orc of growling bugbears, his mind clearing as if the fog of despair had lifted. The monsters closed in a wall of fur and muscle, their growls filling the stone.
When he eats the sandwich, he is deeply moved both by the taste and the memories behind it.
To completely crush his enemies, he stood amid an orc of fry. His mockery struck their simple minds like a match. Consumed by blind rage, bugbears began attacking indiscriminately, their massive clubs clashing against each other, and Kiska broke through the chaos, skillfully redirecting their fury toward himself with a single wave and shout. Minutes later the noise died down, the stone floor littered with fallen monster Bodis victims of their own frenzied assault. He stood unscathed in the center of the room, calmly surveying the carnage and noticing that only two remained, 2 beasts still under his influence, completely ignoring him. Rough roars burst from their chests and they threw all their might at each other, their heavy weapons colliding in a brutal, final exchange of blows. Their weapons hit their marks. In a final horrible spray of blood, the last of the monsters fell. Drenched in their blood, he watched them collapse, his face expressionless. Then slowly he clenched his fist, a silent confirmation of what? His victory. He threw back his head and let out a triumphant roar, his voice echoing through the now quiet hall. Standing on the fallen enemy, he savored the moment. It took him about 510 attempts, but finally, definitively, he conquered the treasury with its 10 bugbear guardians. Having defeated 10 bugbears, Kiska ran into a suddenly appeared exit but immediately faced a new horror. A headless flaming creature, resembling a mule, charged after him, forcing him to flee in panic. He came to a dead end and, gasping, pressed his back against the wall, catching his breath. The exit led him to a new dungeon level, but the monstrous mule still stood menacingly at the end of the corridor. He paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. This new monster of the headless mule, Rank had already killed him 10 times, but once he was lucky, respawn point had now updated right in this room, and the realization that he would no longer have to face the bugbears again brought some relief, easing the burden on his heart. Having recovered a little, he began to examine the new area and felt that he had never been here before. He turned the corner and suddenly froze before him, opened a hall with 3 large, intricately carved circles in the floor, which he immediately recognized as teleportation circles. He assessed the situation. There were 3 of them, and to go further, he would probably have to choose one. The uncertainty of this choice was readable on his face. The anxiety receded, and an ironic smile appeared on his face. He thought that all he needed to do was simply step into one of them. There was no point in thinking long or fearing the consequences. Determination hardened within him when he remembered his unique advantage. If the choice turned out to be wrong, so what? He could always just die and be reborn. With a resolute expression, he confidently stepped onto the central teleportation circle, holding his breath and preparing for whatever awaited ahead. In a flash of light, he found himself in a long stone corridor lit by torches. Seeing only one way forward, he decided to continue. Looking down the end of the long hall, he gaped at what awaited him there. He could not believe his eyes. In a large transparent cylinder hung the same woman in armor he had met before, unconscious and bound by heavy chains that coiled around her body. He froze. The realization slowly dawned on him. The woman, bound and seemingly unconscious, was the one who had given him this ability. When he approached closer, the air around her seemed to shimmer slightly, and he reached out his hand. He felt that it was some kind of barrier. As soon as his fingers touched it, the barrier shattered into pieces. The shackles holding the woman snapped sharply with a loud clang, and he recoiled. Stunned, he could not believe that a simple touch could cause such a thing. Freed from her bonds, she weakly bent forward. He rushed and caught her, preventing her from falling. "Are you okay?" he urgently asked as her eyes trembled open. She opened her eyes. She raised her gaze to him. A barely noticeable smile played on her lips and explained that he had probably been the one to wake her out. Still supporting her, insisted on answers, asking who she was and whether she was the one who had given him the power, and she introduced herself as Jihad Tsubaki, confessing that she was a former heroine sealed in this place. He repeated her name, Ajiha, still trying to comprehend her words about being a sealed ex-heroine. Then she asked him to name himself in response. He introduced himself as Kiska. She praised his name and, making a strange request, asked him to lean closer. Without saying a word, she leaned in and kissed him, her gloved hand gently grasping his jaw. He stumbled back, his face flushed with shock and confusion, and demanded to know what she was doing. Doing this, she calmly explained that she just wanted to thank him, then innocently asked if he didn't like it. Kiska, still stunned, stammered that he didn't understand what was happening. She suddenly sharply changed the subject, looking at him with a radiant expression and asking if he wanted to escape the dungeon, and he looked at her, completely bewildered by her actions and this unexpected proposal. He confirmed her guess, decisively saying that he definitely intended to escape. In response, Ajiha smiled knowingly and took his hand. A silent agreement passed between them. Then she immediately grabbed him and took off running, promising to get him out of the dungeon as they raced across the torchlit stone courtyard. As they went further, a headless mule-like monster appeared in their path, but she instantly neutralized it, its severed parts scattered in the air, and turning to the stunned moose, she asked with a confident smile if he thought she was strong. He readily agreed, quietly laughing. The thought solidified in his mind. Ajiha was clearly powerful, and staying with her might be his only chance, but his thoughts were cut off when she made the monster remains dissolve into the air. He asked what she had just done, and she smiled, explaining it was a convenient skill item box, which allows putting things aside for later. Alk recognized the name. She said it was an S-rank ability and that her magic collection was now complete, and as they went on, he asked about their fate. She grimaced and told him that a mini-boss of the dungeon blocked her way, and they would have to defeat it to move forward. Alk listened in shock to her intention to fight, but she turned to him with a stern expression and reminded him that if not for him, she would still be sealed. After that, she announced they had come to a large, fortified door. Drawing her sword, she faced him, her gaze unwavering. She spoke his name, Kiska, and gave a stern promise. "I will fight F. For you." He touched his nose emotionally and smiled lightly after her confession, saying that since she was the reason he had held on for so long, now they were on equal footing, and his words caused a quiet laugh. When the heavy door creaked and slowly opened, she peeked into the cell ahead and felt that presence inside. "This must be it," she said. Before them stood a huge silhouette made of stacked stone blocks, an S-level golem. Its face was a mask of silent rage, and its eyes shone. He looks up in disbelief, his voice trembling. He is overwhelmed by the scale. The creature is gigantic, easily 10 meters tall. It completely overshadows them. He watches as the colossal stone golem steps forward heavily. Ajika instantly stands before him, sword ready, orders him to hide behind her for safety. He nods, but with a drop of sweat on his forehead, tells her not to. Before he could say more, she leaps into the air with her sword raised high and vows to protect him, swiftly brings down the blade and shatters the golem's stone ankle, and Al can only watch in admiration, stunned by her power. The strike, however, only stops the creature for a moment. The incredible strength of the golem is felt. It presses in the attack, but Ejika stands firm, not yielding before the giant. Al is admiringly amazed at her ability to resist such a mighty mill. Despite her determination, the golem's powerful onslaught begins to push her back. her foot slips off the unstable stone, and for a moment she loses balance, but determination flashes on her face. She calculates that at this pace she can secure victory. Her confidence instantly faded. The huge stone fist of the golem crashed down with destructive force. She raised her sword to shield herself, but the blow was too strong and threw her back into the air. Al shouted her name in alarm as she realized everything had gone wrong. When things became critical, seeing her in danger, he decided not to stand aside and shouted at the golem, deliberately provoking it to divert its attention. When the creature turned its stone gaze on him, Ajika, still stunned from the blow, shouted for him too. Stop it! Her warning came too late. The golem swung its massive hand, brushing him off with disdainful ease and pushed him through the stone doorway. Ajika could only watch, her eyes wide with horror. She looked at the rubble where he disappeared, whispering his name in disbelief. The golem loomed over the ruins, and behind her a new creature materialized, a tall, sturdy figure, the darkest shadow. The dark creature spoke, its voice echoing like Alka's voice apologizing. Tears streamed down Ajika's face. She sobbed over her failure, crying that she had promised to protect him. Among dust and debris his confident voice sounds. He emerges from a hole in the wall with a determined smile and says that dodging is what he is best at, a skill he constantly honed during their previous battle with the bug bears. He calls to Ajiha, pointing out that the golem's hand is now tightly stuck in the wall. Seeing a chance, he urges her persistently to act now. Her eyes widen with understanding, and she calls him by name. Kiska, responding to his call, with steel determination in her eyes, jumped high into the air, hovered right above the immobilized golem, and prepared to lower the sacred sword. With a powerful shout, she yells the name of her attack, Dragon Slayer. Her blade descends in a shining arc, aimed directly at the golem. The sword hit precisely, cutting the massive stone structure in half. The two halves of the golem begin to separate with a clear. Into the crack, she lands gracefully as the halved golem crashes to the floor, now motionless. Relief washes over her. She turns to Alka and calls his name again, and he looks wide and joyful. His smile, filled with joy, she threw herself into his arms, exclaiming that they did it. He laughed in response and hugged her tightly, celebrating their hard work. Victory. He recalls the moment when it seemed the mini-boss of the level was defeated and everything would finally get better. He believed that the memory of them sitting together amid the ruins was clear. At least that's how it seemed to him then. After defeating the golem, the pair moved on. They passed through a secret passage, and Ajiha and Sabaki crawled ahead through a narrow crawlspace. While she was breaking out, Kiska, who was walking behind, realized, searching for an exit, they stumbled upon a secret room. He shouted her name with anxiety and surprise. He stepped into the chamber, eyes widened with amazement. Before him was a cozy room with a plush red sofa, and he asked aloud in surprise what such a place was doing in the dungeon. Ajiha calmly explained that this room was most likely created by a vampire, a monster, who turned this dungeon into her lair, and named her Judith. Kiska became worried and asked if it was safe for them to enter, fearing to anger the creature. She brushed off his concerns, saying that everything was probably fine. Saying that she was tired, she announced that they would stay here for the day and made herself comfortable. Despite the bad feeling, Kiska saw that Ajiha was calm and decided, if she thinks it is safe, he would trust her. His trust was met with a gentle smile. Ajiha turned to him and tenderly invited him to come closer, and Kiska, suddenly embarrassed, only muttered awkwardly. He hesitantly asked if she wanted to talk more. When she agreed, he responded with an embarrassed but sincere smile. Sitting next to her, he gathered courage and vulnerably asked if she considered him strange because of his silver hair. Ajiha looked at him, surprised by his insecurity. Reassurance, she quickly dispelled his fears. With a warm smile, she said that his hair looked nice. Kiska glanced back, embarrassed by this simple, kind support. She looked at him tenderly and noticed his silver hair almost magical, calling it beautiful. Kiska, embarrassed by the compliment, only blushed and quietly whispered about his hair. This unexpected kindness sharply contrasted with his entire life. He recalled how his silver hair, a sign of the hated Arcus tribe, always brought only contempt. Until now, no one had ever looked at him with a smile, only sideways glances from peasants and stones thrown by Darga and his accomplices. But she had a completely different opinion. She smiled warmly and explained that, despite what others think like Namia, she sincerely considers his hair beautiful and says it as a compliment. Then she made a stunning confession. She was from another world, and that is why, according to her, she sees everything differently. He froze, looking at her, trying to comprehend this revelation, and stammering, asked if she really meant another world. She confirmed this without hesitation, saying that it was so before her arrival here. This idea was completely foreign to him. He had never heard of such a thing before. Seeing his hesitation, she asked if he doubted her, but he quickly shook his head and assured her that he believed her completely. Noticeably pleased by his trust, she gently nestled against his shoulder. She nestled against him and whispered that she had hoped he would believe her. He looked down at her, felt a strange closeness, and asked himself whether this feeling arose because of her otherworldly origin. The quiet moment was suddenly broken by the loud rumbling of his stomach. Ajiha looked up and asked if he was hungry, and he admitted somewhat embarrassed that he had eaten almost nothing since entering the dungeons of Jian. She brightly winked and said she would prepare something for him, noting that her inventory had plenty of meat from a headless mule.
She explains that her uncle lives there and encouraged her to travel alone, so she decided to visit him and thank him.
A luxurious feast unfolded on the table: roasted meat, soup, and drinks. Kiska, thanking her, took the first bite. His eyes widened in disbelief. The taste overwhelmed all his senses, and he could only utter one breathless word. Incredible. He eats as if living for the first time, his heart squeezed by the simple joy of good food. Ajiha, delighted by his reaction, explains that she found some herbs and spices in her box of belongings. For Kiska, this is a profound moment, the first real food since he was expelled into hellish Dun. They sit together on the sofa, and he continues to eat, absorbed by the flavor. He silently admits to himself that he never thought food could taste so good. His strong reaction does not go unnoticed. Ajiha looks at him worriedly, asks if he is crying, and aloud worries that maybe she added too many spices. Wiping a tear from his eye, Kiska confirms that he is just a Lee. A little after eating, a noticeable fatigue overwhelms him. He sighs and says that the day was exhausting and that he is ready to go to sleep. He looks around the room, notices a single bed, and immediately offers it to Ajiha, insisting that he will settle on the sofa himself. Her response completely throws him off balance. With a bright smile, Ajiha suggests that they both sleep in the same bed. The proposal leaves Kiska stunned. He stammers and cannot form any coherent protest. Finally, they parted to different places for the night. Ajiha rests in the bed, and Kiska lies on the sofa, a barely noticeable smile of relief playing on his face, and he looks into the darkness. Kindness lying awake makes his mind bustle. He feels a surge of hope and believes that with Ajiha's help he will really manage to escape the dungeon, but immediately after comes shame. He feels miserable and worthless for relying on her so completely. A new determination is born in him. He decides that from now on he must.
She explains that at first she wanted to travel alone, but is ready to change her plans. And he, hearing this, wonders how much a skilled monster tamer by his side could help his plans.
"Who are you?" She leans in, her face now almost touching his. In the dim light, her expression is indistinguishable, and he freezes in a state of pure, genuine surprise. Fusion, he lay pressed under her, completely confused, while Ajiha smiled down at him. She quietly called him by name and invited him to touch her. Toucher, leading his hand, pressed it firmly to her chest and asked if he could feel how wildly her heart was beating. His expression was genuine. Shocked, she leaned in, their faces just a few centimeters apart, and she confessed that she loved him. For his sake, her confession grew even stronger, her voice filled with emotion, and she repeated over and over that she truly loved him. Kiska could only stammer in disbelief. Faith, he tried to comprehend her words, secretly asking himself what he could have done to deserve such a confession. Ajiha, in turn, looked embarrassed by his embarrassment. She answered his unspoken question with a simple, direct phrase. He saved her. The word hung in the air, and Kiska repeated it, still trying to understand. Ajiha simply confirmed it just as plainly and briefly. With a lump in her throat, she began to speak and started explaining her past. For centuries, she had been sealed in a deep dungeon, waiting alone for hundreds of years, and firmly believing that one day a prince would save her. Suddenly, everything fell into place for Kiska. He realized that Ajiha had given him this ability because she wanted him to be the one to save her, and as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, she confirmed it, explaining that she had given the same ability to them, to all who entered the dungeon. She continued with a sad expression. It became clear that all her efforts were in vain. She had given her power to many people, but all of them lost hope and were defeated. Then her gaze fell on him, and she said that he was the only one who had ever reached the end. To her, leaning closer again, her eyes shone with adoration. She called him her prince, the one she had been waiting for all this time. Kiska just stood silent, finally grasping the depth of her field. He is stunned. Jihad, after her confession, embraces him and begins to remove his clothes with obvious. The intention was clear. She reacted with fear. He pushed her back, raised his hand in defense, and shouted for her to wait. She asks him to stop. He tells her directly that he cannot be with her. When she asks why, he looks away and admits that there is another whom he loves. Ajiha seems to understand, but there is still a hint of despair in her eyes. Her awareness shatters at that moment. She declares that his love for another is not a problem, pushes him onto the sofa, and with a wide, eerie look insists that being his second choice is quite enough. Enough for her. Her aggressive advance awakens a terrible memory: the faces of Darga and his accomplices, who with sinister smiles look at the frightened Namia, and this parallel fills him with disgust, so he pushes the jihadist away with renewed Strength, a powerful shove, throws her to the floor. She cries out in surprise. He shouts at her again to stop, his face a mask of despair. Seeing her on the ground, his anger immediately retreats before concern. He apologizes, reaches out his hand, and asks if she is okay. He reflected on how harshly he had reacted. At the moment Uchiha was imposing herself on him, she seemed to him as ugly as the man who tried to attack. Namiya, the burden of his thoughts hangs in the air between them. Uchiha slowly gets up. Her earlier zeal changes to shame. She apologizes, admitting that she was a bit overcome with emotions. Her apology slightly eases the tension. On his face reads a mixture of guilt and confusion as she silently retreats to the bed, turns her back to him, and hides under. He lay unable to sleep, replaying that moment over and over in his head. Instinctively pushed her away. It was a panic reaction, not malice. His gaze turned to where she was sleeping. He regretted being so harsh, wanted to be gentler, but the desire to refuse her was strong. The complicated truth settled in his thoughts. It was painful for him to admit, but he was not sure if he could get out of the dungeon with. Showing outward strength, with quiet determination he decided to leave these tangled feelings behind until morning. The past is the past. He sat down, the expression on his face hardened as he focused. At that moment, as he sat on the edge of the bed, a figure appeared before him. It was Uchiha, but no longer in a nightgown. Instead, she wore a dark lace outfit that left him speechless for a moment. Kisu's eyes were wide open with pure horror, his face pale and covered with cold sweat, and he looked at what was happening before him. His gaze was fixed on a pair of legs in dark patterned stockings, unnaturally hanging in the air, and nearby on the bed lay another figure completely motionless. The suspended figure, Uchiha Sabaki, her face frozen in silent horror. The terrible sight caused a sharp physical reaction in both. A sound of vomiting escaped from Uchiha's lips, and Kisu pressed his hand to his mouth, fighting nausea. He pushed back, his mind spinning from the terrible question. He asked himself why this happened, and a dreadful thought grew in his head. Does this make him a villain? Sitting in place, he looked up in horror at Uchiha's lifeless hanging legs, illuminated by pale moonlight. He grabbed his head, sweat running down his face as the details formed a terrible picture. With slowly growing horror, he realized, because he pushed Uchiha away, she might have ended her life. Stunned by the hint, he only stammered, whispering that he did not know, his denial powerless before the gruesome side of her body hanging before him. Panic seized him. He recoiled from the scene and fled, trying to convince himself of his innocence and muttering that he was not a bad guy. He continues to flee in panic, crawling on all fours through the dark stone corridor, gasping for breath and looking back in horror. He retreats backward, his mind refusing to accept the truth, drops of sweat rolling down his face. He tries to convince himself that what he just saw, the death of Uchiha, was just a terrible accident. In panic, he rushes deeper into the stone corridor lit by torches, but his escape is interrupted. A massive monster grows right in front of him and blocks the way. The creature lunges without hesitation, its weapon only a blurred motion. The strike hits with fierce force and throws him back through the air. There, crushed and helpless, the last thought flashed through his mind. He got this far only thanks to Uchiha. Without her, the monsters would have easily surrounded him, and the chance to survive completely faded. A groan escaped his lips as consciousness returned. He found himself on the cold stone floor, and the same monster that just killed him now lay nearby, defeated. An impossible scene pushes a stunning question into his head. Did he reboot? Did he end up in the same place again? He gets to his feet, pieces of the puzzle falling into place with terrible clarity. Now he understood. The loop started because he rejected Uchiha, and that made her end her own life. He looks into the empty corridor, paralyzed by the weight of his actions. He asks himself what he should have done was accepting Uchiha's love the only right path. He instantly rejects the thought of that path. The smiling face of Namiya appears before his eyes. He cannot go that way and firmly tells himself, Namiya is my girlfriend. This confidence pushes him to a new, stunning discovery. Before him stands a huge chamber, and inside, suspended in chains, is Uchiha, and he shudders as he realizes she is still alive. He gathers his resolve, confident that this time everything will be different. He will accept her love, believing that if he just turns back time, she will always be there, chained but safe. When he stepped forward, the heavy chains that bound Uchiha suddenly shattered with a loud crack, frightening everyone. Him freed from the bonds, the woman rises to her feet. Kisu stands, frozen in stunned silence, watching as she lowers her gaze to her hands and decisively says that Uchiha will help. She turns to him, her expression cold and unfamiliar. After a brief, anxious silence, she asks a simple question, "Who are you?" Although he was surprised by her question, he smiled and introduced himself, Kisu. She silently did not respond. Her gaze remained detached and analytical. She thoughtfully repeats his name, then dryly says she has never heard it. Hearing about him, he becomes even more embarrassed and begins to protest, trying to explain what their connection is. Connection, she interrupts him. A slight disgust appears on her face because he smells unpleasant. Bad, the sharp comment sharpened a strange premonition in him, he realized. Although this girl looks exactly like a Jai on the outside, inside she is completely different. She is different, he hesitantly asks if she is really Jiha. The woman seems to understand for a moment and whispers, understood. And at that moment, another woman, exactly the same in every way, passes by them down the corridor. He froze, and realization slowly flares. This must be the girl who gave him the ability of preservation and reboot. It would be natural if she thought he had already seen her, but the woman looks coldly and asks if this is really their first meeting. He hastily tries to justify himself, insisting that it is all a misunderstanding and that he is not her enemy, but before he can finish speaking, her hand swiftly grabs his throat, and she coldly interrupts, suggesting that he probably got in her way during their last meeting. Upon meeting, her grip tightens, her eyes open wide with a fearful gleam. She leans closer, and with a cold smile says that this is exactly why a disgusting smell emanates from here. From him, he is choking, his hands clawing at her grip. He struggles for air, a suffocated plea, "Don't die." His throat, her eyes narrow with cold determination. She agrees to his unspoken request, but on her terms, ordering him. Holding him in her suffocating grip, she sternly warns, he must not think that he can simply die and everything will reboot. Her words hit him as painfully as a physical blow. She explains that even after his death, his actions will have consequences that may reach as far as the very soul. This revelation shatters all his understanding, and he, gasping for breath, tears out a desperate question, demanding to know who she really is. He begged her to allow him to talk to Ajia, but the woman only smiled and revealed that her true self is similar to his, cruelly adding that the real Ajia would never talk to anyone. Someone like him. Resolutely, she states that Ajia refuses to speak with him, emphasizing the refusal with a simple, unwavering. Building no, she leans closer, eyes wide open, and in them a creepy tension as she throws the last warning, while the terrified and confused Kiska only stammers, asking who she is and what those mysterious words could mean. Vile, with a sudden shove, she pushed him so that he stumbled back. Her voice sharp and indisputable, she orders never to get involved with this again. Jihad, he remembers the last cruel moment of that meeting. As soon as she uttered those words, she broke his neck and he died, and she was already turning to leave. Memory dissolves and he suddenly wakes up, gasping in a familiar stone room, frantically looking around, his heart pounding from the fresh horror of the recent death. His head is spinning. He tries to comprehend the unthinkable. He simply cannot understand that this just happened. He desperately tries to understand the woman who killed him, not realizing who she could be, as if Jihad inhabited two completely different personalities. The confusion petrified and turned into gloomy determination. He decides to have nothing more to do with anything. What to do with her? He is determined. He steps away from the sealed chamber, refuses to return to Ajiha or break the seal because he knows that as soon as she sees him again, he will simply be killed. He must find another way. However, the bitter truth of his choice becomes obvious when he looks into the burning corridor of the abyss, strewn with mutilated bodies. He realizes that wandering the dungeon without a guide will be incredibly difficult, further increasing his need to find an alternative path. He enters a room with 3 teleportation circles. Remembering that last time he used the middle one, he gathers courage and decides to try the left one, surrendering to the new, unknown known path. He appears in a cramped hallway with stone walls. A drop of sweat trickles down his temple. The air is thick and heavy, and he looks around. Nervously, having stepped outside, he found himself in a familiar corridor lit by torches, and a cold lump of fear gripped him. It was the same road he took with Ajiha. It seems there was only one path for F. He was moving forward from the very beginning. His steps suddenly stop. At the end of the long corridor, behind a table, sits a figure completely out of place. His eyes widen and in disbelief, the figure is a young woman, elegantly dressed, sitting at a small, refined table. On the sides lit candelabra, she calmly sips tea from a cup. Her eyes are closed in quiet contemplation. He feels dizzy from this impossible sight. The girl just sits there and calmly drinks tea and M. In the middle of the dungeon, he froze in surprise. The girl opens her eyes and looks straight at him, with a barely noticeable smile on her lips. She says that few strangers make it all the way to this place. Her calm words only deepen his embarrassment. He can only stand and watch, trying to comprehend the absurdity. The girl simply relaxes with a cup of tea in this F. In the hellish dungeon, breaking the oppressive silence, she puts down the cup and asks why he is here and if he needs anything. Direct questions hardly clarify his thoughts. He can only guess. He came to his senses, scratches the back of his head with a nervous smile, and says that he is actually just looking for a way to get out of the dungeon. She listens to his explanation. Her face is inscrutable. After a moment, she simply acknowledges his intention by repeating his words. Quietly, I see. She raises the cup of tea, her face completely unmoved by his desperate plea. "What rudeness," she says calmly, and her voice echoes like a reverberation. In the quiet room, Kiska, puzzled, raises her hand. Her nails are long and sharp like claws, and with absolute authority, she calls herself the great and true progenitor of vampires, leaving the young man. He was completely stunned. She revealed a wide, anxious smile, her eyes squinting with amusement. She hints that his current behavior is quite unbefitting of someone who now realizes the full seriousness. Who she is, Kiska's eyes widen in shock. Without any warning, a deep wound opens on her forearm, dark blood immediately appears and begins to drip, and on the table lies a small, neat box. Sits openly. In response to the wound, something terrible happens to Kiska. When the woman rises and approaches him with a calm smile, from his back with fury bursts a pair of jagged demonic wings, tearing through his tunic. He screams in pain. His body contorts as if something is being torn right from his soul. Through the pain, he utters a single desperate battle. "Word, pay up," she loomed over him, her face a mask of madness, and she shouted decisively that he must pay for his sin and settle the score. This is his death. Her smile is wide and triumphant. A spot of blood is now visible at the corner of her lips. Pure ecstasy is red on her face, Finding himself in his own torment, Kiska suddenly feels the world sharply turn. He is again standing at the threshold of the room, completely unharmed. He holds his breath, looking down at his whole body covered in cold sweat. In disbelief, he falls to his knees, the memory pressing on him like a stone, and suddenly a terrible realization comes: he is dead. Again, he found himself trapped between two figures, his body trembling, sweat running down his face. To the left, the very woman who just killed him, her fangy smile pure self-satisfaction. To the right, another with dark hair and cat ears leaned in, her gaze no less predatory, and one terrible thought spun in his head. This dungeon is filled with horrible people. The kitty materializes again on the cold stone floor. This is already his seventh life. The realization struck. He died again. He recalled the warning of the woman with cat ears about a vampire in the dungeon, and with growing horror, understood that it was probably she who killed him. The memory of his killer overwhelms him: a young woman with long light tails gathered into two, and with a cruel wide smile. Her name comes to mind: Judith. She, as he now knows, is the true ancestor of vampires, and horror is red in his wide-open eyes as he remembers how she loomed over him. He cannot reconcile her two faces. Sometimes she is an innocent girl in a beautiful outfit, calmly sipping tea, then her face distorts with manic joy, and she attacks him out of nowhere, and only the thought of fighting such an unpredictable person fills him with terror. Having survived that terrible memory, he stands silently in the stone corridor, his face hardened with determination. His reflections retreat. He moves to action. Realizing that direct confrontation is futile, he decides that only one option remains and resolutely rushes down the corridor. He arrives at a fork. 3 identical teleportation circles cut into the floor. This is the third path, a new choice he will have to make. Without hesitation, he directed his gaze at the teleportation circle on the right and made his final decision. A drop of sweat slides down his temple, and his gaze remains fixed and unwavering. He appears in a new empty corridor, steps forward, and hopes to himself that he will not encounter fierce ones like Ajika and Judith here, for he is tired of meeting such strong enemies. His cautious step is interrupted. He suddenly freezes, eyes wide open in shock and amazement, as at the end of the corridor stands a massive nate pillar with shining, vine-like patterns. He froze, looking at the object at the end of the corridor, first confusion, then recognition: a sword, stuck into an ornamented stone pedestal. The appearance of the weapon caused unease. In its winged guard shone a sinister stone, like an eye, and he thought it was extremely suspicious. Despite doubts, he coldly assessed his situation. Having arrived here unarmed, he realized, if this blade was truly as powerful as it seemed, it could be his only chance to escape the dungeon. Having made his choice, he reached out and firmly gripped the hilt. He decided to try. As soon as he squeezed it, a sharp jolt passed through his body, and his eyes widened in shock. The blow intensified and turned into a wave of pure agony. He threw his head back and howled, his whole body trembling from the unbearable force piercing him. His head spun, and he instantly felt the source of the torment. Just grabbing the hilt, a sharp, burning pain ran through his entire body. The ordeal continued. Several painful minutes the pain burned fiercely, and a terrible realization came to him: he could not let go. His hand had grown to the hilt. When the long torment finally subsided, he remained hunched over, still tightly clutching something. The weapon, he fell to the floor, gasping. There was no pain. A wave of deep relief washed over him as he trembled, realizing he was still alive. He shakily got to his feet. The torment was finally over. The pain was unbearable, and he muttered it aloud with a curse. His shock only deepened. As he examined his right hand, he could not comprehend what he saw. The elegant sword hilt seemed to have fused with his flesh, becoming one, seamless and terrible, like the future. Tried to move him, he yelped from the effort. The weapon that had become a part of him was incredibly heavy, and every muscle tensed under its weight. The heaviness pressed him down and he froze in the middle of the chamber, looked around the empty room, and only one desperate question echoed in his mind. What should he do in it? Now, irritation began to build as he trudged heavily down the narrow, long corridor. Finally, he moved a little forward, but his arm was burdened and he could barely move, and as he worried about his condition, a huge figure appeared at the far end of the wing. The figure turned, revealing its terrible appearance, a huge, disgusting werewolf. A wave of pure horror washed over Kiska. He was sure he would die, no chance to fight, and as if confirming his fears, the beast let out a deafening howl, and as soon as his name echoed, his hands, as if against his will, shot forward. The sword, as if it had its own will, tore him into the air and carried him at incredible speed straight toward the monster. He had not yet realized what was happening when the blade already hit the target. He tore open the werewolf with incredible ease. The monster's body exploded into pieces and fell to the floor. He stood, stunned, watching this bloodshed. Bloody massacre. He looked down at the weapon and felt a cold realization slowly creeping in. The sword moved all by itself, as if it had its own will, and he pondered this strange turn of events, deciding that for now this was a fortunate moment. This new power strengthened his resolve. A maniacal smile spread across his face as he stared into the dark corridor. He would do anything to get out of this dungeon, even if he had to rely on his creepy, sinister scent. He stands over the split corpse of the werewolf, a wild, crazy smile spreading across his face as he swings the black sword. He looks admiringly at the power of the sword, now certain that with this power he can defeat any enemy. Filled with new, maniacal zeal, he turns and rushes down the stone corridor, his eyes fixed ahead with grim determination. He rushes and suddenly freezes before the formidable, double-reinforced doors. The place is familiar. He is sure this is the mini-buff boss room. Opening the door just a crack to peek inside, he confirms. This is the same hall where they fought the golem, but now there is a different creature in it, and he begins to wonder if it is the same one. Enemy? From the darkness, a creature raises its head. It turns out to be a huge S-rank griffin, and its piercing eagle gaze sinks into the invader with a predatory intent. Tension, a drop of sweat appears on his forehead as he sees this. He immediately understands that this mighty beast is the new boss of the room. Without warning, the griffin lets out a piercing scream, and lunging forward, its massive figure instantly covers the distance between them. Blurred movement, he throws himself to the side, barely dodging the crushing stomp of the monster's single paw, which shatters the stone floor where he just stood. But something is wrong. He smoothly lands in a squat, a confident smile pushing out any fear. Before, he would have been helpless, but now he has this sword. He rises to meet the turning creature, firmly planting the blade ahead. For him, the griffin attacks again, swinging its deadly claws. Kiska meets the attack face to face, raising the black sword to parry. The screech of metal against claw echoes through the chamber as he holds his position against the mighty strike. He stood firm against the giant griffin, realizing his limitations. All he could do now, he decided, was try not to interfere with the power of his sword. He wielded it. When the beast charged with a piercing scream, he turned thought into action, ducking low and presenting the blade to intercept the monster's attack. His sole goal was to let the sword meet the attack. When the griffin lunged at him in assault, its claws spread to tear and shred. When he clenched, preparing to strike, a new strategy came to mind, a possible path to victory. With a surge of adrenaline, he leapt upward, swinging the black blade in a powerful arc. One thought echoed in his head, like a proclamation of new confidence. He could win. The sword literally sliced through the S-rank monster with incredible ease. As the fallen griffin collapsed, Kiska landed, breathing heavily, and a broad victorious smile spread across his his face. His gaze fell on the weapon fused with his hand. He felt its incredible power and realized that with this strong black sword, he could defeat any enemy standing in. He advanced, now examining the empty hall, and noticed a piece of the wall out of place as he suspected. As if after a battle with the golem, there was a hidden entrance there. Everything was revealed. A confident, almost predatory smile appeared on his lips. He decided to press his advantage immediately, intending to use the power of the sword to conquer the rest of the dungeon in one push. He stepped over the threshold into a new corridor, but his confident step faltered. Gasping, he staggered forward, the heavy sword dragging and scraping against the stone. On the stone floor, he stopped to catch his breath, looked at his transformed hand, and a troubling thought appeared in his mind. Was something wrong with him, or had the sword really grown? He lifted his head from the sword, his body froze in place. In the long, torchlit corridor, a figure stood waiting for him, and shock pierced him. His eyes widened and disbelief. The figure stepped forward and turned out to be a young woman with long hair in 2 ponytails and a dark dress with ruffles. A knowing smile played on her lips as she glanced at him. "Oh," she said, her voice slightly echoing in the stone hall. "You have grown so much." Shock turned to distrust. Sweat ran down his forehead. He stammered as he said her name, Judith. Thoughts raced in his head. He could not comprehend the situation. "Why are you here?" he whispered with difficulty, his voice trembling. In the worn stone corridor, Kiska clenches the grotesque living sword that has fused with his right hand and stands opposite the mysterious young woman who looks at him with anxious calm. She smiles with slight satisfaction, noticing that he still seems to hold himself together. Sweaty and enraged, he grits out her name Judith and demands to know what she wants. Her smile widens as she says that her desire is obvious, and his eyes suddenly widen with anxiety. With a quiet, calm expression, she says that she intends to get rid of him. But she immediately clarifies her thought. Her true goal shocks him. She wants to destroy the parasitic sword on the right half of his body. She recognized this weapon as a parasitic sword, a tool of the puppeteer. He could only repeat that name because the very idea was completely foreign to him. Judith explained that the sword is a dangerous living creature that grows by devouring people and monsters, and that she did not expect to find it here, in a rarely visited dungeon. Kiska understood this and asked if that meant she was going to kill it, to which she confirmed, praising him for his sharp intuition. Suddenly and shockingly, she fiercely tore her left hand from the joint. Blood gushed from the wound. "You are very good," she said with a mad smile, and Kisk froze in complete horror. He stumbled, unable to comprehend what he had just seen. Chaos raged in his mind. He did not understand what she was as he watched her calmly hold her severed hand. Her severed hand and blood seemed to merge and harden into a massive curved black blade. Kisko looked in horror as she aimed the newly formed weapon at him, and from her predatory smile revealing sharp fangs came a simple command. "Please die." She lunged forward, her blade forged from blood fiercely clashed with Kiska's parasitic sword. He tensed from the impact. His face became a mask of determination, and he vowed to fight with the very weapon she sought to destroy. Her confident smile wavered. A flicker of surprise appeared on her face. He roared a challenge, shouting that he could not lose, and pushed her back. When they separated, Judith gracefully landed, and a thoughtful smile appeared on her face again. She thought that now, with the sword grown to such size, it would be difficult to handle. She threw her own severed hand into the air, and before Kiska's stunned eyes, it transformed in flight, hardened, and became a long curved black blade. He stared with a grimace of disbelief and determination, doubting whether he could really fight this, while Judith, noticing his reaction, was already preparing her next move. Her gaze narrowed as she pronounced the name of her technique, Light Rain. These words filled Kiska with pure anxiety. He did not have time to do anything. The flying blade exploded, creating a storm of sharp black shards that pierced his body, tore his clothes and flesh, and he screamed in pain. He collapsed to the ground, severely wounded, and Judith looked down at him with an unchanged smile and explained her reluctance. She did not want to use this move because it would prevent her from using her left hand for some time. Finally, she turned away from his motionless figure, justifying her action to herself, and walked away. There was no other choice. But death was not the end. Kiska found himself on his knees in a familiar, abandoned room. An overwhelming realization hit him again. He had died again. He sank to the floor, engulfed in despair. He got up, a mixture of irritation and exhaustion readable on his face. Cursing the situation, he admitted to himself that he was lost and had no clear path forward, but still decided to try to find a way out and figure things out. Outside, thoughts again caught an important memory, a warning he had received. When he uses the first circle of teleportation, he will break the seal and be killed by someone who will appear as Jihad. Only then will he meet the true sealed Jihad. He considers his options, recalling the grim cycle. If he uses the second circle of teleportation, the vampire Judith will kill him without any warning. But he realizes, after using the third circle of teleportation, Judith must kill him. This is a necessary step, and it is this death that grants him the parasitic sword puppet, the key that opens the way deeper into the dungeon. In the dungeon, he weighs these two fatal paths. If he wants to live as long as possible, he concludes that he must carve out a completely third path. His determination strengthens as a new plan takes shape in his mind. He will repel the vampire Judith with the power of the parasitic sword puppet, and defeating her, finally break through the dungeon. In the dungeon, with a new goal in mind, he returns to Judith, who stands before him, and asks her what he must do to obtain exactly the sword he now needs. She explains with a confident smile that the sword is a parasite. It grows by feeding on people and monsters, so it is an extremely dangerous weapon. Kiska listens at the door, absorbing this information. The warning suddenly struck with insight. If he manages to grow the parasitic sword to full strength by the time he is destined to meet the seal of Jihad, he really can defeat Judith, having made up his mind, he ran out of the room shouting. Now it is a race against time. He needs to gain strength before Judith inevitably appears to hunt him down. He breaks through the familiar corridors of the dungeon, gasping for breath, and with grim satisfaction notes that this time it is about 5 hours earlier than during the last attempt. Quickening his pace, he found himself in a spacious hall with a teleportation circle. He stopped, remembering that it was here last time and Judith was already waiting on the other side. From the side, he stands ready, tightly gripping the grotesque parasitic sword. His face tense, he is gathering his courage, and against all odds, hopes that this time she will not be waiting for him, all he has left. Prey, walking forward, he surveys the long, empty stone corridor. To his great relief, Judith is nowhere to be seen, and he realizes that with this unexpected opportunity he can continue his plan. His gaze falls on a side passage, and suddenly a shocking realization dawns on him. Initial caution melts away, replaced by a broad, predatory smile. This changes everything. He decides to move forward. The passage leads into a large hall, revealing the source of his grim delight, a huge werewolf lair, the room teeming with massive bipedal beasts, all turning their attention to his direction. In front of the growling pack, he shows no fear, responding with a cold, eerie smile of gratitude, thanking them for the opportunity they give him, and this only confuses the beast and fuels its rage. Beasts, with a wild roar, he declares that he will feed his sword with them. He bursts into their group. The parasitic weapon lashes out and tears the first werewolf, which howls in agony. The sounds of slaughter attract an unexpected observer. Judith appears from the nearby door, her eyes wide with curiosity, watching the brutal scene unfold. For her, she enters the room, her gaze sliding over the carnage. The floor is a ruin of blood and severed limbs. Examining the mangled werewolves, she coldly notes that the sword is quite a lot. She shifts her gaze to Kiska, who stands panting amid the destruction, loudly noting that the sword seems to have noticeably grown, acknowledging that it will now be somewhat of a challenge for her. Heart skipped a beat as he slowly turned to her, but her calm, analytical gaze instantly turned to genuine surprise. She was completely stunned by his reaction. He stood transformed. The parasitic sword and dark tentacles of Veni crawled over his arm and along his torso. Confused, he asked himself who or what he was becoming. His consciousness seemed distant, and opposite Judith, with a sly smile, watched that the mind of the host body was already captured. Everything is over. She looked at him directly, her face icy, and coldly declared that she would kill him. She brushed off his transformation, saying it changed nothing and did not matter. He, still unable to comprehend it, only stammered and asked, "What are you doing?" There he was, gasping convulsively, sweat streaming down his face, and his eyes, wide open with tension and panic, revealed a brutal internal struggle against the overwhelming influence of the sword. Seeing him in such a state, Judith smiled even wider. The smile became predatory, and with a smug amusement she declared that she would give him a chance to fight back, but her words triggered a memory of utter despair. His mind instantly returned to the cold stone corridor where he sat, slumped against the wall, clutching his head among the corpses of fallen monsters. From that memory echoed one overwhelming thought. It cannot be. The painful truth surfaced again. Even after he recharged the sword, even after gaining such strength, he still could not defeat Judith. This thought was not. It was unbearable. Recalled that endless cycle of defeats, trying again and again, never giving up. There were even moments when he thought he had almost won, but every attempt ultimately ended the same way. Likewise, as soon as he crossed his boundaries, it always repeated. The parasitic sword completely took over his consciousness, dissolving himself. The memory ended with his hopeless realization. Even if he emerges from the dungeon victorious but obsessed, it will be meaningless. It will not be his victory. No victory. He faltered with memories of his failures. Root Ajiha, Root Judith, Root of the Sword. All of them turned out to be complete disasters, and each ended with his death. He pressed his palms to his face, sweat running down his forehead, for the unbearable pressure of his repeated defeats was. Despair overwhelmed him, but through it a new thought broke through. He suddenly remembered that there was one more thing, the last option he still had to try. His face was petrified with determination. He had died so many times that he no longer feared death. He decided to try just for the adrenaline. He turned around and walked through something nearby. Doorway. He knew it was a huge risk, but this new path was his only hope. He stepped into the grand hall, whose ceiling was studded with shining magical seals, and there at the small table sat Judith. She lifted her gaze from the cup. A slight smile appeared on her face as she noticed how unusual he looked. What he looked like. Judith noticed that she could not believe that someone would break in, and asked what he wanted. Kiska recalled that she spoke to him exactly like that a moment before, accusing him of rudeness and then having killed him, having stolen himself. He was preparing to implement his new plan. Judith looked at him, her curiosity piqued, and then, to her complete surprise, he dropped to one knee and, promising to be respectful, addressed her formally as Judith, the great progenitor of vampires, stating that he had a request to beg. He raised his eyes from his humble position and imploringly addressed the great Judith, begging her to make him her disciple and take care of him. In the grand hall with stone tiles, a desperate voice echoed, begging, "Make me your apprentice, great Judith." The plea sounds from Kiska, who humbly kneels before a young woman with two long ponytails. She sits at a small, elegant table, calmly holding a cup of tea, as if completely unmoved by his bow. She froze, slightly lowering the cup, and with a slight surprise repeated his words, as if asking whether he was really asking to become her student. Her surprise quickly turned into a wide, predatory smile. Leaning forward and resting her chin on her hand, she said that his proposal was interesting. Maniacal hope passed through Kiska's body, his eyes widened, and a desperate smile appeared on his lips. He realized this was his only chance to survive. His exaltation was abruptly cut off by her cold question. Judith directly asks what benefit she will have if she takes him as an apprentice. What's in it for her? He instantly comes to his senses, and a sincere, unwavering confidence is read on his face. He says that if she agrees, he will become her loyal fighter and unquestioningly obey every order of hers. His passionate proposal was met with a look of pure contempt. Judith's face twisted with boredom. She waved off his promise, and Kisk was left stunned and speechless. Her face contorted with disgust, and she called him disgusting. She disdainfully waved her hand and said she would simply leave him to die. An invisible force struck Kisk, and she screamed from shock and pain. He bent over, the blow fading, and a familiar, cruel realization washed over him. He died again. He clenches his fists, and a new determination makes the features of his face harder. This time he believes that this path can give him a chance to survive, and he grits his teeth, convinced that this is a reliable plan. The man who must carry this out, however, he knows, first he must escape this dungeon, and for that he needs to become stronger than he is now, so he decided to try to become Judith's apprentice. He senses danger. Judith is a ruthless vampire, but he believes she is not one of those brainless monsters with whom it is impossible to communicate. His goal is simple, to become her apprentice. A drop of sweat runs down his temple, but on his face is fierce determination. If he can understand what she wants and offer it to her, he is confident he will have a chance to win her heart. With a new strategy in his head, he finds himself before her again. He kneels on the stone floor, while Judith calmly sits at a small table, gently holding a cup in her hand. He begins to plead, saying he knows she has long lived in this dungeon, says she is probably very lonely and wonders if she has had even one person to talk to. Her smile remains, but her eyes are still closed, and she goes straight to the point, asking what she will get from this. He insists, repeats his offer, assuring that he will become someone she can open up to. While he speaks, Judith Connolly takes a sip of tea, and her eyebrow barely twitches. Her restraint burst, and casting a look of complete contempt at him, she asked what could have made him think she was lonely. The table crashed to the floor as she stood up, and a wave of panic swept over Kiska. He realized everything was going terribly wrong, jumped back, and pleading to wait, insisted he still had something to offer. As if his desperate plea worked, Judith freezes, touches her braid with her hand, irritation still playing on her face. "That's good," she whispers, nudging him to continue, and a wave of relief washes over Kiska. She is grateful for the brief respite. Sitting down again, he briefly voices the next proposal, says he has worked long in the fields and is very confident in his abilities. Judith listens silently, resting her chin on her hand. Her thoughts remain a mystery. He continues to beg, kneeling before Judith and boasting that he is skilled in everything, especially in what he can do, for example, building a new shelter, while Judith sits silently at the table, her face revealing nothing as she listens to his words. With a sudden contemptuous gesture, she rises from her seat and effortlessly lifts the heavy stone table with one hand. Looking down at the stunned boy, she dryly says she can do it better than him. With a deafening crash, she slams the table back into place, the impact shaking the room. Kiska, now sprawled on the floor from shock, can only stammer, agreeing that she is indeed right. Correct, he quickly returns to his knees. His confidence shattered, he acknowledges her superiority. Unmoved, Judith coldly asks if he has anything else to offer. An offer? The question hangs in the air, and Judith painfully realizes he has absolutely nothing to offer. As this truth settles, she watches Kiska tremble and hunch over, clutching his stomach in complete despair, utterly defeated. Broken, his despair gives way to a raw, desperate decision. He raises his eyes, his voice hoarse but firm, and says that at any cost he desperately wants to get out of the dungeon. He begins the story, born in the village of Khadarov, the very one where the dungeon stands, and admits that the villagers persecuted him and threw him here. The story darkens as he recalls that there was once a woman who loved him, but he adds, she was killed by men like Darga. Judith listens attentively, her face opening up. He bowed his head and quietly explained that he was accused of her death and was sent to the dungeon as punishment. Punishment? He finished his desperate story, but Judith was unmoved. Leaning forward, Shikulai asked what his story had to do with it. With her, his face twisted with rage, his eyes blazing with a dark promise, and he swore to take revenge on every peasant to the last one. Peasants, he continued, his voice filled with malice, promising to torture and kill them all in the most cruel way imaginable. The cruelty of his words stunned Judith. Her eyes widened and her ha. Stunned, he placed his hand on his heart. He solemnly asked for her help in carrying out this massacre, swearing complete devotion to her and return. In response, her lips parted, revealing a wide, anxious smile, and her teeth seemed unnaturally sh. Suddenly, her smile grew wider. A genuine sparkle of amusement flashed in her eyes as she looked at the stunned boy. Found his proposal interesting. She admitted that she increasingly wanted to see what he would become. However, she warned him not to rejoice prematurely. Shirley turned and led him down the stone corridor, then made him an offer. If he passed the trial she was going to give him, she would allow him to become her prey. She asked if he had used the teleportation circle, and he confirmed. Then she explained the special rule of this dungeon. Once you step on the circle, there is no turning back. They found themselves in a small, bare stone chamber. Kiska recognized it was the same room he had teleported to earlier, but he felt that now something different. He watched closely as Jude's hand pressed against the stone wall. She explained that by using one secret, one could find the way F. When she spoke, part of the wall rumbled and slid aside, revealing a long, empty corridor, and Kiska gasped in surprise when Judith told him that this was the path to others. Roots, he froze, looked down into the newly opened passage, his head spinning. With shock, he realized that hidden passages exist even in what seems like dead end. Before he could comprehend it, the passage slammed shut. A pedestal rose from the floor, on which stood a single ominous weapon. Kiska's eyes widened in shock and recognition. Parasitic sword. He looked away from the sword to Judith, who began explaining its nature. She called it a marionette sword, one that has overly troublesome properties. She admitted that she had always wanted to get rid of it, but could not even touch it because of its parasitic. Her words resonated within him. He knew this from experience. He understood what she was talking about, having used this weapon himself more than once. He turned back to her, a drop of sweat running down his forehead, and asked what he sup. With a quiet calm on her face, she told him what he needed to do. To pass, he would have to overcome the parasitic nature of the sword and learn to control it. Completely, the challenge seemed insurmountable. He stammered, asking if it was even possible. Judith's smile turned into a confident grin as she replied that she was quite sure he would eventually fail. Her prediction was meant to calm his nerves. He admitted his fear, but Judith coolly said he had no choice. If he refused, she would simply kill him. Honorably, he gritted his teeth and decided. He decided to do it. Seeing his determination, she explained how to act. Grab the sword by the blade, not the hilt, and pull sharply. Gathering his courage, he braced his foot against the pedestal, bent down, and grabbed the shark. He clenched his teeth from the burning pain, feeling that holding the blade hurt much less than touching the hilt. Lifting his gaze from the embedded sword, he asked Judith what to do next, and she calmly, with a cold look, uttered one chilling command. Swallow it, she said. Seeing his shock, she added, start with the tip of the sword and push it so that it goes down the back of the throat. The guy understood there was no choice. If he refused, she would still kill him, and resigned, he prepared to fall. At her command, with a guttural scream of horror, he pressed the tip of the massive blade to his lips, and as he began to push the blade into his mouth, only one desperate thought consumed him. He will die. At the very moment when cold steel touches his tongue, his consciousness is torn out and thrown into a dark, empty abyss. Before him hovers a monstrous, shifting mass of shadow, in which one glaring eye and a vertical slit filled with teeth stand out. Numerous white lights float through the darkness. Around them stretches emptiness. The creature's voice echoes within it and asks if he is the one who seeks to become its master. Stunned, Kiska demands to know what it is, and the creature calls itself the main body FFFF of the marionette sword. He digests what he hears and suddenly realizes he is speaking with the sword itself. When he asks where they are, the entity says it is his own deep world-high's mind. Ignoring the metaphysical implications, Kiska desperately begs the sword's spirit to lend him to him his power. The shadow creature just looks at him for a moment, then gives a stunningly simple answer in one word. Alright. From shock, his head is empty. He only stares back, mouth agape, unable to comprehend this straightforwardness. Decisive agreement. He stammers, unsure if everything can really be that simple. The spirit of the sword notices his response. Funny, Kiska admits he was afraid to hear no, but the spirit coldly replies that he was the one who first asked for that power, and when Kiska begins to explain confusedly, the creature sharply interrupts him with one word: no. No, I will not. He remains in the metaphysical space of his own mind, while the formless spirit of the sword speaks, its voice echoing around, and the spirit notices that there is something familiar in the scent of his solid detail hanging in the air during the fall. Falling sparks, the spirit clarified its intentions. It did not completely reject him, it just could not resist and join because of that familiar smell. The kitty can only look back, puzzled by the creature. His thinking froze consciousness suddenly burst into the body with one sharp, hoarse breath, and he found himself sprawled on the hard floor, eyes wide open in shock as he looks up and addresses the figure standing over him. Like his master, Judith looks down at him, and on her face is genuine surprise. She quietly whispered that she really did not think he would succeed. Through trials, her words evoke a wave of euphoric insight. A broad, relieved smile spreads across his face as it dawns on him. He really did it. He succeeded in. He patrols with a sword. When Judith sees his success, her surprise melts into a satisfied smile. She greets him and confirms that he has passed the trial. He did well, filled with gratitude. He fell to his knees in a solemn bow and sincerely thanked her. Since then, Kiska's fate was decided. He managed to become Judith's apprentice. And so his strange new life began alongside her. He became both an apprentice and a servant at the same time. Kisko woke up in the same hideout where he once rested with a jiha, stretched, and thinking about the fact that he was now Yuda's apprentice, remembered that they agreed to sleep in separate rooms. Yuda assured him that there were many hidden chambers here. Approaching the door, he called her, asking for permission to enter. He opens the door and sees only Judith, who is sleeping in the bed in this very room. His eyes widen in shock, and he, stammering, utters her name. She, waking up, murmurs softly, and her long pink hair is scattered on the pillows. She sits up, rubs her eye, and a sly smile appears on her lips. She says good morning to him, barely noticing that he got up early. Kiska, still standing in the doorway, can only whisper something in response, stunned. He quickly bows, awkwardly replying with a greeting. Inside him, torn by embarrassment, he is confused, doesn't know where to look, and constantly reminds himself that although she is his mistress, she is still a girl. Soon Judith announces that his training as her apprentice begins today and asks if he is ready. His face freezes in determination. He says he is ready to endure any difficulties. Satisfied, she asks him to wait while she changes. Now in an exquisite Gothic outfit, she leads him down a stone corridor and begins the test, asking what skills he possesses. Kiska, hesitating, admits he has only one provocation. He keeps his second skill, saving and resetting, a secret, deciding it's better to hide it for now. Judith notes that his skill set is rather poor, and Kiska awkwardly agrees with this. Walking down the corridor, Judith suddenly stops in the middle, her two ponytails gently swaying from the sudden halt. Kiska stops right behind her, looking with curiosity as she intently gazes at the solid stone wall. She turns to him with a mischievous smile, says she knows this dungeon by heart, having lived within its walls for almost 1,000 years, and casting a knowing look, declares that right where they stand, there is a hidden passage. Part of the wall creaked and slid aside, revealing a dark passage. Kiska froze speechless at the discovery of her age 1,000 years, and this thought only strengthened his conviction that becoming Judith's apprentice was absolutely the right decision. He followed Judith into a small hidden room, his body tense. Before him lay a luxuriously decorated treasure chest, and Judith explained that her current goal was to help him acquire some skills. She added with a confident smile that she knew where every treasure chest in the dungeon was located, and the tension in Kiska melted into pure amazement. He stared at the chest and exclaimed an admiring, "Wow." He lifted the lid and inside a crystal gleamed. As he reached for it, a message suddenly appeared before him. He had received the Crystal of Wisdom, and its effect would be forcibly activated. Instantly, a huge list of skills appeared in his field of vision, from the formidable S rank to C rank, and Judith ordered him to choose one skill from it to acquire. He scanned the options, a drop of sweat appearing on his temple. He realized this list was similar to the one he had seen before, but with a few important differences. Skills like pressure and enhanced judgment were new additions. Unsure, he turned to Judith for advice, and she said it was a valid question, nudging him toward fencing. The sword was now part of his flesh and blood, so he needed to be able to control it at will, and the logic was indisputable. He quickly agreed. When he decided, Judith's finger pressed the selection. A confirmation appeared on the screen. The fencing skill was acquired, and Kiska clenched his fists in triumph, a broad smile blossoming on his face. His celebration was suddenly cut short by Judith's words. Smiling slyly, she informed him that to acquire another skill, they would have to venture into the deepest part of the dungeon. Dungeon? She turned without waiting for a response, beckoning him to follow her, and these words echoed in his mind. He only watched her retreat in confusion, stammering at the very thought of the dungeon's deepest level. Before them loomed a long, silent corridor. Stone walls stretched further into the dim light of the dungeon's depths. He was gripped by palpable horror as they descended to the dungeon's deepest level. Judith confirmed their location and explained that by using a hidden passage, they had bypassed most of the enemies. He follows her into a large, brightly lit hall in the middle. On an elegantly decorated pedestal rests a treasure chest. He recognizes it as another skill chest, but Judith explains that this one is a luck test. The Crystal of Wisdom inside belonged to a woman with many skills, and he might accidentally gain one of them. Realizing the risk, Kiska steals his will and prepares to open. He opened the chest and its effect worked by itself. He gained the skill Attribute Granting, and confused, asked what it was. Judith explained that it is a rare skill but useless for someone without magical abilities to grant anything, and it hit him. He lost. She tries to comfort him, asking him not to lose heart. Maybe later he will master magic. They return to their hideout, and Kiska notices massive doors at the far end of the hall and asks where they lead. His question made them look at the magnificent crescent-shaped monodorn doors, and Judith explained that behind them is the boss room, which also serves as an exit. This discovery pierced him. His eyes widened with hope, because he realized that the way out was finally within his reach, as long as he could defeat the boss. Judith confirmed his understanding. He gazes down the long corridor, his goal. New hope pushes him to ask if Judith can easily defeat the boss, but her face darkens as she reveals the truth. The boss is rank SSS, and she admits that she has been stuck in the dungeon for 50 years and cannot leave since this very boss appeared. He is stunned by this news. Judith explains that this is why she needs him to become as strong or even stronger, and together defeat the boss. With a new plan, she says it is time to go home and train. Filled with determination, Kiska agrees and shouts that he is counting on. In their hideout, Judith demonstrates her power. Dark energy swirls around her hand. She explains that this is how she sucks and manipulates the blood within herself, and Kiska just smiles, unfazed, saying he already knows he died so many times from this during their duel. He watched in fascination as Judith freely controlled her blood, shaping it into a sharp dagger. She explained that the weapon's form depends on how much blood you use, and ordered him to do the same with the sword now inside his body, adding that he just needs to focus. Hearing her command, he closed his eyes and clenched his fists, turning all his attention inward. He concentrated and concentrated. Again, in an explosion of dark energy, a black sword materialized in his hand. Inside awakened a new powerful skill, Lord of Parasitic Puppet Sword, along with its derivative skill, Black Sword. He froze, unbelieving, and exclaimed that this is really come out. He turned to Judith. She was still stunned by his success. With a satisfied smile, she praised his efforts, stating that now he could finally fight. The realization overwhelmed him and filled him with joy. He could finally fight. But Judith interrupted his triumph, announcing that she was giving him his first task. He eagerly asked what exactly. She explained that from now on, every time he saw her, he had to try to land at least one hit on her. Only then, she said with a predatory smile, would the task be considered completed. The boy's face fell. A drop of sweat ran down his. He pressed his palm to his temple and faltered, asking himself if he was really allowed to fight her. Judith just smiled and assured him that everything was fine. She would never, she promised, take the life of a student during their training. Embarrassed, he awkwardly tried to clarify his anxiety. It was not about his own safety. He felt that hitting her would be unworthy of him. His hesitation briefly left Judith. She was surprised, but it quickly turned into a smile. She waved off his concern and reminded him that she could still heal any of his wounds. Inflict, her face twisted into a frightening, wide smile bearing sharp fangs. She leaned closer, her voice dripping with menace. You think you can do it? She challenged. The kitty recoiled in fear, suddenly realizing that Judith now. Angry, he stands with a new sword, ready, but hesitates. Judith, however, lunges at him with a crazy, manic smile, challenging his supposed confidence and demanding that he show her where he intends to strike. He rushed into attack, let out a scream, and swung the black blade. Judith parried the heavy blow with a small dagger with stunning ease, her face unchanged. The strike passed through him like a current. His eyes widened in disbelief. He retreats, realizing that instead of teaching him, as he thought, he had stepped on a tigress's tail. Judith taunts him, warns that he will never complete the task if he continues to dodge, and with a predatory smile beckons him forward, growling. In response to her provocation, he charged again, only for Judith to step aside and with a powerful kick fling him into the air with a dull cry of pain. Landing, he felt a bitter understanding. Judith is a strong fighter who can wield a heavy sword with one hand, and only his swordsmanship saved him from total destruction. Far away, the terrible thought that he will be killed if this continues pushes him to a decision. Although she is just a girl, he knows he must finish his business. He decides to switch to a new tactic. Dodge her attacks and wait for the perfect moment. To strike, he lunged forward, trying to execute his plan, but the sword did not reach. To his horror, he realized there was no time to get close, not even the tip of the blade. He cannot reach her. Memories of the previous fight raced through his mind, where she was swinging a great sword, and because of that he could not approach. But now she only has a dagger in her hands, and this discrepancy ignites a sudden, decisive realizing that she is holding a dagger, hope explodes in him. He thinks he can really do it. A vulnerable spot appears, and he prepares to take the chance, believing this is the strike that will hit. Finally landing, he gathered himself and without any hesitation decided to take her next strike. If she hits from above, he won't be swept away, and then he will counterattack, aiming straight at her head. Focus narrows, eyes froze. Without taking his eyes off the target, he rushed forward, holding his sword low and preparing to take the blow, and when Judith's dagger came down, he roared in resistance, determined to show her his determination. The sword pommel struck right at the side of her head. Impressed by his own success, Kiska looked with disbelief, sweat running down his face, and he stammered, I did it. His shock quickly turned to anxiety, and he asked if she was okay. Judith was completely unflinching and asked with a smirk who he thought she was. She waved it off lightly. It was just a scratch that she would easily heal. With a confident smile, she greeted him. Well done, Kitty, you handled the task. The guy only remembered how she tore off her own arm, a harsh reminder of her inhumanity. Resilience, she stood before him. Her tone became serious, and she said that he made the right choice, the decision to become her. Student, her gaze sharpened as she studied him. She noticed that his fighting style was quite unusual, and then directly asked if he had previously come body. Experience at his mind instantly returned to those terrible creatures he had encountered, werewolf, bagbear, golem, and even Judith herself. Despite these life-and-death battles, he responded with a shy smile, no. Almost none. Judith truly raised her hand to her mouth in surprise, and decided that if he really had no experience, he must have incredible natural talent, but Kiska corrected her. He admitted that he might not have combat experience, but he had plenty of other experience, and gesturing to the brazier standing nearby, hinted that his life had been full of pain and struggle. In the stone chamber, Kiska stands ready, sword in hand. He sneaked in through a secret passage that Judith showed him, and now he found himself in the abode of strange headless horse creatures with blazing manes and tails. Judith suddenly appears behind him and announces that today's lesson is practical. They will fight real monsters. Suddenly, the headless mules let out a piercing roar and unleashed a barrage of glowing sword-shaped projectiles from their necks, flying straight at Kiska. Frightened, he sharply swung his sword, raising a protective barrier that deflects magical blades. A direct strike passed through him, spreading a shockwave throughout his body. He grits his teeth and tries with all his might to hold his ground, not succumbing to the unexpected force of the attack. Seeing him struggle, Judith shouts instructions from a safe distance. Tuck your arms in and fight focused when facing several opponents. He pants, catches his breath for a moment, and loudly replies that he understands. Remembering her words, he clenched determination into a fist, tightly crossed his swords, and relying on his new steadiness, successfully repelled the next wave of projectiles. He looked around stunned when he realized he had deflected them all. Judith explains that the mules are now without magicy, are merely targets for his powerful sword, and with a predatory smile urges him. Be brave and finish them off. Gaining courage, he loudly agrees and rushes forward, sequentially dealing with the creatures, first hitting the one on the left, then turning and eliminating the one on the right, and finally destroying the last one aiming at his back. He chases the last of the headless mules with a determined smile on his face. He has already knocked down 2 others. The last one tries to escape, but he closes the distance, swinging his sword in a powerful arc and shouting that the third is down. The blade cleanly sliced through the air and felled the monster. He turns, filled with triumph, and sees Judith in the background quietly and approvingly applauds his victory. She congratulates him on a job well done. Kiska, with relief, sincerely thanks her, confessing that she cannot imagine what would have happened without her help. Jude's response chills him to the bone. She says that if he had died, it would have taken her decades to dare to go outside again, and this confession leaves him speechless. She smiles with sharp teeth and promises to make him stronger, demanding only that he be diligent. Filled with a new sense of purpose, he bows and loudly agrees, swearing to do his best. As if in response to his call, a message appears right before his eyes. Monsters conquered, and he earned skill points. He reviews his status. A wave of emotions washes over him as he sees all 5 skill slots filled. Having 15 skill points, he realizes that his strength relies on swordsmanship and parasitic sword skills, and now he must decide which one to enhance. He estimated that he still needs 30 points for fencing and 70 for the parasitic sword, told Judith that he would accumulate points to improve fencing, which he thinks is the safest choice. She agreed, and announcing that training for today was over, said it was time to return to their shelter. Outside in their shelter, Judith sits at the table and calls out, "Are you ready?" From the cramped niche, Kiska responds that he is ready and will bring it to her now. He approaches with a cup and saucer, apologizes for being late, and handing them to her, thinks to himself that his duty as Judith's apprentice is not before Broody. In fact, he came for one thing: to give her monster blood. Judith takes the cup and begins to drink the swirling dark liquid. The liquid, she murmurs contentedly, takes a gentle sip from the teacup, and calls the monster's blood a true masterpiece. Kiska looks at her with a nervous smile, understands that his mistress seems to have some strange passion specifically for this cup. The vessel, when she finishes drinking, she asks if dinner is ready. He says it should already be ready, and thinks that he could never imagine himself drinking monster blood, yet she drinks it as if it were the most exquisite delicacy. Then he brings the prepared dish, and loudly announces that it is a steak from a headless mule. He apologizes, shyly explaining that due to a lack of spices, he won't cook anything else. Judith looks down at the familiar dish, her face expressionless, and thinks to herself that this is the same food as yesterday. She glanced at the salad and pushed the bowl away, saying she didn't like it. Kiska watched and took it back after all. She had overcome several moving trees to get that greenery. He insisted that she eat vegetables to avoid suffering from malnutrition, but she puffed out her cheeks and protested, claiming that as a vampire she didn't need such nutrients. This direct admission made Kisk sweat, and the truth about her nature reached him. Sighing and resigning himself, he says there's nothing to be done and asks her to wait a minute, then returns with a plate holding 3 round striped fruits, offering them while saying they are dried fruits. Roots, her expression instantly changes. Her eyes widen, a huge joyful smile blooms on her face, and she excitedly explains that she found them on the back of a dried leaf while gathering leaves and couldn't resist taking them. He smiles warmly and agrees that today really is a special day. He says he originally planned to age the meat for a few days to enhance its flavor, but decided to serve it immediately. As they sit down to a fully prepared meal, he gently reminds her to also eat the salad. So he takes a bite size and regrets that he could have cooked much better if only he had more spices. Judith looks at him and thinks she could definitely get more ingredients if she could leave the dungeon. This thought awakens a memory in Kiska. He raises his head and recalls that Judith had previously said she could come and go as she pleased. He presses her insistently, demanding explanations whether she is really stuck in the dungeon, and Judith confirms. Dungeons are convenient for vampires because of the absence of sunlight, so she often stayed there voluntarily, but adds that this is not the only reason for her current trouble. After the quarrel, she tells more in detail. Once there was a separate room adjacent to the boss's chamber with a teleportation circle that allowed her to enter and exit the dungeon. But one day, she continues, an unknown person destroyed the circle. She was the only person who knew about its existence, leaving her trapped. Kiska suddenly realizes everything. That's why she can't leave. He asks if she has any idea who might be responsible. Judith at first says she has no idea, but then falls silent, thoughtfully lifts a piece of fruit, and admits that she does have one guess. She claims that the culprit is the same person who sealed someone named Ajika in this dungeon. Kiska's eyes widen in shock at the very mention. Judith suggests that the teleportation circle was destroyed deliberately to prevent Ajika from escaping. A chill runs through Kiska when he hears that name. He asks if Judith knows Ajika, and she confirms, calling her a wonderful person. The description leaves Kiska with, she decided. Then she reveals the true identity of that woman, the heroine Ajiha, the one who conquered the Demon King. Kiska leans back, stunned by the news that it was Ajiha who defeated the great evil. Judith asks if he has heard of her, and he says he has, though it surprises him the story she begins is completely different from that legend. He knows. His mind races to that famous legend, older than centuries, which tells of a brave warrior named Elysium who overthrew the demon lord and was known as a hero. Confused by this contradiction, he asks Judith why Ajiha ended up sealed in this dungeon, and Judith admits she does not know all the details, but suddenly becomes serious and gives Kiska only one piece of advice. She gives him advice and a stern warning. No matter what happens, he must never break Ajiha's seal. Judith explains that although Ajiha defeated the Demon King, she also has the power to destroy the entire world, and the consequences of her release would be catastrophic. He was digesting the terrible revelation. A drop of sweat ran down his temple, and he realized Judith had already removed the seal from the hero Ajiha, not in this life, but in one of her lives in another time. After a minute of silence at the dining table, he gathered courage and politely addressed her, asking if he could ask a question, to which Judith calmly invited him to express his flashed through his mind. He glanced at the food before them and asked if, by any chance, she had not eaten her portion of fruit either. A broad, insightful smile blossomed on Judith's face as she confirmed that she. Shadow fell over his eyes. The truth settled in his head. He had eaten nothing either, and suddenly everything ceased to be a partnership. Now it looked like a master and slave relationship. As if sensing this, Judith said it was time to lie down, and by an unspoken rule he could only agree. The master's word was absolute. After months of exhausting training with Judith, Kiska's abilities noticeably increased, and with one devastating blow, he felled a huge serpent-like monster, clear proof of his progress, and all these efforts culminated in a message that appeared before him. He gained skill points and met the conditions for leveling up. The notification confirms his achievement. The swordsmanship skill officially rose to a new level, and he raises the status plaque with a broad, proud smile, sharing this joyful news with the smiling Judith. He enthusiastically tells Judith all the details, joyfully exclaiming that his swordsmanship skill has now reached level 3. She listens with a satisfied, knowing smile. Her smile widens slightly as she thinks about what his growth means, and aloud she reflects that the day they finally escape the dungeon may be very near. Her words ignite determination in him. He clenches his fist and vows to become stronger, strong enough to bring her out. He reaffirms his promise with a resolute look. His sincere confession makes Judith laugh. she teases him, saying he is getting better at everything, and a genuine amusement appears on her face. Their training is already showing tangible results. After knocking down a giant bugbear, they agree on the next steps. Kisko begins to skin the beast, and Judith decides to be the first to return to their hideout. As she moves down the stone corridor, he kneels beside the corpse, pulls out a decorated dark dagger, and places his other hand on the beast's hide. Symbols faintly glow on his palm. With a determined smile, he lowers the blade with sharpened strength. He knows that this bloody, grim work of skinning monsters is part of his duty as her apprentice. Having completed the task, he carries the loot back through the winding dungeon corridors and calls Judith as if saying, "I'm home," but his voice breaks, and surprise appears on his face. He returns to their hideout, pushes the door, and freezes in shock. Judith stands before him, completely naked, and the bag with supplies slips from his hands, falling to the floor. His mind goes blank, a silent scream gets stuck in his throat, sweat beads glisten on his forehead. He just stares, completely stunned by this unexpected sight. He turns sharply, his face burning with shame, stammers, throws his hands up, and loudly utters a flustered apology, unable to look at her. In panic, thinking he has angered her, he hears Judith's sharp voice cut through the air and shout his name with irritation. Her seeming anger quickly melts into quiet satisfaction. A sly smile plays on her lips as she watches his embarrassment and thinks to herself that his reaction was as interesting as she expected. He is still full of shame, weakly begging Judith not to say such things, but still quietly and painfully agrees. When the awkward pause passes, they start preparing food, and the table is set with bowls and glasses, ready for D. Later, with a feeling of satisfaction, Kiska happily says that they have eaten and that he finished all the work, then turns back to Judith sitting nearby. He tells her that he washed the dishes and is going to sleep. When he reaches the door, Judith's voice suddenly stops him. She calls him by name. He turns around and sees her sitting on the bed in a nightgown. She looks up and quietly asks if he wants to sleep with her. Kiska freezes, words stuck in his throat. He stammers and asks why so suddenly. Judith calmly replies that there is no special reason. The reason? It is silent, completely embarrassed by her request. Judith, cheeks burning, explains that she has no specific reason, she just did not want to sleep alone. Night, her expression changes to slight irritation. She tells him that he is behaving more roughly than usual. Looking for a way out, he suggests just going to sleep in his own room, but she only hums quietly in response. She lowers her eyes and presses her lips, thinking, if he refuses, I will live with guilt all my life. He sees her expression and grabs his head because he cannot handle how sweet she is at this moment. His resolve wavers. With an embarrassed smile he agrees, says he understands, and that tonight they will sleep together, then awkwardly climbs into the bed where she is already sleeping. Decided, they lie next to each other. Tense silence stretches between them, on both faces barely noticeable, awkward smiles, and he firmly holds his hands crossed on his chest. He tries to justify the situation to himself. If they just lie down to sleep, then there is nothing wrong with that. With him, the silence is broken when she quietly says his name with his. Next to him, he turns and looks at her while she, with a gentle smile, recalls that the day of their first meeting seems very distant to her. Back, her words stirred his memories. He agreed, remembering that when he first met Judith, he perceived her only as a very scary person. His thoughts instantly returned to her threatening, blade-armed F. He compares that memory to how she now sleeps peacefully beside him, and wonders what a strange feeling it is. Yes, he tears that quiet, intimate moment, turns back to Judith, and directly asks her if when they first met, she planned to kill him. He laughs quietly, as if confirming that he knows about her initial intentions. Judith is surprised and a little embarrassed, asking how he could have found out. It is known, his inner thoughts reveal a grim truth. He knew this only because she had killed him more than once, and it is because of those repeated deaths that he feels he can see through. In response, Judith explains that almost every person she has ever met tried to kill her on the spot, so she was always on guard, and with a confident smile, asks his forgiveness. Forgiveness, he assures her that he is different. Despite the fact that she killed him many times, he tells her directly, no. I hate her, he explains. Who he is today, he owes to her. A memory surfaces of him training under her watchful eye. Because of this, he feels only gratitude and harbors no resentment. Hearing this, Judith's expression softened. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. She tells him she is glad to hear it, feels relieved that he does not hate her, and leaning over him, now undressed, gently touches his hair. Then she suddenly changes the subject completely. Her voice becoming a whisper, she asks Kiska what he thought when he saw her naked earlier. The question completely caught him off guard, and he stammered, saying her name and F. She is shocked. She encourages him to be honest, assuring him that it is okay to say what he thinks. He is confused, unable to answer coherently, stammering that he does not know what to say. She gently nudges him to tell more. Finally, blushing wildly, he manages to admit that he really thought she was B. Beautiful? He continued, his voice quiet, lying in bed, saying that she really seemed sweet and very beautiful to him. Judith, who was sitting nearby, demanded details, hinting that he probably had other thoughts. His face blossomed with a blush. A broad, tense smile stretched his features as he admitted that he also found her erotic. Judith immediately grimaced, her eyes wide open in shock, and she voiced his thoughts aloud. Pervert, her shock quickly melted away, replaced by a sly, knowing smile. She quietly chuckled, noticing his embarrassment. Ashamed, Kiska begged her to stop teasing him, offering an embarrassed apology. She leaned closer. A mischievous, predatory smile appeared on her face. She decided to press him even harder and asked a tempting question. If she offered to show him her naked body again, what would he do? Kiska's eyes suddenly opened wide with anxiety. Her thoughts were in complete chaos. In such a situation, it was impossible for her to think clearly. Suddenly, images of women he knew flashed through her mind: Namia, Ajiha, and one more. He knew he had to resist after what happened to Namia. He could not allow Bifala Jihad to suffer the same fate if he now rejected Judith. He sat up sharply, confused and sweating all over. Judithsma. He started, then fell silent, and then asked, "What happened?" She looked around, and the same confusion was reflected on her face. She quietly replied, "Kiska, I feel the same." He lowered his gaze, as if explaining that he did not consider his current life bad at all. Her facial expression became full of surprise. "Terrible, it's terrible." She repeated this feeling before asking, "But why is that?" He confessed his true fear, his voice breaking. "If I continue living this comfortable life, I am afraid that the whole spirit of revenge inside me will fade away." He remembered the time when those bears constantly killed him, the death circle through which he cursed his fate. She listened, and a gentle smile blossomed on her face. He was no longer that person. She thought that now he was strong enough to defeat the monsters, and there was even a sweet girl beside him. She listens with wide-open eyes, worried, while Kiska, looking away, struggles to express his inner pain and addresses her as Judith Sama, saying that he fears. If he continues to live in comfort, he will lose something vital within himself. He sits on the bed and looks straight at her, preparing to confess from the heart. "I love you, Judith Sama." But his face instantly clouds with confusion. He apologizes and admits that he is not yet ready to accept this happiness. After a minute of silent reflection with his head bowed, she accepted his words. "Is that so?" She finally whispered and added, "Understood." In response, she leans forward and presses her lips to his. He froze in surprise. He responds with a kiss, closes his eyes, and holds her face. This tender moment is pierced by his inner struggle. Even his confession of love is accompanied by the unspeakable burden of duties. Holding back a little, he explains his reasons. To truly move forward with her, he first needs to sort out many things from the past. A wide, knowing smile blooms on her face, slightly revealing her fangs. She willingly agrees to his terms and offers to continue their relationship as soon as he achieves revenge. Deep relief washes over Kiska. A bright smile blossoms on his face. He feels understood. When Judith says his name, he momentarily imagines other important women in his life: Ajiha, Namia, and the girl with cat ears, as if they are also watching over him. Suddenly, the bedroom wall crumbles. Namia, with loose dark hair, her face a mask of rage, bursts through the breach with a sword raised high. As the blade falls on Judith, she screams, "I love you." Instantly, a fountain of blood splashes Kiska's face, and his features freeze in a silent scream of absolute horror. The blood that splattered him burst from the fatal wound in Judith's chest. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth opened, and the force of the invisible blow threw her backward. She fell forward with a heavy, dull thud, her body hanging over Kiska, who froze on the bed. Namia stood over them both, her hands still frozen in the pose after the devastating strike. The blow, her breathless body fell off the bed and rolled across the tiled floor. While she lay motionless, another figure entered the room: armored warrior Ajiha Sabaki, now standing over the scene with a sword in her hands. Ajiha, her face hidden by an eye bandage, loomed over the stunned Kiska, her voice cold, asking why he could not choose her but instead chose Judith. Kiska, covered in blood and with a face frozen in horror, could only look at her silently. In the blood-splattered room, Kiska sits up in bed, his face a mask of horror. Before him stands Ajiha Sabaki with her sword drawn, and on the floor the severed head of Judith. Kiska's voice is a choked whisper, begging Ajiha, "Do not be with me." The gaze stops on the gruesome picture on the floor, Judith's head lying in a pool of her own blood, as if echoing the very words, and her dead lips seem to speak them. His face is drenched with sweat and tears, eyes wide with horror, and he utters the desperate plea once again. The plea breaks into a hoarse, torn scream. His voice cracks as he shouts his own name. Elsewhere, a woman with cat ears, eyes wide open in shock, asks why Ajiha is here, and an important truth emerges in her thoughts. Ajiha was supposed to be sealed. Kiska is gripped by a fearful realization. This feeling and this situation are exactly like when Ajiha first gave him the power of preservation and reset, and just as the memory surface, severed head of Judith suddenly calls him by name. Her head, though severed, twisted into a bloody, eerie smile, and she urges Kiska to flee immediately, her voice tense as she warns him that their attacker is dangerous. He looks at her with both reverence and horror, respectfully addressing her as Judith Sama and acknowledging that she is still alive. Nearby, the woman with cat ears watches, her face contorted in a grimace. Ajika is unmoved by the warning. Her gaze slides to the severed head, and she dismisses Judith's desperate words as mere noise. Her face twisted with feverish haste. Raising the sword high, she growls at Judith to be silent, and the blade descends in a swift, silent arc. Darkness, she lowered the sword again and again. Disgusting, muffled blows echoed in the blood-soaked room, and Kisko watched, his face a mask of pure horror. His head spun, he could not comprehend the bloody massacre. He tried to make a sound, to scream, but his throat seemed paralyzed by shock. When the last blow fell, she stood, breathing heavily over the mangled remains, her blood-stained gaze turned to him. "Kitty," she began quietly. She gave a calm, blood-covered smile. "I love you," she confessed, her expression unwavering. "That is why." Burning pain shot through his back as the summoned sword pierced his chest. He gasped in pain, and her voice sounded as a cold warning. "If I catch you with another, I will not forgive." He choked, blood filling his mouth. A terrible thought struck him as his vision began to dim. After everything he had been through, he was about to die again. But instead of oblivion, he was met by a sharp breath of air. His eyes snapped open, his body covered in cold sweat, but he was completely unharmed. Armed, he sprang up, gasping, looking around. The bloody room was gone. "What?" he stammered, his thoughts racing. "How far back did I rewind?" His confused gaze fell on a familiar sight on the floor before him, the corpse of the bugbear he had fought and killed earlier. He looked down at the adventurer's plaque in his hands. His eyes widened and cleared for a moment as he read the first line, Skill 1, Save and Reset. He could not believe his eyes. His fist hit the ground with a dull thud. It could not be true. His 5 skill slots, once full of hard-earned abilities, were now completely empty. The crushing realization brought him to his knees. All those months he spent with Judith Soma, all the progress he had made, turned out to be in vain. His eyes filled with tears as the full weight of the loss fell upon him, his face twisted in pain. Desire, a ragged cry of despair tore from his throat. Memories of happier times with Judith flashed through his mind, shared meals, her gentle smile. He could not accept this loss. He did not want to. The cries subsided, and he remained trembling on the cold stone floor, completely exhausted and defeated. But suddenly a new determination froze on his face. He stood up, the despair receding, replaced by a quiet, unshakable stubbornness, and he decided right then and there, he would definitely see her again. Passing through the glowing teleportation circle, Kiska heads down the stone corridor lit by torches with grim determination. A wave of hope washes over him, and he allows himself a small, optimistic smile. Maybe, who knows, this time she will remember him. His heart pounds in his chest. He quickens his pace and gasps from the combination of effort and anxious anticipation. At the end of the long corridor, a young woman with 2 noticeable ponytails sat quietly at a table, sipping from a cup, as if waiting for a guest. Her appearance stops him in his tracks. A blush spreads across his face, and he whispers her name with trembling Judith Soma. At first he rejoiced, but the joy fades as he realizes she has forgotten him. Still, he decides not to lose hope. Judith, for her part, notices the strangeness of the uninvited guest having made it all the way to her place. He moves forward, hoping that his name will touch her memory, calls her, calls himself Kiska, and desperately asks if she remembers him, and she repeats his name. Nothing is readable on her face. Her response shatters his hope. With a polite but detached smile, Judith apologizes, saying that she supposedly does not remember ever having an acquaintance like him. Kiska's face twisted in shock. The words hit him like a physical blow. He stands broken and mumbles that it is all in vain, and as if losing his mind, and Judith just looks at him, a question in her eyes. Tears run down his face. Despair distorts his features as he realizes that he will have to start all over again. He remains on his knees, tears flowing down his face, and he admits that this has happened many times. His heart has been broken again and again. Before him, Judith's expression softens with concern, and she asks if he is okay. Ignoring her question, he formally bowed his head, respectfully addressed the great vampire Judith Sama, and announced that he had a request. He sharply raised his head, his voice ringing with desperate strength. He begged her to take him as an apprentice, and Judith stood, looking back with her mouth agape in shock. She cannot immediately understand his plea, and he with unwavering determination lays out the plan. They will start everything from scratch. He will become her apprentice again, and then together they will escape from the dungeon. He acknowledges the grim possibility that she might kill him again, but still swears to return as many times as necessary. In the middle of his resolute oath, a fountain of blood exploded. Judith's body suddenly collapsed forward, her head instantly disappeared. His eyes opened wide, pure, genuine horror at the sight of this gruesome scene. Judith's head lies on the cold stone floor, her lifeless eyes staring into emptiness, and a dark stain spreads around. The source of the attack turned out to be a dark-haired woman in exquisite armor, her blades still dripping. She appeared like a flash and delivered a deadly blow before anyone could react. In fact, the woman, Ajika Tsubaki, looks down with fierce anger, her eyes wide open with rage. "I told you tonight," she sees. With a heavy, dull thud, she strikes his head against the ground. Her voice is quiet and dangerous as she finishes the sentence, "If you mess with another." Another woman, her face distorted with fury, stabs a blade into Kiska's back from behind, spitting the last oath she will not forgive. The world swayed and the deadly blow recoiled. Kiska found himself alone in the stone corridor, bent over and gasping for air, sweat dripping in time with his breaths. Breathing is hard for him. He is gripped by a chilling realization. He can no longer even approach Judith, and now he knows that if he tries, they will both be killed. Overwhelmed with emotions, he covers his face with his hands. Despite the tragic outcome of the last attempt, he begins to focus on the many things he learned from Jude. Judith, lessons flash through his mind again, where the treasure chests are hidden, complex sword-fighting techniques, a complete map of the dungeon with all secret passages, and most importantly, how to tame parasites. With the sword, he slowly exhales, calming the pounding of his heart. He accepts that their relationship with her may be over, but the knowledge she passed on to him is now his. Hold on, a new determination hardens his expression. He clenches his fists and tells himself he will get out of this dungeon alone. He knows he can. Standing facing the light of the path ahead, he turns his last silent thought of gratitude to his mentor. "Thank you, Judith." Standing before the glowing circle of teleportation, Kiska solemnly swears to Judith Sami. Gripping the hilt of the strange dark sword, he vows to use the wisdom and experience she gave him and break free from the dungeon. His gaze fell on the weapon her name surfaced in memory, the puppet sword. A drop of sweat appeared on his temple as he stared intently at the decorated weapon, and I cast a worried glance at the crossguard. He makes a shocking move. Instead of grabbing the hilt, he takes hold of the very sharp, serrated blade and prepares for what will come next. With grim determination, he swallows the sword in one motion. The weapon disappears down his throat, and he screams as powerful energy pierces his body, causing the air around to tremble. The act transports his consciousness into a dark, ethereal void. Before him hovers a monstrous, amorphous creature made of pure shadow, formed by a single large, unblinking eye and a vertical maw filled with teeth. The shadow creature's mouth curves into a semblance of a smile as it speaks, and its voice echoes in the void. It casually greets him, "Oh, hello again," and Kiska can only stand and watch, stunned and silent. His eye focuses, and a moment of recognition passes through him. "Ah, I see, it's Kiska," the creature exclaims, then aloud wonders why it knows his name. Kiska's shock deepens. The spirit continues the thought, and seems to sense that they have met before, confirming a shared past that Kiska is only now beginning to recall. As the memory surfaces, Kiska realizes with horror that the same creature said something similar last time, and now the spirit makes its demand. "I need you to do something for me. Please lend me your power." He watched as the amorphous spirit before him hesitated. Its single eye was wide open while it pondered what to do. Confusion was evident on his face. He demanded to know what was going on, thinking to himself that if this were like last time, the entity would have agreed to his terms without any questions. In response, the spirit explained that it has its own goals and is considering whether obeying him would help achieve them. Stunned, Kiska asked what goals a sword without a purpose could have. Then it suddenly revealed its single, shocking desire to become human. The boy just stood and watched, stunned by the revelation. The entity continued, asking how it could do that since it feeds only on humans like a parasite and takes over their bodies. As if pondering its own nature, it confessed, although it controlled many people, it had never truly tried to become human. Something began to clear up for him. Piece by piece he assembled the picture and whispered, "Is the spirit saying that by lending him its power, it itself might surprisingly become closer to a human?" The essence responded instantly and confidently, "Yes, exactly so." It continued with a strange confidence in its voice, saying that for some reason obeying him seemed its destiny. Kisk's eyes widened at the weight of these words. His facial expression changed. The shock receded, replaced by stunning determination. A broad, almost maniacal smile stretched across his face, and he made a decision. "Very well," he said, "I will obey you faithfully." He exhaled with relief. A smile blossomed on his face. He had managed to tame the puppet sword. The message confirmed his new status. Now he was the lord of the parasitic puppet sword, and had acquired the derivative skill Black Sword. Clenching his fist, he felt the power surge through him. Holding the transformation blade, he felt a new purpose ignite within him. With this weapon, he could finally fight again. He immediately thought of his next target. His goal was clear. He walked confidently down the stone corridor, his gaze fixed on the glowing pedestal at the end of the hall, the source of the new skill. and he reached the pedestal, he gained a new ability, the skill to wield a sword. He immediately recognized this was the random skill granted by the Crystal of Wisdom, the prize he was now ready to claim. He remembered where the chest with the Crystal of Wisdom lay deep in the boss's lair, which meant a long and dangerous journey to it. He also recalled the ancient skill of attribute allocation, which he had not yet had the chance to use. Feeling the danger, he decided that going to the boss's lair with such power was futile. It was more important to become stronger, so he began hunting monsters he could definitely defeat, starting with the headless beasts wandering the dungeon. With determination in his thoughts, an unshakable expression froze on his face. He would stick to the plan: hunt, grow stronger, and level up the newly acquired sword-wielding skill. He raised the blade and prepared for battle. In battle, he rushed forward at the black Cerbler. A clean cut and a powerful swing hit the creature's side, and it let out a piercing whimper of pain. He stumbled, the beast fell, its body shattered with a dull crash against the stone floor. Gasping from the tension, Kiska realized he had gained skill points, enough to level up. Immediately, confirmation appeared: his swordsmanship skill increased by 1 level, and a satisfied smile touched his lips as he reviewed his status, eagerly wanting to see the fruits of his efforts. He thoughtfully recalls his recent efforts. About half a day hunting headless mules successfully raised his swordsmanship to level 2, but now a new problem arose. He stepped out and, standing among the fallen creatures, realized he had cleared all the places where mules usually appear, and it would be a long time before they showed up again. Here he considers the next target, thinking whether to head to the werewolf's lair, but immediately rejects the idea, remembering that Judith had already been there. Earlier, this thought weighs on him with grim certainty. Right now, he definitely cannot afford to meet you. Judith, he thinks that since they are not close, there is a good chance she would just kill him on the spot if they were to meet. Moreover, he understands that this entire dungeon is Judith's territory. To continue hunting, he will have to somehow avoid her, but he also fears that Jiha might appear like a vengeful ghost to get him. The burden of his precarious position presses on him. He doesn't know what he is even doing here, his hand resting on the hilt of his strange. Suddenly, a voice comes from the sword, addressing him as Sir. Kiska shudders, completely stunned by its sound. He looks at the sword and cannot believe his eyes. He asks if this sword can talk. The puppet sword confirms it can, adding that it finds this a bit strange too. Surprised, the sword explains that he expected it would take more time to learn to speak, but their high compatibility probably accelerated this process, and Kiska, trying to comprehend this discovery, can only agree. He looks down at the intelligent weapon in his hand, a glimmer of hope appearing on his face as he tries to grasp the impossible, and aloud wonders if the accumulation of their mutual bond finally allowed the puppet sword to gain the ability to speak. The sword addresses him directly as Master, its voice cutting through his thoughts and asking as if sensing what torments him. Kiska, still a bit stunned, begins to explain his PR. In trouble, he admits that he wants to gain a large number of skill points and asks the weapon if it knows any good ways. Without hesitation, the puppet sword replies that it knows just such a place. About the destination, his eyes widen in disbelief. Asked if it really was. The sword assured him it was and offered to lead the way. Lead him there, then the weapon orders him to follow its directions. With renewed determination, Kiska heads deeper into the dungeon corridor. Uttering the words in a heated voice, he approaches the stone wall. The sword recalls that there should be a switch nearby that leads to its second stage. Kiska runs his hand over the brick, finds the right one, and show. Inside it, the stone block slides aside, revealing a long, dark, and ominous secret passage. Kiska peers into its depths, surprised by what was hidden. He turns to his weapon and asks in amazement, how could it have known about this place? The sword explains that its previous owner stumbled upon it. An accident, the source continues and gives advice saying this hidden passage is probably a secret that even Judith realizes it. However, it knows what monsters lie ahead and gives a sharp warning. At Kiska's current power level, he quite possibly could be killed. Despite this frightening warning, Kiska simply thanks for the advice. With a determined expression, he turns and walks along the long stone-laid corridor. He stops before the heavy doors at the end of the hall, decorated with a cross, and looking at them, says with grim calmness that the prospect of being killed is nothing. It was new to him. The puppet sword laughed dryly, brushing off his showy bravery as a foolish joke. Kiska forced himself to smile nervously. A drop of sweat gleamed on his temple, and agreed that the sword. To his right, the showy calm is shattered by the dull rumble of the stone slab that closed the entrance behind him. He looks back. A sinister feeling overwhelms him as he realizes that now he is trapped. Before he could react, the tiled floor flared with light, and several intricate magical circles around him came to life, quietly radiating energy. As the light intensified, the voice of the puppet sword sharply cut through the air, warning its master the enemy. Enemies are approaching. From the summoning circles appears a squad in shining armor. The sword tells him that victory over these enemies will bring a large amount of Skill points, the weapon recognizes the silent advancing phalanx. They are golden nigh. Living armor, he glanced over his shoulder at the horde. There are about 20 of them. Nervous sweat appeared on his face, but beside him appeared a grim, calculating smile as he considered the possibilities. Possible reward, the sword asks what he thinks, doubting whether victory is even possible. Hunched in concentration, Kiska admits he is not sure if he can win, but then decisively declares that he has a plan. He grips the strange sword, studded with eyes, tighter, determination hardening within him. He has no choice but to break through this trial. Having survived so many deadly situations, he understands that no more fee. Death of fear. In response to his determination, the black sword begins to hum with dark energy, its surface flickering, and a broad, almost wild smile spreads across its face as it acknowledges this weapon. The weapon comes alive. He lowers into a low combat stance, preparing to fight. Before him stand the Golden Knights, unyielding, their blades drawn and sharp. Metallic chime. Raising the pulsating black sword high above his head, he looks at the figures in armor around him not as a threat, but as prey, and with a confident smile declares that it is time to hunt these weaklings. Surrounded in a stone corridor, Alk draws his dark living sword and stands opposite a phalanx of shining golden living armors, advancing on him with outstretched blades. He scans up to 20 opponents before him and recalls he heard that these monsters are even stronger than the werewolves he fought before. Without any warning, the armors surged forward. Alk dropped into a low stance and barely avoided a powerful overhead strike from the vanguard automaton. He smoothly turns and raises his blade to parry another blow. A confident, almost impatient smile blooms on his face as he meets the attack up close. Relentless attacks push him into defense. He realizes this situation is much tougher than the last skirmish, and unlike werewolves, these enemies are all armed. Despite the danger, a wide, defiant smile appears on his face. He uses his skill and tauntingly shouts to draw all their attention to himself. "Come here, you weaklings." The taunt works instantly. Numerous armors abandon their positions and rush at him, their swords wildly slashing in a chaotic simultaneous attack. Amid the steel storm, the spirit of his sword exclaims with satisfaction, "Not bad, master." Alk maneuvers skillfully, and one armor hits its own comrade instead of him. He glances at his weapon as if confirming its assessment, and explains, "Believe it or not, I am quite confident in group fights this fighting style is really effective." But he notices a big drawback in his strategy. It is not suitable for farming skill points, because any monster killed by friendly fire does not give a reward. He prepares for another attempt, activates the provocation skill, and loudly challenges the armored figures, knowing this will thin their ranks but at the same time gathers strength for the inevitable clash. His mockery worked perfectly, luring the entire squad of golden living armors right to him. Instantly he found himself completely surrounded. Swords hovered from all sides, ready to strike. Before he can react, blades cut into his back, and sharp, cold strikes echo simultaneously with the grim realization. This is bad. He is already dead. Dead as more and more swords pierce his chest, his last thought is about meeting himself. Perhaps he got too carried away. Path, but death is not the end. It materializes, sitting unharmed in a familiar stone chamber, a bloody smirk appearing on his lips as he looks around. The feeling of returning here is almost nostalgic, and with a light sigh he finds a landmark. He cannot get rid of the thought of this endless cycle. He has died hundreds of times again and again, first at the hands of werewolves, and now his executioners are golden living armor. Despite the grim reality, his spirit remains unbreakable. He pushes off with his feet, a determined expression on his face, and no matter how many times he falls, he is ready to rise and go again. Again his attention turns to the bodiless spirit of the sword speaking to him. The spirit, clearly surprised, asks, "How did you learn about the hidden passage?" Al confirms he knows, and the spirit notes that he is too knowledgeable, perhaps even unnaturally so. And here he is again in the heat of battle, sword raised, high once more standing before the relentless Golden Knights, his face a mask of fierce concentration. He throws himself into battle, knowing that he will be knocked down again and again, but he doesn't care no matter how many times he dies, he will just start over. He sank onto his hands and knees on the cold stone floor and sighed from exhaustion, did not expect this path to be so harsh and full of defeats. Rising to his feet, he looked at the decorated black sword lying nearby, then, scratching his head, turned away and sadly remembered simpler times, peaceful days when he lived with you. Memories fade, and he finds himself again in the familiar dark void of his inner world, surrounded by floating sparks. With renewed determination, he calls, begging the black sword to lend him its power. And in response, a shadowy humanoid figure with one large eye materializes before him. It politely greets him, "Master." Alk Stemmers is stunned both by the form and the address. The spirit asks if everything is all right, but he only freezes, not knowing what to say. Finally, he voiced his observation. the spirit looks much more human than he expected, and the essence seems to be reflecting on this, acknowledging that it did not always look like this. Yes, a comment sparked a revelation in Alka. He recalled and now understood that the spirit of the Black Sword became increasingly human with each of their meetings, and the spirit itself confirmed his thought, saying that its appearance had already begun to change. Lately, he had nurtured hope. A bold theory appeared in his mind. He asks whether becoming human is the spirit's ultimate goal, and whether this would allow the sword to break free from the cycle of preservation and shedding of its rebirths, and the spirit is noticeably surprised by his accuracy too. Regaining composure, the spirit again calls him Master and demands an explanation of how he knew that its dream was to become human. A self-satisfied smile blooms on Alka's face. He boasts that he belongs to those who can immediately guess someone's ambitions just by looking at the person. At them, the spirit was deeply impressed and called him an amazing person. Although he seems not to know how to accept praise, Alkegris also does not, and they both say they look forward to working too. Together, their conversation and thoughts ended. They returned to the dungeon corridor, and the black sword was now firmly in his hand. He became alert, and the floor panels before him began to glow and shift, revealing a new series of round traps activated on his path. He stands before shining armor, the black sword ready at his side. A barely noticeable, understanding smile touches his lips as he addresses his weapon, as if acknowledging all the trials they have endured together. Together, his quiet contemplation instantly turns into fierce determination as several more armored people appear in the corridor ahead. Gripping his weapon tightly, he addresses his black sword and swears that no matter how formidable their opponents are, victory will ultimately be his. Standing before a phalanx of golden living armor, Kiska raises the conscious black sword with grim confidence, utters a wry apology to the weapon, and declares that this time he will end the fight, and the sword's consciousness notices a new, serious confidence in its master. His face hardened into a predatory smile. He called the armored figures forward, challenging those golems, "Come on, show yourselves," and unleashed his first skill, Taunt. The taunt worked instantly. 3 armors simultaneously rushed at him, their blades falling down, and Kiska, completely unfazed, already begins to count 1. He returns, walking lightly to the right. The synchronous strikes of the armor completely miss him. Their inertia carries them forward, and he continues the count, 2, and now 3. His maneuver pushes the armors towards each other. Kiskakuli announces the inevitable friendly fire, as one automaton's sword vainly clangs against a comrade's shield. While the armors momentarily entangle and confusedly attack each other, Kiska explains his plan, sharply turns, raises the black sword above his head, and prepares to strike downwards. The blade cuts through the helmet of one of the armors. A message flashes in his head: monster killed, skill points gained. He simply says okay and accepts the result. When one enemy fell, Kiska smiled. The black sword noticed with surprise that its master seemed to know all their moves. Kiska, although distracted by his talkative weapon, confirmed this. He sees the next attack with amazing clarity, golden living armor swirling around, aiming at his back, so he instantly turns and lowers his center of gravity, preparing to counterattack. Executing his plan flawlessly, he sharply turns and delivers a powerful blow to the torso, cutting the second armor in half. 2 down, he thinks, satisfied that everything is going exactly as he imagined. He stands opposite another golden living armor with a confident toothy smile, the dark blade ready, and loudly tells the automaton, or maybe himself, that he will definitely handle this. The automaton now lay defeated behind him, and he gladly confirmed that this was already the 4th he had knocked down. When the 4th armored opponent falls, a familiar message appears in his head. He killed a monster and gained skill points. He glanced at his status lightning fast and noticed skill points from these monsters were 10 times more than usual. With a grim realization, he understood this place was on a completely different level, incomparable to others. Energy poured out, and the result was immediate. Messages appeared that both his fencing and the parasitic puppet sword skills had leveled up, and seeing that from all 4 enemies he had gathered 416 skill points, he decided to spend them immediately. He addresses the entity in his weapon and says to the black sword, "It's time to act." The spirit in the blade gladly responds, and a new message appears: derived skill acquired, pulsating great sword. In response, the weapon transforms, growing into a gigantic heavy sword pulsating with dark energy. It shouts its name, chuckles at the familiar weight, and says that it brings back bad memories. Moment of reflection is cut short. Even more golden living armors approach from all sides and completely surround him. He thrusts the tip of the great sword into the floor, and, intensely focusing, tries to comprehend what this new form is truly capable of. Automatons advance in unison, a shining wall of golden plates and sharpened steel, ready to crush him. A shadow falls over his eyes, but his mouth curves into a wide, predatory smile, and he announces the name of his technique: puppet sword technique, Swift Dragon Thrust. At first, he realizes that the sword's autonomous function has activated, just like when the sword previously parasitized him. The weapon now pulls him along and fights for him as if it has its own will. The sword carved its way through the armored figures. Its spirit encouraged Hiska, praised, "Well done," and Hiska, gripping the hilt tightly, replied, "You too." Each fallen enemy fuels his confidence. With a determined smile, he feels that he is beginning to see the path to complete victory ahead. This newly gained confidence grew from a painful memory the last time he was here. He died because of a foolish mistake. Turning his attention to the present, he assessed the fading resistance. Only a few golden living armors remained standing, and he decided to break through to the end. But when victory was almost in the bag, a dull metallic clang echoed through the hall. The unexpected sound froze him in place, and his face instantly changed from confident to surprised and embarrassed. This sound scared not only him, the rest of the armors too. They tensed, their metal bodies trembling from the noise. They completely stopped the attack, parted, and formed a clear passage in the middle of the room. At the far end, the hooves of a horse appeared, and Kiska froze in complete confusion. At the end of the path appears a fully armored warhorse with a rider. Kiska aloud asks if this is the boss of the room, and the sword spirit shyly asks if he accidentally forgot to mention it. Remember this? The rider is a gigantic knight in shining armor. The sword spirit identifies the new enemy. It is the Knight Rider, an SS-class monster. Kiska looks distrustfully and demands to know why the sword did not tell him about such an important thing earlier. Before them stood a formidable SS-rank monster Knight Rider, surrounded by an army of warriors in golden armor. Kiska, sweating a little, asked if they could even defeat him, and Blacksword calmly replied that everything depends solely on him, his new master, and added that the previous bearer died at the hands of this very enemy. He smiled broadly, crossed his arms, and declared that he would control the puppets much better than the previous master. The sword laughed, joyfully pleased that Kiska finally called himself its master, and confirmed that their cooperation was not just for show. He loudly declared that, having gone through countless battles with these arts, he would not lose to such an ordinary enemy. In response, the thugs in golden armor rushed into attack. He admitted that the henchmen stood in the way. Gritting his teeth resolutely, he met the first soldier's attack. The ringing clang of steel sounded. He decided to deal with everyone in one move, preparing the sword's puppet technique while another armored soldier approached. He launched the attack, growling the name of the move, "Scythe that cuts the wind," and unleashed a devastating spin. The black sword turned into a whirlwind of blades that in a moment cut through the entire squad in golden armor. The sword could only express its shocked and admiring amazement at the power of its master. Around Kiska, the split-in-half pieces of armor clattered on the stone floor, leaving him the only figure standing. Praised him, saying how smoothly he performed the move, even though it was his first time. Kiska corrected that it was actually his second time, and with a sly smile added that maybe he was a genius. His brief moment of self-satisfaction was interrupted by heavy, metallic footsteps of an approaching figure, and his attention instantly tensed. He turned around, and a confident smile appeared on his face again. When all the henchmen were removed, only one enemy remained, Knight Rider himself. He does not retreat when the majestic figure in armor on a horse calls himself the Knight Rider. The war horse lets out a deafening roar. The presence of its master is overwhelming. Without unnecessary words, the armored knight rushed forward. His spear aimed precisely. Hiska tensed and met the powerful thrust with his sword in a deafening clash of steel. Blow threw him back, and he realized how enormous the spear's reach was and how painfully he was hit from the block. He asked the black sword if it could lead him within the knight's defense. The spirit of the sword replied that it would try, and as soon as it said this, a piercing pain ran through his arm. His request was met not with an opening, but with another merciless attack. The Knight Rider slashes downward, forcing him to desperately raise his sword in a block, and their blades clash again. The relentless pressure pushes him back step by step. With horror, he realizes that the enemy's skill with the spear is too great, and at this pace, he cannot land a single hit. Defeat is inevitable. His grim realization is interrupted by a fierce attack. The Knight Rider unleashes a blinding flurry of thrusts, and Hiska with the marionette sword desperately parries every lightning-fast strike. He lunged to the side, barely dodging a powerful thrust that slipped past him. He breathes heavily, tension visible on his face. Gasping for breath, he comes to a desperate conclusion. He tells the puppet sword that nothing can be done here. They will have to use it. It seems the spirit of the sword doubts his decision. The marionette sword warned him anxiously that using this technique could cost him his life, and Hiska simply closed his eyes quietly and painfully accepting the risk. Having made the decision, he raises the heavy sword high above his head. A sinister smile appears on his face. He reminds the enemy of what he said earlier, that he is used to dying, and the sword strikes the ground with a dull thud, ready for the final move. He jumped high into the air, his face contorted with effort as he realized that because of the Knight Rider's spear defense, he would not be able to damage him. so he decided to throw all his weight and strength onto him to smash both the weapon and the one who holds it. To achieve this, he launches a secret technique, the puppet sword style, Great Wheel Slash, becoming the center of a swirling vortex of dark energy, and the puppet sword tentacles extend, forming a devastating circular blade. The spinning strike crashes down with tremendous force, cleanly slicing through the exquisite armor of the Knight Rider and the armored body of his warhorse. The two halves of the colossal enemy fall to the ground, and Kiska stands over the wreckage, gasping, and a weak but victorious laugh escapes from his lips. Clatter of metal subsides and a message appears before him. He has defeated the monster and gained skill points. Reality finally sinks in. I won, he whispers. The spirit in his sword spoke in a joyful voice, exclaimed, he did it, and eagerly added that with the points they earned, it could finally ascend to the 3rd level. He looked at the status and to his surprise saw he had as many as 1,320 skill points. The sword was right. He only needed 700 points to raise the puppet sword to the 3rd level. Smiling, he decides to level it up immediately as soon as he allocates the points. The puppet sword emits a piercing scream and wildly expands. A message confirms that the skill, Parasitic Sword Puppet Sword Master, has reached level. The transformation is complete, and a shocking new form is revealed. The sword has turned into a large spherical black creature with a gaping maw full of teeth and writhing tentacles. Another message appears, announcing the acquisition of a new derivative skill, Ruthless Predator. He looks at the monstrous creature and is completely bewildered by this change. Puppet sword, he stammers, unable to comprehend its new appearance. What is this for? He froze in shock when the monstrous creature that was once his sword said that this new form is exactly what it was searching for. He doubted its purpose. It's no longer a sword, so what can it even do? The creature answered briefly and directly, it could be. It could eat. Before he could even grasp this, the creature lunged its huge, toothy maw clamped down hard on his leg. When it crunched, it thanked its master, explaining that by eating him, it would finally be able to become human. A satisfied burp sounded from her form. A terrible realization struck Himhai's face, contorted into a mask of pure despair. Spare me, he grabbed his head in despair, sobbing that the marionette sword was just like all the others that had betrayed him. He was betrayed, the bitter thought petrified. He was deceived again, and he never expected that the true purpose of the puppet sword was to eat him. He sat alone in the quiet room, and it seemed that this betrayal weighed on him as he pondered what to do next. Next, his gaze fell on another weapon, and he decided that he would have to stop using the puppet sword for his plans. His gaze fell on the nearby motionless golden living armor. He wondered whether to rely on his swordsmanship and risk stealing it. Sword, he stood before the golden guards, his puppet's sword at the ready. Weighing the options, he quickly realized that relying solely on the sword's autonomous functions was not enough to break through them. When he pondered this, a strange nostalgic smell filled his senses. He wondered if it was just a sign of his compatibility with the weapon, but the thought was interrupted by the threatening, bodiless figure of the sword spirit. He clenched his teeth in irritation. His eyes narrowed, sweat trickled down his temple, and a sudden realization hit him with a low roar. He understood. You treat. Deceiving means suddenly the full weight of this revelation overwhelmed him. His face frozen with wide-open eyes in shock. He turned away and for a moment bowed his head in silent consolation. Anxiety, then his behavior suddenly changed. A sly, confident smile spread across his face. He turned and touched his chin with a finger. Now he clearly saw the situation and understood that if this was so, he had his own plan. He met with the spirit of the puppet sword, which now appeared before him as a dark, torn humanoid figure surrounded by flying embers, and with new determination, Kiska declared that he had his own intentions as. And also, unlike the previous vision, the spirit's single eye blinked and greeted him surprisingly cheerfully. Nice to meet you, dude. Master, after their partnership was reaffirmed, Kiska burst into action. He became a spinning vortex of destruction, the blade gleaming as he cut through the golden living armor with incredible force. However, the fight ended instantly. Kiska stood, gasping amid the ruins of the armored enemy, his sword now in physical form. The spirit appeared nearby, showering praise, exclaiming how incredible he was and how impressed it was that he had won. Everything, the spirit's excitement was felt on the skin. It instantly urged him to use the skill points gained from victory as quickly as possible to raise him to the 3rd level, while Kiska listened quietly, with an unreadable expression. He categorically refuses to obey the sword's demand. No, let's not do it. The puppet sword, stunned by his refusal, stammers and insists that he hurry, asking why he refused the chance to make it even stronger by leveling up. To 3, he looks angrily at the weapon, his voice sharp as a reproach. He says he has already figured out its true intention. The sword plans to eat him. In response to the accusation, the sword falls silent, standing alone, its eye looking forward as if caught, and Kiska clicks his tongue into the void. The silence is broken by the blade, grumbling that Kiska seems to know everything and is tired of it. He no longer even hides his intentions, which irritates Kiska even more. He explains his logic, realizing that if he parts with the puppet sword, he will have to look for another weapon and rely only on his own swordsmanship. Skills as he speaks, the sword seems to freeze and listen attentively. Then it directly calls his attention, calling out, "Hey, master," and the sword responds. Surprised, the voice of the weapon suddenly changes. With a threatening gleam, it asks if Kiska really believes that he has. The tentacles of the sword begin to scratch the skin as it reveals its power, reminding him that he cannot use its autonomous functions and is actually trapped. Kiska curses the weapon under his breath, seeing his master suffer. The sword mockingly responds to that reaction and declares that since they ended up in this together, it will allow him to choose. Kiska trembles, trapped in the blade. The sword's trap, he froze in horror as the puppet sword uttered its grim ultimatum: either your head will be cut off right now, or you will be devoured by the merciless predator later. He struggled fiercely in its grip, calling his name. Both options, he realized with growing horror, were terrible. It was terrible for him. Desperately searching for any way out, he blurted, "What if they make a deal?" The sword paused for a moment. Agreeing, it began to argue. If the sword's goal is to become human, then cutting off its head now would be pointless. The sword agreed that this was true, but added that from its point of view, it would much rather be eaten by the predator. Instead, the hint struck him with full force. He shouted, exclaiming no, if he himself was the one who had to be eaten. The sword explained that it did not necessarily have to be him, its master, but not just anyone would do. The act of eating a strong person brought it closer to its own goal. Becomes human, then it asked a direct question. Can he immediately get such a person for it? Rising, Kiska gripped the hilt, sweat running down his forehead, and answered affirmatively. He firmly believed he could. His face froze in grim determination. Two figures emerged in his thoughts: the knight Ajika, Sabaki, and the mysterious Judith. Standing over the motionless body of the Golden Knight, Kiska thrust his massive black sword into the stone floor, and with grim determination ordered the sword to hurry and lead him to the one who was to be sacrificed. At first, the single adorned eye of the living sword lit up when he answered, confirming that he would eat the next meal instead of his master. Hearing this, a drop of sweat rolled down Kisk's temple. He looked away, embarrassed but resolute, and admitted that he understood this grim agreement. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the woman with two ponytails, Judith, and her companion with cat ears exchanged glances, self-satisfied, knowing smiles shining on their faces. As Kiska advances through the dungeon, thoughts race wildly in his head, and he concludes, if thinking logically, the victim must be Ajiha. This thought immediately paints her face before his eyes wide open in shock. His thoughts crash down in an avalanche of painful memories. There's not a single good memory of Ajiha, only hell from how she killed him again and again, and he also remembers Judith's rage, shouting for him not to interfere. A year, despite their history, an icy plan is born in his mind. He understands that if the target is Jiha, there is a chance. He estimates that a few seconds after her barrier is destroyed, and before she recovers, he can aim and kill her. But his resolve was shaken by another powerful image. Ajiha stands before the Grand Castle, greeted by a huge crowd. She is the heroine who saved this world. The world, he moves forward, fists clenched along his body. He understands. Although she made him endure unbearable suffering, perhaps she is what this world needs, and this throws him into a terrible internal conflict. He walked the stone corridors, only one thought spinning in his head. Honestly, he could not do it. He could not sacrifice Judith. His feelings were undeniable. He still loved her. Even after their relationship ended, he felt deep gratitude toward her. He could not imagine sacrificing her. But he had to admit the truth. Judith is a terrible vampire who sometimes even attacks ordinary people, and this contradiction pressed on him, forcing a painful conclusion. Having made his choice, he stood in a huge empty hall, the floor covered with intricate magical seals, tightly gripping a large dark sword in his hands, standing unshakably. He took a decisive step forward, and a question echoed in his mind. Hero who saved the world, or vampire feared by people? He had to choose one. One sweat ran down his face. He stared into the distance of the long road. His breath caught in his throat. The weight of his decision sank. Finally he reached the place. Before him, suspended in a pillar of light and shackled in heavy chains, hung Jiha. He clenched his jaws and said she must die. His face was a mask of pain and determination, his teeth clenched. Ajiha remained unconscious, her head thrown back, completely defenseless. When Kiska approached closer, the thinking sword spoke and said there was a powerful barrier preventing the sword from absorbing her. Kiska nodded and confidently said he would easily break it. Suddenly, Ajiha's voice cut through the silence. Her eyes were still closed, and she insisted, "Do it now." Kiska raised his head, stunned by her unexpected command. He realized his oppressive reality. Since he learned to save and reload, life had lost its value for him, and from this thought cold sweat broke out and his breath caught. eyebrow. This numbness extended even to his very desire to survive. He felt nothing even at the thought of his own death. Seeing his empty gaze, Ajiha Tsubaki, still shackled, asked sharply, "Then what does he feel at the death of others?" Her words struck him to the heart. He trembled, his breath caught in his throat, and he could not answer. Thoughts, the full weight of his task fell upon him. His eyes widened in horror as he finally asked himself this question: could he really kill Ji? When he staggered, a black sword appeared beside him, and its voice, sharp with impatience, demanded to know what he was doing and ordered him to hurry, while Kiska only stammered, lost in his own confusion. He tried to steel himself with cold logic, saying that killing Ajiha now was necessary, because there was still a chance she might kill him again someday. But despite all logical explanations, the body refused to obey. A wave of nausea overwhelmed him when he realized he had to do what his soul categorically rejected. The internal struggle turned into brutal physicality. He bent over in half and vomited, unable to contain the bodily, instinctive rejection of the action that he somehow. In thought filled with self-hatred, tears rolled down his face. He forced out these words, condemning himself: "I am the word." Even worse, his despair gave birth to a vivid memory, or perhaps a vision. He saw Ajia, Judith, and the woman with cat ears surrounding him, each looking at him with tenderness. They all spoke his name, confessed their love, and promised to protect him and take care of them. For his sake, the memory paralyzes him, determination shattered, the thought echoes in his head: he cannot kill the person who confessed love to him. Stunned by failure and emotional pain, he pointed the puppet sword at his neck, tears rolling down his face, and he begged the weapon to end his suffering and cut off his. He lowers his head, his voice breaks, whispering that he simply cannot do it. The marionette sword silently froze, watching the complete collapse of its master, and Kiska resigns himself, believing there is no other way. Otherwise, suddenly the sword spoke, declaring that it refuses to eat the child, and this unexpected statement stunned Kiska. He fell silent, eyes wide open in disbelief. Faith, he struggles to comprehend these words, asks if this means the sword will not kill him, and demands to know what it wants from him. The weapon began to explain that when it sees its master, but Kiska, embarrassed, instantly interrupted it, waved his hand, and dismissed these words. It finishes the thought anyway, and says that his way of thinking is entirely human. As if the unexpected manifestation of understanding from that monster silences him, he can only whisper her name: Dolls. His sword, a moment passes, and a wave of relief washes over him. A small, tired smile appears on his face, and he quietly, sincerely offers. "Thank you," he says, but the relief quickly turns into awkwardness. He scratches the back of his head and asks the sword to be quiet, because his sentiment is creepy, and from the Ajiha prison, someone watches this strange exchange. He looks at the living weapon with a gentle smile and promises, "I will also find a way for the sword to become human." The sword's voice sounds, full of sincere pleading to its masters. "Will succeed." The sword radiates genuine surprise at its master's statement, and Kiska leads them to a previously unknown part of F. In the dungeon, he stands in a well-furnished room with a sofa and a fireplace, admitting that even he did not know about its existence, and decides that this is a good place for them to rest. For a day, he adds that from here, in this safe corner, they will be able to decide how to act next. Moving forward, his thoughts drift that feels mixed emotions evoked by this place. Here is a sad memory of how he took Ajiha's life, and joyful memories of the times he spent here with. He loudly says that since Judith never used this particular room, it is the best place for them too. He plopped down on the sofa to rest, shifted his gaze to the weapon lying on the table, and directed the puppet sword at the table. Straight, he sincerely asks if there really is no other way for it to become human except by eating people. The sword's answer is a quiet humming, as if. Which there was not, he continues, trying to understand the previous logic, and confirms. The sword thought it could become human by parasitizing someone and simply hunting monsters, and the sword claims that this really was its. Her faith, the tone of the weapon, became somber when she admitted. Deep down, she knew from the very beginning that she could not become human until she ate people. The sword continued to explain, revealing that most of its previous owners were defeated and died. The sword explained, to devour people, it must first become a predator. For this, it needs a bearer who will help it reach Level 3. Hearing this harsh demand, Kiska could only whisper uncertainly that she understood, and a drop of sweat appeared on her temple. On his temple, before he could fully comprehend what he heard, the sword began to tell in detail about its past strategies. It concluded that relying on others was too risky, so it began to parasitize its bearers to take control over them. Naturally, but even this method proved futile. It admitted that despite all efforts, all it achieved was that its body became bigger. It never learned how to become a true predator. The tone of the sword then changed, as if it itself expressed surprise at their current situation. Kiska listened, his facial expression not surprise. It admitted that it was shocked. It finally found a person who not only could subdue it, but also knew how to use Her strength decisively declared that in all its history, there was no person who could control it better than its current owner. Current owner, this praise made Kiska smile. He finally understood and said aloud that this unique compatibility must be part of the reason why the puppet sword kept him alive. When the tension subsided, the sword changed the course of the conversation and asked its owner a direct question: why did he come to Qatar? The dungeons of Katarov. He froze, raised his eyes upward, and quietly pondered the reason. For his journey, he smiled quietly and wearily, deciding to trust the weapon. He agrees that he can also tell about the doll, the sword, everything else. He leans back on the fluffy sofa, preparing to tell his story, while the conscious sword rests on the table is in front of him. Having listened, the sword says that its master has clearly endured a lot of hardship. Kiska's face turned to stone when he confirmed this, explaining that in the village of Katara, there is not a single person who would take his side. They still hate him. Even now, when the whole world hates him, the sword offers a simple and cruel solution. Why not just allow the sword to devour them all? In the village, the shocking proposal hung in the air. In the quiet room, his eyes opened wide and the silence froze. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he tried to comprehend it. A monstrous thought, at that moment an epiphany, dawned on him. He now understands that his burning desire for revenge and the puppet sword's dream of consumption are not so different after all. The sword silently digests this new information and decides that their goals coincide, then asks itself, does this mean he should not eat the villagers? He said, leaning toward the weapon. A wide, vengeful smile blossomed on his face. He asked the puppet sword if it could devour them all, and the sword eagerly assured it could. It will be a trifle. Determination hardened as he gripped the sword's hilt. When their plan was set, he declared with fierce resolve that they could do it. The plan was to start the next day. He ordered the sword not to leave a single villager behind, thoughtfully noting that no one would be eaten. Even this might not be enough. Having determined his path, he rushed into the dungeon, leaping over stone floors with the puppet sword at the ready, and swore not to stop until finally they broke free. He roared, lunged forward, and swung his blade in a devastating arc that cut through the griffin's head. The expression on his face was pure, unwavering concentration amid the chaos of battle. The display of power brought a confident smile to his face, and he proudly declared that now even an S-rank boss wouldn't stand a chance against them. The sword agreed enthusiastically, addressing him like a master. He moved forward, eyes fixed on the target ahead. Having come this far, all that remained was to aim for the dungeon large ornate Exidor. Just as he stepped over the threshold, a female voice sounded from behind. She thoughtfully remarked that she had long wondered why the parasite sword was not in its usual place. Frightened, he turned sharply and saw a shocking sight. Judith stood before him in a revealing maid's outfit with a wide, anxious smile, and he, completely embarrassed, could only whisper her name, not understanding what was happening. In the dungeon corridor, Judith stops Kiska with a wide, anxious smile. She raises her hands above her head in a seemingly casual but treacherous gesture. Her smile widens as she watches him and notices that he carries a truly dangerous sword. Dark, crackling energy begins to gather around her hands. This energy condenses and becomes a pair of huge, curved black blades. She swung them with a terrifying expression and declared that she would kill anyone who carries the parasite sword. Forward, his eyes widen in horror, sweat streams down his face, and the realization of the hopelessness of the situation overwhelms him with full force. The parasite sword spoke to its master and said it sensed great danger from that woman. Kiska gritted his teeth and replied that he knew that well. She stands before him with her blade raised and, sighing bitterly, laments that they were so close to escaping the dungeon, and then this confrontation flared up. Her face twisted into a threatening smile, and she asks if he is really ready to fight her here and now. Kiska shudders under the weight of her question. Surprising everyone, he suddenly falls to his knees with a dull thud and shouts at her to wait. The sudden, desperate plea completely confuses Judith, her threatening stance melting into surprise. Then he places the parasitic sword on the stone floor, and the sword itself is shocked. It asks its master why this is, and insists that they will easily defeat her. Looking down at the weapon with a determined expression, Kiska quietly seems to say to the parasite, "Abandon this dam." He remained on his knees, raised his eyes to the woman before him, and asked if she was the great ancient vampire Judith. She smiled broadly, as if approving his politeness. Then he explained that he intended to escape from the dungeon, and begged Judith to let him pass. Judith's smile tightened as she firmly refused him. The parasite that sword he carried was too dangerous, she explained, and if it was not destroyed now, it would cause problems later. He objected, insisting that she should not worry. With anxiety in his eyes, his face hardened with determination. He declared that he had successfully absorbed the parasite sword and now fully controlled it. The vampire's confident smile vanished, replaced by shock with wide-open eyes. She stammered, saying she had never imagined that anyone could master this weapon, and from the floor he simply quietly said, yes. So he finally revealed his source. Someone had taught him this method earlier, using the same knowledge that she herself had given him, and watching him, Judith admitted he did not seem to be a liar. Closing her eyes and pondering, she finally gave in. Fine, she said. This time I will let you go. Kiska's face lit up with relief and joy, and he sincerely thanked her. Rising to his feet, he sighed with relief. The fight was avoided. The eye on his sword blinked in silent agreement. Agreeing, he, turning back, muttered to himself under his breath what a proud woman she is. His sword agreed, and added that she has an unpleasant character. But his words did not go unnoticed. He froze, his face became a mask of fear, when Judith stopped and turned around. A threatening light played in her eyes. He barked back at the angry woman and called her a fool, while she shouted that his sword was ill-mannered, and the parasitic sword seemed to respond to her fear and began to defend itself. Rage, realizing the terrible mistake, he instantly turned and fled swiftly down the corridor, shouting a desperate apology over his shoulder, and Judith remained behind her fury, momentarily changed to stunned disbelief. Stepping back a little, he fell, leaning against the stone wall, breathing heavily. A wave of relief washed over him, and he burst out laughing, amazed that they somehow managed to escape. He catches his breath and addresses the sword, saying that it's good they managed to escape. No one knows what would have happened if they had fought. The sword replies that for it all this fuss was a great F. Cheerful, the weapon presses its tip, as if asking if its master is angry, and confidently says that if they had acted together, the vampire would have been easily defeated. Down, he pauses for a moment. A slight smile touches his face. He agrees that the sword might be right, but suddenly falls silent, leaving the thought unfinished. Finished, he explains the real reason. Judith is a person he absolutely does not want to fight, and while speaking, her calm, collected image vividly appears in his mind. His mind, the sword not understanding, presses on him, demanding a more specific reason. Kiska is covered in sweat, confused, struggling to find the right words and explain his reluctance. Acceptance, finally, he gives a mysterious answer, a light blush on his cheeks. He admits that it is not easy to say, but hints that in another timeline he and Judith had a very good relationship. The sword digested this information and made a direct, sharp conclusion. The real reason is simply that Kiska does not lead a maiden's life. She likes him, he blushes, turns away, and insists that it is not true at all. The sword laughs mockingly and declares that its master is blushing. The kitty seriously mumbles objections, but his embarrassed expression says otherwise. History, irritated by endless teasing, says to the sword, "Enough," then completely turns its back and tries to compose itself to focus on the path forward. When everything is decided, he announces their new goal to move on and defeat the dungeon's final boss. The sword asks if they are going, and he resolutely agrees with a passionate expression. As they move forward, the sword does not hide its admiration and exclaims that it is the first time it has been in such a place. Before them stretches a long, brightly lit corridor, the end of which is lost in dazzling white light. The corridor leads them to a small room with stone walls. In the middle, on a decorated pedestal, rests a single treasure chest. He carefully approaches the pedestal. The sword, always curious, asks what could be hidden in that precious chest. He smiles, already knowing its contents. He explains that inside is the crystal of wisdom, an item that grants the finder a random skill. Realizing the opportunity, he decides to try. The sword agrees, and with a click, it opens the chest and lifts the lid. As the chest opens, bright light bursts out from inside and a shining crystal is revealed. A deep feeling spreads in his mind. He has obtained the crystal of wisdom, and its effect activates automatically. The light fades, the chest remains empty. A message appears in his head. He has acquired the skill evaluation, and he freezes, staring at the empty chest with a puzzled expression, trying to comprehend this new skill. He decides to test his new evaluation skill on the parasite sword, recalling that he had seen it earlier in the skill list, noticing its lowered rank and wondering if that makes it useful. In vain, his attempt is instantly redirected. A message pops up on the screen: this skill cannot be used due to insufficient level, and he groans and fr. Irritated, he opened the status screen to check resources. Looking at the 1332 available skill points, it suddenly dawned on him. A confident smile spreads across his face. He understands that with so many points, he can easily raise the puppet sword to level 3 and decides to max out both the appraisal skill and the provocation skill. With all the strength he can muster, he invests points and assists, and immediately a message appears. The upgrade was successful, and both appraisal and smirk rose from level 1 to level 2. Level 3, the skill is finally sufficiently upgraded, and he again turns his attention to the sword. Placing his hand on its large part, I try to appraise it. Once more, the skill activates, revealing basic information about the weapon. It is the Black Blade, one of the forms of the parasite puppet sword, and it has a sharp edge. Cutting edge, he reacts with a sarcastic, pitiful sigh, considering this information completely useless. The sword, hearing his muttering, asks what he is doing. Kiska grumbles that at this rate of skill upgrading it was pointless. Good for nothing. The sword's voice suddenly changed, accusing him of admiring its beautiful form without permission and hinting at calling him a pervert. Embarrassed, Kiska tries to explain that he was only testing the new skill, but it was in vain because it only showed what he already knew. He tells the sword to stop joking, but the weapon just snorts and brushes off his complaint. Then it utters a completely absurd remark, calling him a beautiful girl, and leaves Kiska. Confused, he froze, a drop of sweat on his cheek, as the sword excitedly promises to show him its true form as soon as it transforms into a beautiful girl. Try to brush off this strange statement. Kiska forcedly smiles and says he will watch F. Turning his back to the weapon, he announces that he has upgraded his skills and is now ready to move on, while the sword in turn shows curiosity and asks what Kiska will become when he becomes human. The conversation fades as he focuses on the path ahead, a long tiled corridor, ending in a huge, masterfully carved set of double doors. He walks along the entire corridor, nervous sweat appearing on his temple. Taking a deep breath, he makes his expression stern and clenches his fist, preparing. "All right, let's go," he says, to which the sword eagerly agrees. Now he stands before the towering doors. Their incredible grandeur makes him tiny. Completely, when he hesitates, the sword asks if he is nervous. With a tense look, Kiska admits that he is a little. In response, the sword suddenly explodes with a strange, loud scream. It calls its master and wildly encourages him. Kiska flinches, completely surprised by this outburst, while the sword mumbles that it cannot. Nothing can be done. He turns sharply, his face a mask of shock and confusion, demanding to know what that was. The sword calmly explains that it was just a ch. Listening for him, the absurdity of the situation relieves his tension, and he bursts out laughing, covering his mouth, trying to muffle it, and the sword instantly accuses him of laughing and making. Not laughing at that, pulling himself together, he scratched the back of his head and smiled reassuringly. He told the offended one that everything was fine, insisting that he was not mocking at all. For fun, his sword, a strange creature known as the puppet sword, offered a quiet job. Word of thanks, the weapon seemed surprised by his barely noticeable smile, and he pointed to its sudden and uncharacteristic formality. He shifted his gaze to the towering doors and sincerely, filled with gratitude, admitted that he would never have come this far without his companion. But with the renewed bond between them, he pushed the heavy carved doors, which creaked open. He was under tension. The doors opened, and before him stood a huge cavernous hall. Torches flickered along the high walls, but their light could not pierce the oppressive darkness at its far end. He stood alone on the threshold, a small figure in the vast space. Suddenly, the huge doors slammed shut behind him with a rumble, and the sword's voice cut through the echo, advising him to save his attitude for later. Listening to the warning, he drew his blade and lowered into a low stance, his eyes searching the darkness ahead, and he understood that the real trial was just beginning. A drop of sweat ran down his temple, but there was no fear on his face. A sharp, determined smile blossomed on his lips as he confirmed his readiness for F. The fight was approaching, and his readiness was instantly tested. A monster burst from the shadows. A colossal centipede in armor crawled forward, its enormous size making the lone boys look tiny. Standing before him, two massive, shining white eyes of the creature fixed on him. In their empty, unblinking surfaces reflected his own small, audacious figure. The silhouette was reflected. The colossal creature loomed before Kiska, its armored segments filling the huge hall. It was a giant centipede of SSS rank, a monster of the highest threat level, but the youth was not afraid and did not retreat. Gripping his sword, he stood, preparing for the inevitable fight. He stared into the shining eyes of the monster, his own narrowed with determination. One thought became clear: this was the last fight of this dungeon. When the centipede lunged forward with a deafening howl, Kiska tensed, preparing to take the attack. In the huge tiled hall, Kiska stands alone, sword at the ready, and before him looms a colossal insectoid creature with a shiny black armor, the dungeon's final boss. The young warrior's face froze with determination. He shouted the name of his skill assessment and reached out to the beast, gripping his strange, living two-handed sword. Assessment reveals a terrible truth: his opponent turns out to be a giant centipede, an SSS rank monster. Its poison is so powerful it can dissolve even solid metal, and he feels the full weight of the situation. This really is the last fight. He grits his teeth, realizing how tough the battle ahead will be. Suddenly, the creature's maw opens, and it pours out a stream of caustic liquid. Here it is, he thinks, and throws himself to the ground to barely avoid the deadly spray. He watches the poison sizzle on the stone floor and feels, one hit and that's it, an instant knockout. Gathering his willpower, he turns to his pulsating, heavy sword and prepares a plan. When the centipede releases the poisonous stream again, he places his hope on the blade, and decides to use its automation to dodge the poison. The sword seemed to lead him, allowing him to glide past the deadly stream. Taking advantage of the gap, he shouted his intention to dodge an attack, rushed forward and swung the heavy two-handed sword in a powerful arc straight at the monster's head, covered in armor. His blade struck the exoskeleton with a deafening clang, but did not penetrate. The incredible resilience of the beast is stunning. Damn, it's tough, thinks Kiska, tensing under the blow. The force of the strike traveled in a wave up his arms. The sword rubbed in vain against the creature's impenetrable armor and bounced off with a screech of metal on chitin. Before he could recover, the centipede suddenly struck with a powerful leg and pushed him away like an insect. He flew through the air and crashed to the floor with a thud, crying out in pain. The force of the blow pushed him back. He spun and barely held on. The tail of the giant centipede struck with incredible force. The creature itself seemed surprised by the sudden clash. Its huge head turned toward him. He hit the ground, groaning in pain and clutching his hand. Nearby, his living sword, concerned, asked its master if he was okay. Pushing himself up, he made sure he was somehow intact, though his face was contorted in pain. The sword, sensing the situation was critical, asked what they should do next. His face hardened with determination. He declared there was no other choice. He decided to resort to the puppet technique of swordsmanship. Gripping the weapon, he whispered to it that they would now turn the tide of the battle, preparing for a new assault. He dashed into a spinning leap and unleashed the strike of the great wheel. With desperate force, he prayed that the blow would break the monster's impenetrable defense. The spinning blade descended and struck the armored head of the centipede with a dull clang of metal against chitin. His eyes widened in absolute disbelief. The result was impossible. He could only stammer, "No." No, his last strike failed. The giant centipede remained completely unharmed, not a scratch on its shiny exoskeleton, and Kiska found herself on her knees, looking ahead at the unharmed duck. Above him loomed a creature like a monument to invulnerability, and the terrible truth finally reached them. Their attacks simply did not affect the giant senate. He clenched his teeth in despair. His sword, always the strategist, spoke, suggesting they reorganize and look for a place from which they could deliver a precise strike. Kiska could only agree, understanding that their current approach was futile. He darted aside from the colossal monster, his mind frantically searching for its weak spot. When the centipede's legs loomed over him, he desperately racked his brain where exactly to strike. His gaze fell on the joints in the creature's legs, but he immediately realized they were as armored as the rest of the body. A test strike only confirmed his fear. The blade bounced off uselessly, and if the legs were impenetrable, he would have to look for another target. He moved, his eyes rose to the monster's head, the eyes, which he thought should be the weak spot. He lunged, thrusting the sword forward, but the blade was deflected with a sharp clang and didn't even leave a scratch. The failed attack left him defenseless. Before he could react, one of the centipede's whip-like tentacles swept through the air straight at his side. Blows hit him with incredible force, throwing him backward. He fell heavily onto the stone floor, the impact shaking his entire body. Lying there, he finally realized that this time it wouldn't work. He made an effort and sat up, reconciling himself with the futility of the fight. It was still too early to challenge the giant centipede. He decided to silently accept death and use the knowledge gained for the next attempt. Calm settled on his face, an almost peaceful expression. He knew that even if he died, time would simply rewind and give him another chance. Accepting this, he watched without fear as the massive head of the monster lowered to deliver the final, crushing blow, but the end did not come. Instead, he suddenly found himself on his feet, sword in a defensive stance, and in his head sounded a foreign voice coming from the very blade. "Master, why do you give up?" Kiska's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the ornate sword, a blush of disbelief spreading across his face as he recognized the source. "Ah, puppet's sword." He stammered, completely stunned. He clenches in his hands a sword that thinks. His voice breaks with despair as he shouts at it and reminds it of its oath it promised to transform him into. "Human," the sword calmly confirms. Its words are true. He listens, still stunned by this revelation. Sweat drips down his forehead, and the weight of the situation slowly eases. He suddenly realized his own survival, the fact that he stands here at this moment, is entirely thanks to the puppets. The sword, the thought throws him into the depths, into the inner world, where he faces one-on-one the shadow of the true form of the sword. He explains his distress. Although he can shed everything by death, that puppet sword that will appear again will no longer be this, not the one that just revealed its essence. The spirit confirms his fears. Their promise can only be fulfilled in this timeline. Death would break their pact forever. Suddenly, sharply returning to the material world, the sword called its master. A new determination appeared on Kiska's face as he apologized for making him worry, and a slight smile touched his lips. Then he fully focuses on the colossal centipede looming before him and shouts that it is time to burn it. Serious, his eyes narrow with concentration. His mind races, searching for a vulnerability. He is sure that the giant centipede must have a weak spot, so Somewhere, he rushes forward, thrusting the puppet sword into one of the creature's massive legs. The blade strikes the hard shell with a sharp clang, but fails to pee. The blow did not penetrate. The weak attack left him vulnerable. The centipede instantly responded, swatting him away with great force, and he rolled across the stone floor, raised his head in horror, and looks at the unyielding bee. Behemoth, he rises from the ground, the cold logic of the sword sinking into his head. Under the gigantic centipede looming over him, he whispers to himself. Understanding, he clenched the weapon and told the puppet sword that he believes he has found the giant creature's weak spot, while the sword simply hummed with curiosity. A brazen smile appears on his face as he throws this dangerous warning. Their plan could cost them their lives, so he asks if the sword is ready for such a risk, and the sword without hesitation gladly agrees, praising the owner's insight and urging him to attack the reveal. The weapon tries to calm itself, saying that if they die rushing forward it is an inevitable end, but despite the bravado words, a drop of sweat appears on its surface, betraying a hint of app. Anxiety, reinforced by the loyalty of his weapon, forces him with a new sense of unity to turn again to the colossal monster. He thanks his partner and prepares for what is coming. Bang, he shouts a challenge, deliberately drawing the creature's attention and provoking the giant beetle to attack him, and its massive head twitches as if in response. A sneer, in response, the jaws of the giant centipede part, revealing a gaping round maw that promises a devastating blow. Kiska stands motionless, facing the ob. Face to face with the abyss. As the monster prepares to attack, he crouches, lowers his center of gravity, and grips the sword with both hands, gathering strength and shouting the name of the attack, the puppet-style sword. Technique, his eyes widen with burning concentration, and with a powerful roar he pronounces the full name of his move, Swift Dragon TH. Thrust, the cry hung in the air, and he exploded forward blurred like lightning. The puppet sword lunged forward in a powerful, direct thrust aimed straight at the monster's head. It completely swallows him. The jaws of the giant centipede close around him, and he lets out a muffled roar as he is pushed into the meaty darkness. The darkness of its maw. In the suffocating passage, his eyes are wide open, horror mixed with fierce determination, sweat running down his dirty face. He plunges down through the creature's throat, a ribbed tunnel slippery with digestive juices, gritting his teeth to endure the disgust. He keeps the puppet sword ready for the critical moment. The puppet sword spoke to him, the voice echoing in his head. The sword says that with a cut as deep as the one he is about to make, even the monster's thick shell can be pierced. Kiska, with a determined smile, confirms he is ready, and the sword agrees, signaling their shared resolve. Devotion to the plan. With one last desperate roar, he plunged the sword with all his might into the soft flesh of the centipede's vital point from the inside, causing a strong fountain of blue. The eye core, he pulls out the blade. The internal damage is catastrophic. The creature's head explodes like a pumpkin. Explosion. As the colossal body of the centipede collapses, Kiska stands by the huge, gaping wound he created, and this is an immediate danger. Finally, it's all over. He breathes heavily. His face is a mask of exhaustion and disbelief. The adrenaline recedes, leaving only the harsh reality that he just survived. A strange, glowing message appears in the air before him, announcing that the monster is defeated and that he has gained. Skill points, the words hang in the air, but he could barely grasp their meaning, staring into emptiness and whispering to himself, doubting if it was really him who did such a thing. Possible feat. He bent over, sweat running down his face, breath caught, quietly acknowledging the huge struggle he endured. In sharp contrast, the doll's sword bursts with joy, congratulating its master on the victory and saying that they finally beat the boss and that it's time. Time to celebrate. Quiet fatigue gives way to a wild, cleansing roar. He throws his head back, fists clenched, and tears from himself the truth about his torment. He never stopped fighting. He screams, and now finally he has conquered the Katarov dungeon. On the cold stone floor of the dungeon, a young man with silvery hair recalls his grim past. He was unjustly accused of a murder he did not commit, and as punishment was banished to the deepest levels of this merciless labyrinth. In his mind flash memories of countless life-and-death battles he has endured since, relentlessly fighting monstrous bugbears, headless riders wrapped in flames, and formidable living armors in a desperate struggle for survival. His struggle exploded with a ragged, hoarse cry of triumph. After all the bloodshed and torment, he finally did the impossible, conquered the entire Katarov dungeon. His speech was interrupted by an unexpected phenomenon. A message appeared in the air, announcing a reward for the one who defeated the great centipede, and before his amazed eyes, a bright light merged into the outline of a majestic sword. The light fades, the sword emerges in all its details. The solemn announcement confirms he has obtained the flaming sword. He reaches for the new blade. Genuine surprise appears on his dirty face, and it dawns on him. Even in this abandoned place, there is a system of rewards. Examining his loot, his other weapon, the living puppet sword, seems to silently accuse him of betrayal, and he, with a shy smile, soothes it, confessing that he just gave in to temptation a little. He draws the flaming sword, the blade ignites with a fiery aura. He admires its power with enthusiasm, and already imagines how useful it could be, while nearby the puppet sword seems offended, but he brushes off its feelings. What can you do? He turns to his first companion, thanks him, and trustfully explains. The new sword is a simple warning. If the puppet sword reaches Predator level 3, he fears it will get out of control, and with this resolved, he announces that it is time to move on. His gaze caught the glowing magic circle on the floor, the exit from his long imprisonment, and with a confident smile, he decides to keep the flaming sword as a spare, just in case, finally ready to leave the dungeon. He stood before the bright teleportation circle, doubting whether it was really his exit, and the puppet sword, firmly gripped in his hand, only confirmed his faith. Having decided where to go, he took a deep breath and turned to the swirling vortex of light, his face set with determination. As the teleportation magic enveloped him, he reflected on his misfortune. The days spent in Kadyrov's dungeon were a long and painful trial. But now, feeling that it was all over, he understood it was time to say goodbye to those torments. A blinding flash of light dazzled him and tore him from the depths of the dungeon. The overwhelming sensation subsided. He blinked, his eyes opened, and began to adjust to the world beyond the stone walls. He found himself on a high stone terrace, the exit from the dungeon, from where below stretched a peaceful town, hidden among gentle hills. For a moment he simply froze, staring at the sight of civilization after such a long time. Then his eyes opened wide in complete disbelief when he saw the scene right before him. It was exactly the town from which he was expelled. He froze on the stone terrace, clutching a massive dark sword, and raised his eyes to the wide, cloud-covered sky, the sky he seemed not to have seen for an eternity. Looking around, he saw that he was standing at the top of majestic stairs built into the hillside. From here there was a view of a dense forest, and below, near the building, a lone guard stood silently on watch. Below, his sudden appearance startled two guards at the top of the stairs. One exclaimed anxiously, asking what was happening. The other shouted that the dungeon knight Nai had appeared and someone had cleared the dungeon, while Kiska just looked down with a gloomy, unreadable face. As he began to descend, the puppet sword spoke to him, asking its master how he felt now that he had finally returned to the surface, and Hiska quietly replied, his gaze still fixed on the stairs and recalling the sky he saw after such a long separation. Long, he continues the thought, his voice heavy with emotion, admitting that the sky was too beautiful. Beautiful? The sword does not believe these words. Can the sky over the village of Kadyra, the very place where he suffered so much, really be beautiful? Kiska, looking at the city gates, softly says that in the end the sky is still beautiful. Walking carefully through the city gates, he feels a wave of calm and thinks that maybe he can forgive everything, but his appearance is instantly noticed by those who once tormented him. They recognize him with shock and disbelief, asking how he could possibly. In the dungeon, his mind suddenly returns to that horror. He remembers the constant anxiety and how even when he tried to use Ajiha as a sacrifice, guilt overwhelmed him and he immediately vomited. Then he remembered standing among the shadowy figures of monsters he had killed, with a barely noticeable anxious smile on his face, wondering if he was a person who simply could not force himself to finish off. Others, his face instantly turned to stone. Feeling this change, the puppet sword asks a decisive question. Does this mean you no longer want to take revenge? He answers the sword's question with a predator's chilling smile, his eyes narrow with malice, and he says he doesn't even think about mercy. He doesn't care at all. His grim determination pleases the puppet sword, which bursts into a series of joyful echoing laughs and exclaims that this is exactly the mood it hoped for. For when their murderous intentions merged into one, a wave of power exploded before him, a message appeared. Parasite Sword has risen to level 3, and through this evolution, it gained a new skill, Brutal. Predator, he pronounces the name of the new allowed ability and a palpable aura of threat emanates from him, while the local villagers, witnessing the strange phenomenon, cry out in fear, not understanding what it is. Happens while the villagers, confused and frightened, were distracted. He gives his weapon a simple, cruel command. Go, he orders the puppets. Sword, then he adds a terrible clarification. His face contorts into a mask of pure hatred. He commands the sword to devour every villager, leaving no one except. Behind, the puppet soars with evil joy and tears forward, its huge toothy maw descending on a frightened villager whose screams are cut off. Briefly, when the sword begins its slaughter, Kiska turns and rushes away from the place, the noise attracting the attention of two of his former hooligans, who look distrustfully at the grotesque creature, and one insists to the other that they need to run and... Instantly, their escape is blocked by Kisko. He appears before them with stunning speed, disables them with a series of quick strikes and throws them to the ground, and standing over the fallen, he meets them with a cold smile and says it has been a long Time, looking at him from the ground, their faces change from shock to pure horror as they recognize their former victim. Someone stammers his name, demanding to know why he. Turned around, he loomed over his defeated executioners. A wide, terrifying smile stretched across his face. In a cold, strangely casual tone, he put forward his demand. Hey, tell me, where is Darga? Yes, the hooligan with spiky hair looked at him in confusion, sweat dripping from his forehead. Are you joking? He stammered, and fear clashed with defiance. Why the hell should I tell you anything? His words were cut off when a small flame from Kiska's sword flickered dangerously close to his cheek. In response to the audacity, Kiska looked admiringly at his newly appeared sword. Yes, this flaming sword is cool, he thought. It can burn anyone I hit with it. To prove this, he pressed the fiery blade to the hooligan's face, causing a raw scream. A groan of pain, he leaned even closer, his face glowing with sadistic pleasure, while another hooligan begged him to stop. Just so you know, Kiska whispered in a soft but threatening voice, I will burn your faces until. You do, satisfied even for a moment, he noticed the monstrous likeness of his puppet saber materializing nearby. I have a few matters to attend to, he informed the creature, so misbehave as you please, and the main body of the saber shuddered in understanding, acknowledging its master th. Command. Meanwhile, Darga was walking through the panic-stricken streets, his face a mask of irritation at the chaos. His eyes scanned the area until they stopped on Kiska in the distance. Found you, he growled, drawing his blade and rushing forward without a moment of hesitation. The two opponents finally stood face to face. Dargiz's pressure stopped, surprise and distrust froze on his face, while Kiska simply waited for him with a confident, knowing smile on. Kiska, breaking the silence with his lips, threw out a casual greeting. Long time no see, Dargo, and his former tormentor could only stare, stammering in amazement, doubly stunned. You hear? Darga instantly dismissed surprise, his face tightened with irritation. I don't have time to mess around with you, he barked, pointing to the chaos around. We are busy fighting the monsters that appeared in the village. His release caused an increasingly predatory smile on Kiska's face. He posed a chilling question that revealed the terrible truth of the situation. So what if I was the one who created those monsters? To appear, his confession was met with stunned silence. Dargiz's face twisted from disbelief to rage as he demanded to know what Kiska was talking about. Before Darga could react, Kiska rushed forward, his face a mask of pain and determination, and plunged the short sword deep into the room. Towards the man, the blade plunged into flesh, blood splattered from the wound. Darga's own sword slipped from his numb fingers and clattered onto. On the rocky ground, a wild scream of pain burst from his throat. He stumbled and fell back, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. From pure pain he buckled and fell to his knees. Kiska looked down, his voice emotionless, and said that Darga seemed to misunderstand everything. He directly stated that he could kill him anytime. Grabbing the bleeding wound, Darga could only grit his teeth and tear the curse from himself through. The pain grew in his chest. Enraged, he roared at his men and ordered them to kill the silver-haired boy, while Kiska watched them approach with a smirk. Once he would have been killed without a fight, he thought, but now he mocked these weaklings and challenged them. Kill me if you can. Attack, they lunged simultaneously, but he moved with incredible speed. His blade became a blurred shimmer that intercepted the overhead strike and shattered the assault. The attacker's sword, his movements were a whirlwind of precise and deadly strikes. He effortlessly parried, dodged, and counterattacked every attack, toppling the opponent. This is one by one, standing over the fallen enemy, Kiska declared. He was the one who survived that dungeon, and that is why he could defeat those like them with his eyes closed. He watches as Darga, once a mighty bully, turns into a trembling, silent lump on the ground. The face of the pack a mask of pure horror, sweat appearing on his forehead as he looks into. Not believing, he leans closer, his voice calm but cold, and he asks Darga if he has any idea what he was thinking at that time. While he was clearing the dungeon, his eye wide open and unblinking flared with a terrifying light as he revealed the object of his constant thoughts. Revenge. He enumerated endless ways he imagined Darga's demise: burning alive, cutting flesh, gouging eyes, beating to death, or beheading. He admits he contemplated the perfect, leading death to inflict on him. Pure malice in his voice shatters the last shred of resistance in Darga. The large man falls face down onto the stone floor, stammering apologies and begging forgiveness, confessing that it's all his fault. He raises his eyes, and his face is like a canvas of pitiful fear. Kiska's expression softens into a disarming smile as he says to Darga, "Don't worry, but this reassurance is a lie." Kneeling to meet Darga's gaze, Kiska's smile twists into a predatory grimace. He promises not to grant him an easy death like to his people. Instead, he will kill him in the most terrible way imaginable. The time for revenge has finally come. Panic erupted in the streets of the quiet village. A monstrous black jelly-like creature with an agape maw lunged at people and frightened residents, among them a pair of young adventurers, scream and flee as its shadowy tentacles lash out in search of prey. The creature's attack hits its mark. It crashes with a roar onto one of the adventurous, a young boy with spiky hair, who lets out a final piercing scream as the monster's enormous weight crushes him completely. Having eaten its victim, the creature froze on the cobblestones. Only one thought emerged from it: simple and chilling: delicious. The chaos outside rolled into the Adventurers Guild of the village Katara, and someone unknown desperately shouted for the adventurers inside to hurry and deal with the monster. The village head disdainfully dismisses the request. Folding his arms, he replies that he has already sent for reinforcements and calls his warriors senseless fools, while the advisor timidly says that fighting with such strength is impossible and they must seek help from the neighboring guild. His tirade is cut off by a sudden crash. Darga is thrown back across the room. He lifts his head from the floor, his face a mask of pure shock, and in the already open guild doors, the silhouette of a lone figure is visible. The culprit is Kiska. He stands frozen on the threshold, a sword glowing faintly in his right hand. Darga lies defeated on the floor before him, and the other guild members are frozen in shock, silently watching this sudden turn of events. He raises his gaze, and a wide, chilling smile creeps across his face. A drop of sweat runs down his temple as he addresses directly the person who holds power, Harith, village head. "Yo, I've been looking for you." The village head glares fiercely in response, his face filled with anger and incomprehension, and he sharply asks, "Who are you?" While from the floor, Darga weakly points a finger at Kiska, indicating him as the attacker. The chilling smile does not leave his face, as he loudly repeats the false accusations made against him that Kiska returned from the dungeon alive only to join with monsters and attack the village. Then he addresses the stunned man directly, calling him by name. The village head Rigrat. The elder only stammers and cannot believe his eyes, unable to comprehend how Kiska stands before him. His voice cut through the silence of the guild hall as he reminded the chief of past deeds, recounting how Rigrat accused him of Namia's murder and threw him into the dungeon. He leans forward, his face becoming stern as he speaks the truth. He is not the one who attacked Namia and killed her. The chief's eyes widened in shock and fear when the direct accusation was made. His sinister smile appeared again as he pointed to the fallen figure on the floor. He declared that the real culprit was the chief's own son, Darga, and asked if the chief had known this from the very beginning, while Rigrat, frozen in silence, could only ask what had become of Kiska. Calm, cornered, and desperate, the chief points with a trembling finger and roars at the adventurers in the room. "Seize him." At his command, armed adventurers grab their weapons and form a circle around Kiska. The chief stands aside and watches, thinking that things look bad, but gives them permission to kill the boy if necessary. From the crowd, Darga, now recovered, laughed mockingly. He admitted that Kiska had become stronger, but made it clear that would not be nearly enough. He throws the last mocking remark and proclaims that Kiska has no chance against such a number of adventurers. Kiska stands his ground, silent and unyielding. Travelers, Darga, and the village elder stood with arrogant, confident faces. They were sure that the lone boy before them was doomed. He stood surrounded, a barely noticeable, almost mocking smile playing on his lips as he calculated his chances and thought that he could not possibly defeat them all. He was small, but the smile on his face became resolute. He decided to test this assumption, burst into motion, a blurred flash of speed that the armored adventurers could not track, and before they could react, one of them was felled. The sudden violence stunned the onlookers. Another traveler in full plate armor swung his sword, but Kiska met the blow with his strange glowing blade. The village elder Rigrat and Dargo stood aside, their faces frozen in disbelief. In one smooth motion, his sword cleanly cut through the neck of the adventurer. The man's head flew off his shoulders, and Kiska muttered with a cold and indifferent gaze how weak his opponent was. This level of combat was nothing special for him. He recalled real clashes deep in the dungeon, where he fought hordes of terrifying monsters. Fueled by these memories, he slipped like a ghost through the remaining adventurers. His blade became a blurred streak of deadly precision, and he cut them down one by one. He stabbed the sword into the chest of the last adventurer, and he fell without a fight. Compared to the dungeon, he thought, everything here was too easy. Easy? The fight ended in a moment. Kiska stood amid the carnage, holding the shining sword ready, while Rigrat and Darga trembled with horror at the sight before them. Seeing his people cut down, the village elder ran to flee, shouting at Kiska to wait, but the young man only raised his blade at him and coldly warned, "If you run, you will be killed." The threat to kill hung in the air. They did not move. With an icy smile, the boy who kissed said to the father and son that if they even thought of running, he would cut off their heads right here and now. He looks down at the captured father and son, and a creepy smile slowly spreads across his face. When Darga and the village elder finally find themselves together, he offers them to play a small, special game. The two men respond with a look, sweating and wide-eyed with horror. The village elder stammers and cannot believe this could be a game, and Darga can only say awkwardly. Kiska's smile remains, but there is a shadow in his eyes as he explains the rules. From now on, one of them will be Tor. He is tortured. Around him appears a cruel spiked torture device, and he generously offers to let the two decide who will get it, telling the father and son to talk. The end, his face tightens with impatience. He shouts at them to hurry, saying that even allowing them to discuss this is already generosity. Confronted with an impossible choice, Darga and the village elder could only freeze in horror, their faces pale and sticky with sweat. The silence is broken by the village elder. He turns to his son and announces that Darga will take the torture, saying that everything happened because Darga killed Namia, and as the village head, he still has important duties. Darga recoiled, not believing his ears, but that disbelief instantly turned into rage. He barked at his father, "Are you joking?" and reminded the old man that it was he, the village head, who framed Kiska for that crime. Grabbing his father by the collar, Dargis shouts that he killed for him, so the chief must bear the torture instead of him, and in the background, Kiska begins to lie. His laughter fades, replaced by a full grimace of disgust. He notes how pathetic they are. He thought that, being father and son, someone might selflessly sacrifice themselves to spare. He looks down at the two frightened men, a spark of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Announcing that their time is up, he mentally admits that he had some hope for them, but explaining it was clearly too complicated. Their faces contort with horror, sweat drips down their foreheads, and they realize that their hesitation has cost them But his own face instead distorts into a cruel, satisfied smile as he pronounces his verdict: both of them will be. This sentence tears him apart. The village elder instantly throws himself to the floor in a deep bow, loudly apologizing for all the troubles his son's cost. He continues to desperately beg for forgiveness, pleading for mercy, and offering his son to any punishment Kiska desires. This blatant betrayal causes Kiska's face to widen with almost admiring eyes. He looks down at the crawling man, with a dark smile on his lips, and thinks to himself, there can be nothing more disgusting in the world than a father betraying his son to save his own skin. While the father lies stretched out, Darga explodes with rage and calls the old man junk. Kiska, watching this, says that father and son are perfect, and announces that he has made his decision. Hearing this, the village elder raises his eyes with a flattering, hopeful smile, while Dargis stares in horror and disbelief. Kiska's voice is heard saying he will grant the village elder our request. Darga, clutching his hand in shock, suddenly also throws himself to the ground. He desperately apologizes, begs Kiska to torture him instead of his father, but Kiska, coldly smiling with closed eyes, tells him that it is already too late. The father and son are pressed to the floor, their faces twisted with horror and defeat. They wait their fate. He looked down at the two fallen men, and a wide, eerie smile spread across his face. He said he was so moved by their deep bond that he would give both chance. After ordering them to raise their heads, he threw two short swords onto the stone floor between them. The blades clanged loudly in the tense silence. His smile did not falter as he delivered the cruel ultimatum. They were ordered to fight each other to the death, and the faces of both Darga and his father twisted in shock and horror. Then he offered a sinister bait for them to submit. The winner, he promised, would receive something special: freedom from torture. Without hesitation for a moment, the village elder rushed forward, swinging his sword wildly. The blade bit deeply into Darga's shoulder, and the large man, his own father, let out a painful groan. He wounded him. Watching the betrayal unfold, Kiska threw his head back, his face pure ecstatic delight. He considered this spectacle absolute impressive. He savored this moment, saying how rarely one sees such treachery: father and son ready to kill each other just to save themselves their own lives. When the village chief pressed the sword to his son's throat, Kiska felt obvious satisfaction. He rejoiced and thought about it, but they both are so trash. Just as the chieftain was about to finish this, Darga's hand instantly jumped up and grabbed the sharp edge of the blade. He stopped the deadly strike. His father, gasping in disbelief, stood stunned by this suddenness. Resistance, he stood, gasping over his fallen father's body. In the distance, Kiska clapped his hands, greeting Dargo for his victory. Kiska calmly said that he would no longer torture him. A wave of relief covered Darga's face. He trembled and, stammering, asked if that meant he was forgiven. Kiska Khan. He confirmed it, then solemnly handed Darga the prize for victory. Now a serious duel must take place. A strange, fiery energy, now called Kai. Kiska's blade. Instantly Darga's relief melted away. He was seized by pure horror. He looked, unbelieving, stammering that he could not possibly win again. Against Kiska, Kiska's face turned to stone as he began listing the reasons for this duel. He said that for as long as he could remember, Darga had made his life hell simply because he was Alcusian with silver hair, for allegedly ruined fields, for constant beatings. Darga could only begin. Kiska's face turned to stone as he began listing the reasons for this duel. He said that for as long as he could remember, Darga had made his life hell. Apologize. His voice broke with pain as he threw the last, strongest accusation. Darga made it even worse by taking the person he loved most. He killed Namia, and faced with this truth, Darga desperately justified himself. insisting that he simply lost control in the heat of the moment and insisted that he was truly sorry. He apologized for what happened, and his apology was met with Kiska's calm, almost peaceful smile, who admitted that he was actually very pleased when Darga killed his own father. A few minutes ago, this confession left Darga completely to be applied. The reason Kiska explained, when his face twisted with rage, was simple. Now that Darga's father was out of the way, he could kill Darga with his own hands. With this fierce challenge, he rushed forward and plunged the burning blade deep into the darkness. Dark blood splattered on his chest, and his eyes, narrowed with grim determination, were splattered with it. Enemy, when he drew the blade, the dark energy clinging to it shot out and cut a lock of hair from his dark head. The bodies of the village elder and his son lay motionless on the stone floor. He stood in sudden silence, the only living person in the room now strewn with the dead. His fiery sword cooled, its glow faded as the deed was done. His thoughts flew to the one he lost. A gentle smile of Namia appeared before his eyes, and he whispered her name. He avenged her. His long-awaited revenge was finally over, but the voice of the doll's sword tore him from his reverie and urged him to move. Agreeing, Kiska turned and rushed to the exit. Just then, a deep guttural rumble began shaking the very building. He jumped onto the cobblestone street. The rumble grew louder and louder. He froze, complete confusion spreading across his face as he stared at what stood before him. In the middle of the street towered a colossal, perfectly smooth black egg. The doll's sword spoke again, its voice coming from this impossible object, and Kiska froze, stammering in disbelief. Was this some kind of joke? In the middle of the empty village street, Alk froze, his body petrified with shock and his mouth agape. His stunned gaze fixed on the colossal dark oval object that appeared right before him. Completely bewildered, he asked aloud if this could be the very same doll sword. He still looked at that impossible object, his voice trembling as he demanded to know what it was. In response came a sharp crack, and his eyes widened with alarm as a thin crack suddenly appeared on the smooth, dark surface of the object. One crack instantly spread like a spiderweb across the entire structure. It dawned on him, and he whispered, "Eh." The egg fiercely shattered into pieces, exploding in a shower of dark fragments. Alk instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the blast wave. Flooded with a thick, viscous liquid splashing on the street, he shudders as he recognizes the substance covering him. Is this egg white? When the steam cleared, where a moment ago there was an egg, the figure of a young woman appeared. Alk's eyes widened in disbelief and recognition. He uttered her name, Puppet Sword, and instantly drew his blade, taking a cautious stance. The woman silently kneels on the cobblestones. Around her are puddles of transparent liquid. Her long blonde hair falls over her body, and her gaze is empty. The remains of the strange hatchling, thick white slime, slowly settle and spread over the uneven stones of the street. When she stood before him, Alk's face filled with admiration and disbelief. He stammered, barely gathering his thoughts, and asked if she had truly become human. He exhaled with relief, smiled, and quietly whispered, "Thank you." But when the woman looked at her hands, his smile faltered, and a look of confusion flashed across his face. The source of his anxiety became horribly clear. The right side of her face was a grotesque parody of a human's, a mass of spoiled dark flesh with a monstrous eye containing many pupils, staring in horror. What he saw struck Alk like a physical blow, and his eyes widened with pure, genuine shock. He stumbled backward, his voice breaking, and he repeatedly shouted that it was not true. Nearby, the woman grabbed her head. Her silent scream of despair echoed his. Her torment exploded into full voice. She cried out that she did not want this. All she had ever desired was to become human, and Alk could only watch, whispering her name, Puppet Sword. Tears rolled down her face, on one side human and full of sorrow, on the other monstrous and sobbing. She asked herself why become human only to look like this, and her voice broke in a shattered plea, "Kill me." Her request hung in the air, she sobbed, and Alk, snapping out of his stupor, fiercely refused, shouting for her not to say such nonsense and insisting he would never agree to that. His face softened, determination melted into a gentle smile. He looked her straight in the eyes and with unwavering confidence said that he didn't care how she looked, she was his partner. Partner, his words seemed to cut through her despair. She lifted her head, tears still glistening on her distorted cheek, and asked a question that made him fall silent. If it was true, could he love her even like this? He freezes, momentarily stunned by her desperate, tear-filled question. Her face, a tragic combination of human beauty and monstrous deformity, awaits his answer. Blush spread across his cheeks. He finally found his voice. The shock receded, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. At first he stammered and simply whispered, "I can," then with conviction declared, "I can love you." His words wash over her, and she closes her eyes from incredible relief. Fresh tears of pure joy stream down both her cheeks, and a bright smile breaks through her sadness. She raises her gaze to him, her voice trembling with deep gratitude. Through joyful tears she thanks her master. Soon her expression changes. A hint of anxiety appears as she begins to add a warning. At that moment, a dark, ominous presence looms from above, and Alka's joyful expression disappears, replaced by sudden fear. Formless dark entity, the true self of the sword, descends upon them. From the ground, the voice of the doll sword becomes cold and detached as she addresses her master and tells him he is a terrible liar. The accusation struck him like a physical blow, his eyes wide open, and he was overwhelmed by pure shock and incomprehension. Before he could react, the dark mass surged forward, its tentacles wrapped around the human form of the doll sword. Her hand emerged from the swirling darkness as she was engulfed, and he could only stand, murmuring her name and holding it. The transformation ends with an explosive burst. The mass of darkness merges into a disgusting, monstrous form and lets out a deafening, distorted roar of its name. The power of the scream pushes everything back. After the brutal outburst of violence, the scene shifts to the quiet facade of a majestic building, its dome sharply standing out against the daytime sky. In a quiet cemetery overlooking endless mountains, Alk is on his knees before a row of tombstones, the sword lying nearby, his head bowed in silent mourning. He raises his gaze, a thin, sad smile on his face, and addresses one grave in particular. He utters the name Namia and tells her that he has finally avenged her. He avenged her. His gaze does not leave the stone as he quietly reports, recalling that in their village she was the only one who ever defended him, the only one who was on his. Secretly, with deep feeling, he confesses, she was his everything. Everything to carry out this revenge, he says. He risked his life trying to escape from Kadarov's dungeon, and admits that in the process he died many times. He suddenly confesses that in the dungeon he met a friend. Her name, he says, was Puppet. Suddenly an image of the monstrous true form of the sword flashed in his memory. He tells Namia that his new friend had a strange dream to become. To become human, all because of this companion. He confidently says that he finally managed to escape. In the dungeon, he combined everything into one and understood. It was her help that allowed him to fulfill the promise of revenge. Namia, with a final bittersweet smile, he spoke the last message, and then the puppet sword finally became human. He continues speaking over Namia's grave, his voice heavy with unspoken thoughts as he looks at the horizon, yet his story takes a turn when he confesses to the cold stone that something went wrong. He looks down at the flower he placed by her grave, regretting that both she and the puppet's sword are in. Now no one, the weight of his loneliness crashes down on him, and he shouts that there is no one left beside him. No more overwhelmed by this deep loneliness, his calm breaks and tears of despair flow onto his face. His gaze flies to the empty sky, and in his mind a desperate question arises. How is he to continue living from his? From this moment, in the deepest despair, a memory surfaced within him, a voice from the past offering lifeline. The voice belonged to a woman with a gentle, soothing smile, and her words echoed, promising to grant him sin. The memory strikes him. His eyes snap open sharply, and he suddenly holds his breath. Awareness, as if summoned by the very thought, and in the air before him materializes a transparent, glowing panel. He looks at it, then clutches his heart. Stunned, he stared at the semi-transparent panel hovering before him. It showed his status, Kiska, with 15 SB, and below was a list of skills: save and reset, provoke, swordsmanship, and appraisal, all of them. At the third level, reviewing the list, he was gripped by horror, the source of the puppet. The skill had disappeared, but his despair quickly receded, yielding to a spark of hope. He still had one decisive ability, if only. Reload. This thought cemented his resolve. He did not endure all this just to end up in this bleak reality. Among the graves he stood, gripping the sword hilt. His sword, having made a decision, he turned his back to the tombstones and moved forward, each step confident and deliberate. The path led him to the edge of the abyss. He promised himself, to seize the future he truly wanted, he would do it again and again, no matter the cost. A mad smile spread across his face. He shifted his weight, boots scraping against the stone edge. He spoke into the wind a promise to the lost power: wait for me. The puppet's swordhigh's eyes narrowed, shining with unwavering determination as he continued his statement. In the next timeline, a wild, almost desperate laugh burst from him, his head thrown back to the sky. Wilhai's voice echoed as he plunged into the abyss, laughter trailing behind him against the backdrop of the void. Open sky. As he fell, choosing return through death, the world around him blurred. Only one fervent conviction remained, echoing at the end of one timeline and into the next: a promise to someone, a vow that he would make them human, no matter the cost. Again and again, in the vision of defeat, Kiska finds himself on hands and knees, helpless before the terrible monster. He closes his eyes. A barely noticeable, resolute smile plays on his lips. This is the 560th attempt, and again it all begins. Determination within him hardens and becomes a clear goal. He straightens up, clenches his fist, and solemnly swears to the puppet's sword that it will wait for him and turn him into a human. He lets go of revenge. He accepts that even killing Dargo will not bring Nami back. With a new purpose in his heart, he he stands before two large, intricate magical circles glowing on the floor of the stone chamber. He turns and walks down the long, torchlit corridor of the dungeon, determined to save the only friend he found here. His path through the corridor leads to a large, exquisitely decorated stone sarcophagus. He recognizes it. It is connected to the dream of the puppet sword. Suddenly, he realizes something is wrong. He looks around the empty hall in fear and calls for the puppet sword, but it is not there. He shifts his gaze into the deep darkness of the corridor. When he guessed what might be hiding in the darkness, a shadowy tentacle with 3 fingers flashed out and tightly gripped his leg. He screamed from shock and pain, completely frozen by surprise. He was caught. Thick, dark tentacles gripped him tightly. Before him emerged a disgusting monster, a huge fleshy mass covered with countless unblinking eyes, and its abyssal maw was filled with teeth like daggers. His eyes widened in disbelief. The name escaped his lips in a strangled whisper: puppet, sword. Horror turned into desperate confusion. Why? He begged, his voice trembling. Why did you turn into this monster? His mind raced through their shared history, recalling countless battles they fought together, and he remembered telling the spirit of the sword that it was becoming more human. And yet, despite this progress, Fang Ma before him began to tighten, threatening to crush him. A powerful tentacle grabbed the limp figure and effortlessly lifted it, while in the chamber echoed the painful voice of Kiska, asking why this had to happen to his companion, the puppet sword. The weight of the revelation pressed down on him. He dropped to his knees, then fell forward onto the cold stone floor, completely broken, and whispered the sword's name one last time. His eyes suddenly flew open as everything dawned on him. If the puppet sword had turned into a monster, then it was no longer a sword at all. A wave of absolute despair overwhelmed him. He understood with icy certainty that he no longer had any chance to escape the dungeon. He remembered the true nature of the sword. The puppet blade had always been something beyond the ordinary cycle of saves and reloads, not subject to the laws of death and rebirth. This realization seemed to drain his strength, and slowly, trembling, he stood up. He stood in the rotten dungeon, and a gloomy awareness settled within him. To have any hope of returning to the surface, he first needed to unravel the mystery of the save and reload system, and he wondered if, like that marionette sword, there was someone else beyond the usual cycle of death and rebirth. With a new purpose in his mind, he focused all his thoughts on one person. Only she could give him answers. He walked down a long corridor lit by torches, and his footsteps echoed in the oppressive silence. The destination finally appeared in sight, and he gathered his courage. He honestly admitted to himself that he was not thrilled about this step, but he had no other choice. Before him, suspended inside a pillar of light, was a woman, Ajihad Sabaki. She hung unconscious, shackled by heavy chains that wrapped around her armored body. He stared at her face, his thoughts racing. This was Jiha, the very one who first gave him the ability to save and reload. The place, he knew the danger it carried. The chance that she would simply kill him again was very real, but the thought of dying again no longer frightened him. He decided, no matter how many times she knocked him down, he would just come back. The goal was clear. He would not give up until he learned the truth about saving and resetting from Ajihad herself. Reaching out, he touched the containment field, and it instantly shocked him. The sudden release threw Ajihad onto the stone floor, and Kiska, stunned, watched as she moved and, quietly yawning, began to wake up. He watches as the woman he freed, Ajihad Tsubaki, slowly comes to her senses. Her eyes, filled with confusion, look straight at him, and after a brief silence she softly and uncertainly asks who he is. His hope shatters into pieces. With a distrustful look, he asks if she really remembers nothing. Remember him? She lowers her gaze, pain and apology visible on her face. She says that if they had met before, she is very sorry, but she simply cannot remember him. He quickly brushed off her apologies, trying to appear restrained, and said that it does not matter if she does not remember. Remember, he paused for a moment before speaking again, acknowledging that asking someone she just. They met, and her question interrupted him, showing how serious her memory loss was. With an expression of genuine surprise, she asks if he knows who she is. He recoils backward, eyes wide open in shock, because he just realized that she does not even remember herself. He raises his gaze and looks at the carved stone ceiling of their prison and understands. They are in Kataravda dungeon. He answers her unspoken question about where they are, directly saying that they are in Katarov's dungeon. The truth can no longer be denied. Ajihad has amnesia. Asia, his mind is in turmoil from this new problem. He notices that she can still speak, so it is not a complete memory loss, and taking the chance, he addresses her by name and asks if she knows anything about puppets. Sword, he insists, asking about the puppet sword, but Ajihad only looks around with a painful, confused look. She whispered this name as if trying to grasp a forgotten memory, but finally says that she seems not to know. She knows it. She apologizes that she cannot help, but he instantly raises his hand and gently reassures her, saying that it is okay if she does so. knows, he begins to explain that for reasons he does not fully understand, the puppet sword is a living sword, and more importantly, confidently says that she is his friend who was turned into some kind of monster. He says his goal here is to find a way to fulfill her dream of becoming human. Ajiha listens, her eyes wide open. She is stunned by his deep devotion. Medicine, her surprise melts away, and a bright, determined smile blooms on her face. Understanding how important the puppet sword is to Kisko, she clenches her fists and enthusiastically says she will help him with his. For the sake of his goal, her sincere offer completely catches him off guard, stammers and whispers, "Thank you." It flashes through his mind. This kind and supportive Ajiha is nothing like the one from his past he did not want to remember. To remember, he decides to set aside those troubling memories for now and focus on the person before him. A brief moment of reflection makes Ajiha ask if something is not mistaken. He sharply shifts their attention to the nearest danger. A monster lurks ahead. He needs a weapon to fight it, but there is no weapon. Ajiha realizes the reality. She understands that in battle she is unlikely to be able to help. Suddenly, the boy has an idea. He anxiously turns to her and asks if she has heard of the so-called item box, and the word seems to strike a chord. A spark of recognition flashes in her eyes. In a moment of recognition, a memory surfaces and her face lights up. "Let me try," she says excitedly. She extends her gloved hand, and right above her palm appears a small orb of pure light. She exclaims triumphantly, "This is..." Succeeded. She intently holds the glowing orb pulsing with light, searching for a weapon. Kisko watches closely and asks if a sword is hidden inside Hai's expression. And full of hope, after a moment she exclaims that she has found it. From the light emerges a long sword, and she herself is amazed to have such a thing. Kisko's eyes widen with admiration, because with this weapon they can finally fight. Defend yourself. She extends the sword to him with the hilt forward, admitting that she probably won't handle it well herself, and insists that he must take it. He accepts the weapon, his hand firmly gripping the hilt. A determined smile blooms on his face and declares that it is time to test the sword and go on the offensive. Forward, without hesitation, Kiska grabs the blade and rushes down the corridor, lunging at the pack of monstrous headless horse creatures, dodging their attacks and cutting them down with incredible force, leaving Ajiha impressed by. After the fight, they finally find a moment to catch their breath. Kiska thoughtfully considers the power of the sword. It gave him swordsmanship skills and even raised his level. Ajiha returns with the meat she gathered and offers them. For dinner, relief melts away as he looks at the path ahead. He knows golden living armor awaits them, and a grim expression appears on his face. The monstrous puppet sword comes to mind, and he realizes, to defeat these mighty enemies, he will need his strength, no matter what. The price, the memory, is alive, a grotesque, many-eyed creature into which the puppet sword transforms, and the knowledge of how to bring it back from that devouring. He struggles with his thought, a drop of sweat on his forehead, and concludes that in this dungeon only one person could know about. The puppet sword returned to the companion, caught her attention, and informed Ajiha that they were going to meet someone, but his face remained serious, hinting at the gravity of this. Regarding the situation, he returned to Ajiha with a strange smile and explained that the person they would have to meet might be difficult, insisting that they must be exceptionally polite. She took his warning seriously. Agreement was written on her face as she confirmed she understood and would be careful. When they reached an agreement, Kiska announced that it was time to advance. They stopped before a threshold, on the floor of which magical seals lay in intricate patterns, and standing side by side, Kiska quietly confessed to her that from now on their success was entirely. It was an adventure, he continued, a hint of hope in his voice. He thought that maybe, with Jihub nearby this time, it wouldn't end as catastrophically as they had before. Walking down the long stone corridor to a lit room where a solitary figure sat, he clung to that possibility and told himself that he had to believe in it. The figure lifted her eyes from the cup of tea, seemingly a bit surprised. It was a young woman with hair tied into two high ponytails. She murmured, her gaze fixed on them. Ah, what a pity. They stood face to face, Ajiha frozen, eyes wide open in disbelief when she recognized the woman before them. "Hero," she whispered, while Kiska, on the contrary, was completely confused by her reaction and quietly asked again. In the stone room, Judith calmly sits at a small table, a cup of tea in her hand. Opposite her, Kiska is on his knees, his hands resting soothingly on the shoulders of the bewildered Ajihad Sabaki, who is curled up before him. Their faces are full of anxiety and despair. They turn to Judith, seeking answers. She contemplates their story, her face stern now. She understood. The sword had become not just a weapon, but transformed into a terrible monster. A confident, knowing smile blossomed on her face. She decides that this is the case when she must intervene personally, the last hope that appeared in their moment of need. Her statement caught Kiska and Ajiha by surprise. They gaped and froze speechless in shock. Coming to his senses, Kiska sharply leans forward, and desperation and hope ring in his voice. He asks Judith Sama if she knows how to make the doll sword normal again. She calmly explains that as a vampire who has lived over 1,000 years, she has repeatedly encountered such things. She calls them puppet equipment, or, as more often said, the parasitic series. She continues, describing the immense and diverse power of these parasitic weapons. Throughout history, many have sought to possess them. Some succeeded, taming the power and becoming legendary warriors, while others were consumed by the very power they desired, and their lives were destroyed by it. Her gaze sharpens, although without a personal examination she cannot say exactly what kind of doll sword is before her. She smiles slyly and says she has a theory on how to restore it. A wave of relief washed over Kiska. He knew it. Judas-sama was truly incredible. Placing his hand on his heart, he sincerely begs her to lend them her power to restore the doll sword. He places his hand on his heart and begs. Beside him, Ajiha deeply bows his head. Together they plead with Judith for help. Judith, sitting before them, confessed that she had long thought about how to handle the marionette mechanism, but said that was not the real problem. Something else troubled her. Her gaze shifted from the weapon to the woman beside him, and she asked if that girl was really Jihad. Ajiha, Judith's eyes narrowed. She saw in her a hero, a being capable of changing the very world. When Judith asked why such a person had been brought to her, Ajiha trembled and realized she was a true heroine. Finally, stunned by this revelation, he rose from his knees and sharply turned to Ajiha, demanding to know who she really was. Yes, suddenly a thought pierced him. He recalled how some Jiha said that Lady Judith was being hunted, and now he understood her initial distrust of him was completely natural. With new understanding, he stood up and, with a disarming smile, introduced himself, saying his name was Kiska and that he was just a farmer. Judith's eyes widened in surprise. She asked aloud if the hero had really brought a simple peasant to her. He calmly replied that that was indeed the case. He looked her straight in the eyes and repeated, "I am just a man, no more, no less." Then he added a condition to his honesty. Although he had told the truth, he could not yet say that he fully trusted her, and Judith listened, a barely noticeable interested smile appearing on her lips. She hesitated over his offer. A faint smile played on her lips, and she decided that now dealing with the marionette sword was quite a good idea. Filled with relief, Kiska and Ajiha sincerely thanked her, and Kiska was stunned. She had never imagined that such a thing was even possible. He marveled at the very thought that the three of them, once enemies or complete strangers, could ever unite. But the moment of her peace shattered completely when Ajiha suddenly froze, her body tensed. She warned them that something was approaching, and Kiska and Judith turned to her, puzzled by her sudden change in mood. Becomes more vile. From the shadows above, a figure descends upon them, a woman exactly like Ajiha, but her face twisted into a wide, sinister smile. She lunged forward with a dagger in hand, and Kiska and Judith could only freeze, unable to utter a word. Shocked, the doppelganger's eyes are wide open with manic euphoria as she rapidly approaches. Kiska and the real Ajiha cried out in alarm, and Judith's expression hardened into cold, terrible realism. At that moment, the attacker strikes her blade aimed straight at you. Kiska shouts Judith. As the terrible outcome of the ambush becomes clear, Judith deflected the blow, but at what a terrible cost. Both her hands are cut off at the elbows and flew through the air. The real Ajiha froze, paralyzed by disbelief, stammering to ask why there is another version of herself. Her doppelganger, meanwhile, clicking her tongue in irritation, her blade still dry. The imposter turned her confident, cruel gaze on the real Ajiha and demanded to know who she was. She is the real one. With a fierce strike, the attacker calls herself Dark Ajiha and declares the other a fake. The real Ajiha screams, insisting that she is the one, and Kiska looks on in helpless horror and screams. Her name, the sinister doppelganger Ajiha, looks into the eyes of her real counterpart with a predatory smile, says they are one and the same, and orders her to kill. Her feeling resistance, her face distorts with manic rage. She swears to erase the original and take her place, lunging forward to attack while the Kiska watch pair. Her attack suddenly stops when Judith, with a crooked smile on her lips, intercepts the blow with a huge dark blade that seems to have grown from her very body. The force of the strike reveals Judith's sharp fangs, and the real Ajiha gasps in horror, recognizing her protector as a vampire. Now armed with two huge blades, Judith keeps the doppelganger at bay and mockingly tells the enemy that although she is allowed to roam freely in her hideout, such rudeness will cost dearly. Kiska can only shout her name instant. The vampire woman uses her advantage, unleashing a fierce barrage of slashes, which forces the real Ajiha, caught in the crossfire, to desperately parry. Watching the chaos, Kiska suddenly experiences a stunning revelation and explains. The woman who attacked them and the Ajiha he knew are completely different people. Different people. All those painful moments and seemingly cruel acts he endured with Ajiha flashed through his mind. With growing horror, he wonders if it was all the work of darkness and the imposter. As he realizes this, the real Ajiha, finally free from the double, directs all her fury at Judith, lunges forward, and shouts for the vampire woman to die. Judith kneels unfazed, noting that this is all she Kendu, seeing this, Kiska moves without hesitation, saying he understands the situation. He stands between the two women, blocking Ajiha's sword with his own, while Judith looks on in surprise. He firmly stands between the two women, weapon ready. With unwavering determination, he declares his intent he will stop the eclipse. Ajija, his words hit Ajiha like a physical blow, and her face contorts shock, disbelief, and smoldering anger. Boiling rage, her shock quickly turns into fury. She swings her knife, orders him to step aside, and threatens to stab him if he continues. He challenges her to her threat. He responds not with fear, but with a cold, confident smile, teasing her with a question. Does she really understand the consequences this will lead to? Or kill him? His eerie calm only fuels her rage. She screams his name, her face twisted, demanding that he stop. Standing in her way, ignoring her outburst, he fully turns his back to her. Calmly, he approaches Judith and the dark double, thinking aloud that he never intended to be. He becomes an obstacle, stands before them as a protector, gently smiling as he explains to Ajiha his true motive. He simply wants to protect those people whom he himself considers an obstacle. Next to him, this statement shatters Ajiha's calm. It accusatorily points out. The voice breaks with despair as she insists that she is the true heroine who saved the world, and the woman next to him. An imposter, her panicked assurances do not move him. He looks at her with a calm, impenetrable gaze and says that the fact that she is supposedly the heroine does not matter to him. He explains that he knows only one thing. Without a doubt, his gaze hardens as he points directly at her. He delivers his final, condemning verdict. She is the one who did not. He stood aside and watched as the woman he chose. The dark-haired double began to break down. She sobbed that even after saving the world, all hearts were directed only at Ajiha, and her face twisted in pain as she screamed that no one, no person, ever truly loved her. Her despair burst out in a piercing, desperate scream that echoed. Through the camera came the raw sound of her grief, and Kiska, Judith, and the real Ajiha froze in shocked silence. Through tears, the double confessed that if she had known what it would lead to, she would never have saved the world, and with an expression of complete misery, wished that this whole world would just disappear. When she fell onto the tiled floor, one chilling word escaped her lips. Reset. Instantly from her outstretched hand burst a stream of black energy, sharp and jagged. It condensed into a dark star on her palm and tore outward, forcing Kiska and the others to recoil in horror as the darkness began to engulf everything. Around them, the darkness that burst from the double's hand rapidly filled all the empty space. It was a tide of emptiness that enveloped the whole world and swallowed all light, leaving only terror on the faces of the witnesses. With his birth, the world ended. It was not a great battle or catastrophe, but the result of what seemed a random whim of one girl. But the truth was much simpler and deeper: envy, anger, or hatred. The last thought that would not let go echoed in the void. A world without love, a world that is not needed. The Adventurers Guild in the village of Katara towers under the clear blue sky, a noticeable, sturdy building with a wooden frame and a red-tiled roof, a true beacon for those seeking wealth and glory. Inside, Kiska sits alone at a wooden table, with a mug in his hands and food in front of him, and he reflects he is in the Adventurers Guild bar in the village of Katarov, just drinking. He forces himself to admit an impossible truth. This is not just the village of Katarov, this is exactly the village as it was 100 years ago. With a heavy heart, he raises the mug to his lips. The shadows of other patrons behind him move like ghosts, while he contemplates his displacement in time. Suddenly, the decisive moment surfaced in his mind: the day when Dark Ajiha, with tears on her face, shouted the word, reset. After that scream, the encroaching darkness swallowed the entire world. He remembers that disoriented feeling, helplessly floating in a black, shapeless void, around him only glowing white grids stretching into infinity. Coming to his senses, he found himself in a world without sky and without earth, and it was there, in that strange dimension, that he encountered something completely alien. Before him hovered silent crystal geometric figures, pyramids and polyhedrons of snow-white color, drifting through the mesh abyss. He stared, and suddenly a voice sounded from the objects, which frightened him. "Hey, hello," said the voice. "You look like you just saw a ghost." His eyes widened in shock. He hovers in the void, confessing to himself that so much has happened that his mind is in complete chaos. While he tries to understand what happened to him, a disembodied voice comes from the crystalline forms, laughing that thanks to him it had a wonderful time. He recoiled, shuddering, and demanded to know who was speaking and where this place was. The voice calmly responds, suggesting he imagine himself as one who observes the world, says he can be called the Observer, and reveals that this place is the end of a destroyed world. His eyes widen as the truth dawns on him. He realizes that the world is truly destroyed because the Dark Ajiha has rewritten the very order of cause and effect. Confused, he asks why he is still conscious if the world has vanished. The Observer explains, because you exist outside the flow of cause and effect, you should have at least some hint as to why. He reflects, although causality is not entirely clear, probably his ability to preserve and reboot himself allows him to maintain consciousness. The observer utters his name Kiska and prepares to ask a question. The question of essence pierced the void. Don't you want to save? Ajahad Sabaki. Roki, it whispered, she holds the key to the world's survival. If he can save her, there may still be hope for the world's rebirth. He contemplates the new task, and finally the pieces fall into place in his mind, saving Ajika, his strange fate and her connection to the dark Ajika, after which he quietly understands. It all really began the moment he met her. He could barely cope with the revelation, his mind racing with a bunch of unanswered questions. Why did the dark Ajika cry? Who was Ajika really? All of this was a mystery. He was forced to admit, in truth, he understood almost nothing about this, but if she really was the key to saving his world, then only one path remained before her. For him, his fist clenched, filled with new determination, then he himself would enjoy it. The observer seemed pleased with this statement. The disembodied voice chuckled, praised his resolve, before preparing to act. Act at the moment when a dazzling flash burst from the geometric shapes, the creature's last words echoed through the void, and the fate of the world now lay in his hand. Time and space threw him into a world, as it was 100 years before its demise. Construction, from that moment he seemed stuck in his past. Now an adventurer, he sat alone at a table in a tavern finishing his meal. Food, he froze, lost in thought. Several weeks had passed since he arrived, and he spent every moment searching for any sign of G. But all his efforts proved futile. He never found a single clue. As he bitterly pondered his failure, a woman in heavy armor approached his table from behind. The armored adventurer looked anxious when the guild receptionist announced they were looking for a platinum adventurer who had passed through the Katarov dungeons. Kiska's eyes narrowed slightly as he realized this. She was looking for him, standing at the guild counter, listening as the receptionist points to the armed adventurer eating nearby, then, confused, realizes this is the person she just mentioned, and disbelieving, stammers over his platinum rank. Kiska vaguely remembers someone talking about this when he first registered to cover living expenses. Before he could recover, a traveler in armor appeared right in front of him. With a piercing gaze, she recognized him and sharply asked why he did not step forward immediately. He forces a nervous smile, sweating, searching for an excuse, explaining that he was in a bitter haste. His weak excuse meets a skeptical, flushed expression. The traveler hurriedly repeats his words, as if finding them absurd himself, looking down at his half-eaten food. She snorts, seemingly conceding and momentarily agreeing with his explanation. She declares the situation urgent, saying there is no time to wait. In vain, without a word, she grabs him by the collar of his tunic. He protests loudly, telling her to wait, but her grip on why. He gives up. Her strength is undeniable. She begins dragging his body across the guild hall floor, his feet scraping against the wooden PL boards. He breaks free from her grip. His face contorts with effort and disbelief. He can only marvel at how incredibly strong she is for a woman. Night, she pulls him out of the guild and drags him through the city streets toward a huge stone aqueduct, marking one of the main thoroughfares. Matters, after being pulled, he finally finds his balance when she suddenly stops abruptly. Here we are, she announces. Confused, he looks around and asks where. They set off. He is led to a huge fortified gate. The armored knight who accompanied him, Canaria, announced to her people that this is the entrance to Katarov's dungeon, and that she brought a man who cleaned it up. Another knight, this time with hair tied in a high ponytail. Thank you, Canaria, for the help. She studies the young man, smiles slyly, and says, so that's what it is. That guy, the knight with the ponytail, turns to him and says it's nice to have someone nearby who knows the dungeon well before asking his name. He, in turn, a bit disappointed, thinks to himself that she doesn't seem as strong as he imagined it. He calls himself simply Kiska. The knight thoughtfully repeats his name and then admits that they would like to ask F in his favor. This confession shocks Canaria, who immediately questions this decision. She asks if they really intend to trust someone they barely know. The knight with the ponytail calmly tells her. Sitting down, she persistently explains to her skeptical companion, if they want to work with Kiska, they must first earn his trust. Having made her point, she turns back to Kiska and sincerely apologizes for her people behaving too roughly earlier, then asks if he can keep what they are about to discuss completely absolute secrecy. He looks up, a drop of sweat on his temple, but agrees without hesitation. Of course, he promises. I will do it. Having obtained his consent, the knight with the ponytail finally reveals her goal. She has tracked a certain person now hiding in Katarov's dungeon, so she explains that they need someone like him, well acquainted with. At the mention of the target, Kiska's eyes widened with surprise. He immediately asked who it was. Even before she could answer, his face gained confidence, and he said he knew the dungeon better than anyone. He stared at the group of adventurers, and the woman with the ponytail spoke, naming the one they were tracking. It was her, declared the Demon King. These words struck him like a real blow. His eyes widened in complete disbelief, and his mind spun from what seemed impossible. Sweat pounded his temple as he returned to the party, unable to gather his thoughts, uttering only a choked syllable. Full of embarrassment, the woman simply smiled as if his shock did not affect her at all. Finding his voice, he stammered, asking who these people were. A legend known throughout the land began to emerge in his memory, the story of a legendary team of heroes who once defeated Demon King. The female voice cut through his thoughts and confirmed the incredible. She introduced herself as Hero Allegion. Her companions turned out to be that very legendary squad, and she asked if that satisfied his curiosity. Kiska froze, eyes wide open, sweat running down his face. He looked at the group of armored warriors standing before him. A wave of recognition and disbelief overwhelmed him, and he stammered as he realized who they were. His unspoken question was answered by the squad leader, a woman with long blonde hair, who confirmed the suspicion. This was the squad of legendary heroes, and their troops were now engaged in a fierce battle with the Demon Lord's army in the western region. She continued, her face hardened, clenching her fist in an armored gauntlet. Although we currently have the advantage, she insisted the enemy must be completely destroyed, because if the Demon Lord escapes into the dungeon, no one knows when his army will rise again. Showing the full seriousness of the situation, she fully addressed Kiska, called him by name, and made a simple but powerful request. They needed his strength. He froze, unable to utter a word. The heroine Allegion was asking him for help, and the idea seemed almost impossible to him, while Allegion herself looked at him with a confident, knowing smile. Before answering her plea, Kiska gathers his voice and asks if he may first ask one question. The Legion readily agrees and assures him that he can ask her anything. He looks at her sincerely, for his own search is more important than anything, and asks if she knows a girl named Ajika Sabaki. He finally admits the only reason he became an adventurer is to find Jiha. Allegion listens attentively and thoughtfully repeats the name, pondering his words. She turns to her companions, a burly warrior in horned armor, a hooded silhouette, and another armored woman, and asks if any of them have heard the name, but the other replies no. No, she turns back to Kiska, her face softening with apology, and delivers the unfortunate news. It seems no one in her group knows the person he is looking for. She considers his dilemma, then offers Kiska a new plan. He listens with a thoughtful expression and quietly murmurs that he understands. She, smiling confidently, clarifies her proposal and promises that if he agrees to lend them his strength, after overthrowing the Demon Lord, they will help him search for that person. The burden of her promise fell on him. He realized that the team of heroes, one of the most influential forces in the world, offered to help him find Jiha, and the grandeur of this opportunity stunned him for a moment. He decides he agrees to her terms if his strength is truly enough. Allegion's face breaks into a wide, friendly smile. She is delighted by his consent and solemnly invites him aboard again. Having signed the agreement, they shook hands firmly. This handshake became a turning point, and the fate that began 100 years ago moved forward again. Now officially a team member, Kiska stands in new gear and still cannot recover from the incredible turn of events. Allegiance offers everyone to introduce themselves in turn and asks him to start. He hesitantly agrees. He begins, introduces himself as Kiska, says his class is swordsman and adventurer, adds that he has the skill provocation, and Allegion, interested, says that is a useful skill to have. She explains her thoughts in detail. She heard that he is platinum ranked. People rely on him. With his skill in provoking opponents, she believes he will become a great tank dodger who avoids hits and distracts the enemy. Kiska confirms that he understood, and Legion announces that she will introduce herself next. She proudly stands up, places her hand on her heart, and introduces herself as the current heroine Allegion Rastarna, adds that her rank is master, and her place in the hierarchy is 7th, and this name sounds familiar to Kiska. Even in the world from which he came, 100 years in the future, the name of the hero Allegion was already well known. It is known, in his mind comes alive a story connected with that legendary name Illusion, the first prince of the kingdom of Fostarna, to which the village of Kataroy belongs. According to the prophecy, in the battle for Ariana, he will defeat the Demon Lord and become a legendary hero. Kiska barely realized the stunning fact that his new leader was the 7th strongest person in the world. Allegion turned to the next participant, and feeling the tension, asked the armored Canaria to introduce herself. She cut it short and official. Canaria Glaze's sacred knight of diamond rank. Her introduction was so instantaneous that Kiska noted the speed, and some legend laughed, teasing that Canaria was terrible at socializing. After her brief, dry introduction, the stocky warrior in the horned helmet stepped forward and laughed loudly, introduced himself as Gorgon, said it was an honor for him and he was glad to work with Kiska, admitted they were a bit eccentric, but assured Kiska that one could be calm about each of them. They reliably cover each other. Ridge, his loud greeting faded, and all eyes turned to the silent, hooded figure. The Legion shouted his name, Tuck, but received only a silent look, and the person's face was completely hidden in shadow. Shadow, he did not answer at all. Kiska thought that although Gorgon spoke about eccentrics, this person was too mysterious, so, deciding that that was all, he prepared to move on. But at that very moment, his gaze fell on a small, childlike girl with elven ears, who had been quietly standing among the company, the whole time hadn't even noticed. He noticed her, leaned down with a friendly smile, and gently stroked her head as if she were a lost child. "Hey, little girl," he asked kindly, "where is your mother?" And the girl's face instantly tightened and flushed with fierce, burning indignation. His naive question instantly amused the Legion. With an explosion of loud laughter, she bent over laughing, pointed her finger, and shouted that Kiska treated Naya like a baby, and still laughing explained to the puzzled Kiska that, strange as it was, that girl was actually much older than all of them. Of them, he froze in shock. Turned out to be an elven mage named Nio, and this discovery struck him. He had heard that elves live for centuries, so her youthful appearance finally made sense. When Kiska stumbled, apologizing, Nio pressed her staff against him, her cheeks still puffed up with offense, and she declared that she would not forgive him if he treated her like a child again. When the introductions finally ended, Elijah announced that it was time to act. Dungeon, as they move across the rooftops, Kiska outruns everyone and takes a different path, when suddenly a Legion shouted to him, "Where are you going? The main entrance is in a completely different direction." He leads them not to the main gates, but to a hidden room inside the building. Apologizing for the delay, Kiska brings them to a glowing pedestal and explains that this is the second entrance, a teleportation circle that leads deeper into the dungeon. His words catch the others by surprise. Illusion repeats teleportation circle with slight astonishment, and Ken Arya exclaims that she has already heard about this place. Earlier, her memory did not fail her. She recalls that this very circle was used to exile criminals. When she speaks, a dark shadow falls over Kiska's face. His expression is not unreadable. He confirms her suspicion simply and directly. It was here that he entered the dungeon and somehow survived. This revelation stuns Canaria, who looks at him and, gasping, whispered if it really was him. Yes, before she can insist on details, Elysian calmly places a hand on her shoulder and with his steady gaze silences her. The heroine turns her attention to Kiska and asks if the monsters on the other side are strong. Kiska, with a confident smile, says that his former self would have died from them hundreds of times, hinting that for their current team it will be different. Story. With this conclusion, the entire squad gathers on the glowing teleportation circle. Illusion states that the monsters ahead should be perfect for. The warm-up continues. The circle is about to activate. Kiska looks at the hero beside him and thinks about the kindness of the legend. She didn't even try to ask him about his painful paw. He stood with new comrades, and his determination was hardened. This was already his second challenge to this dungeon, and this time he would see it through to the end to defeat the demon. Demon King. The teleportation magic swirled and settled. He found himself on his knees on the cold stone floor. The transfer seemed to have succeeded, but when he raised his eyes, a shadow of anxiety appeared on his face. Something was wrong. He stood up and looked around. He found himself in a long corridor lit by torches made of rough unestone, and he was completely alone. A quick glance down the empty corridor confirmed his fears. He realized with horror that he did not know where he was, and that the rest of the company was nowhere to be seen. It seemed they had all been scattered during the teleportation. He instantly assessed the situation. This was not at all the place he had been sent to during the first trip. For now, he decided that his priority was to gather the others. Choosing a new goal, he moved down the corridor and remembered that when he first arrived here, he was too weak to explore this floor at all. In detail, the corridor stretched on, confirming his memory that this level was truly huge. As he walked, he heard a quiet sound, and a grim smile appeared on his lips. He knew that something would soon emerge from the shadow ahead. A huge figure appeared before him and blocked the way. A massive fur-covered beast with a brutal face, tusks, a noticeable mohawk, and muscular arms ending in clenched F. The creature let out a deafening roar that echoed through the stone passage, while Kiska remained completely calm, and one dry thought flashed through his mind about the undying popularity of mohawks. In the depths of the Altiska dungeon, he comes face to face with a huge bugbear with a mohawk. A smile plays on his lips because he recognizes the beast. Although much time has passed, he remembers fighting this creature over 500 times. His body knows the moves and flow of the fight, and he knows the first step is to dodge the initial strike by bending forward. He executed the maneuver perfectly. While the massive fist of the bugbear passed where his head had just been, Alk had already taken position. The sword in his hand shone with power, ready to deliver one decisive, deadly blow. When the creature fell, he looked at its fallen body. A drop of sweat ran down his forehead. It was a close call, and muscle memory almost made him fight with bare hands, just as he had to before. Pushing that thought away, he decided to quickly deal with the rest of the bugbears and rushed down the stone corridor, filled with determination to catch up with the Legion and the others as soon as possible. Suddenly his steps froze before a deep abyss, covered with countless sharp spikes. A wave of horror overwhelmed him. He remembered his former self, which recklessly rushed through such deadly traps, and now that memory terrifies him. Fear, a sharp reminder of his past life. Even having the ability to save and reload, he feels that the trauma from numerous deaths still remains and overwhelms him at the mere sight of familiar dangers, so he carefully crawls past the edge of the pit. It moves deeper into the dungeon. He enters a small chamber and stops. On a pedestal in the middle of the room stands a decorated treasure chest. He recognizes it instantly. It was from here 100 years ago that he acquired his second skill. Nervous sweat runs down his skin as he wonders if he will manage to obtain the skill again in this new timeline, and he opens the lid. A glowing panel appears before him, unfolding a long list of skills from rank S to C. He sighs with relief. It turns out he can indeed use them. Now before him is a decisive choice, which skill to choose. Reviewing the options of key memory surfaces, he recalls that last time he was here unarmed and survived by cleverly pushing monsters to fight each other. But this time everything is different. A realization appears on his face. He understands what new opportunities are opening before him. He thoughtfully reviews his new acquisitions, a flaming sword and newly mastered blade techniques, and from the list of abilities offered by the chest, his finger decisively clicks on the word acceleration. His choice is guided by the memory of creatures that most often killed him in this dungeon in his past life. Immediately testing the decision on a group of bugbears, he grins and says that it's time for a trial chopping strike, activating the new skill acceleration. The result is instant and shocking. He stands surrounded by dismembered remains of monsters, stunned and silent, and aloud asks if they have always been this weak. He looks at his enchanted blade and suddenly realizes how much the flaming sword and his skills have changed everything compared to how he struggled with bare hands. And at that moment, nearby, a heavy stone passage rumbles and opens. A confident smile flashes across his face. Now he is completely sure that the monsters in this dungeon no longer threaten him. Confident in himself, he turned his thoughts to the great goal. The matter was not only about cleansing the dungeon, but about overthrowing the Demon King. Usually he would have hurried to the party, but now he knows first he must do something else. He walks along the stone corridor and finds himself in a hall where 3 large, intricate magical circles blaze on the floor. Power, looking at the glyphs, his face hardened with determination, he knows that before moving further, he must definitely check one thing. Without hesitation, he steps onto one of the glowing circles, and it instantly flared with a bright burst of magical energy. He stands inside the activated magic circle, and a desperate hope arises in his mind. If only he could get there, perhaps he would find what he is looking for. The possibility steals his resolve, but a drop of sweat betrays his hidden anxiety. In a flash of light, he suddenly finds himself in a huge dark chamber, studded with star-like points, and before him stands a massive, glowing cylindrical seal, humming with latent pee. Power, he looks at the empty vessel, memories of a jiha, of bound Tsubaki, and of chains flicker in his mind, and suddenly the truth strikes him. In this era she has not yet been sealed, a jiha is not here. With this new realization, he turns away from the seal and quickly surveys the unfamiliar architecture, his mind frantically asking one question: where could she be? He walks down the long stone corridor when a sudden noise shatters the silence. He freezes, listens intently, and recognizes the distinct sounds of F. Fight. Carefully, he peeks around the corner and his eyes widen in shock. Ahead, someone is fighting, and he recognizes a bugbear. Den, the warrior canary, and she fights with stunning power. She rises into the air, her blade a blurred gleam, and she effortlessly parries the werewolf's attack. He is stunned by her incredible strength. Shock recedes, giving way to cold tactical analysis. He knows that this area is teeming with werewolf lairs. One beast alone is not too scary, but the real danger of this room begins if you step on 2 farns. From the side he realizes the terrible consequence. Werewolves will inevitably outflank and surround anyone who invades. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Canaria activates acceleration and dodges the attacking werewolf trying to FL. Flanker, he rushed into battle, slicing the werewolf with his sword just at the moment it lunged at Canaria. Landing near the bewildered adventurer, he said with a sly, determined smile that he came to help, and Canaria, looking back, was surprised by his sudden appearance. After he intervened, they stand back to back, surrounded by the remaining beasts. With a strange dark sword at the ready, he shouts that together they will destroy them all. Gone, according to him, the pair launches into a smooth, coordinated attack. They weave through the monsters, their blades gleam, and they mercilessly cut down the werewolves. Efficiency, the fight ended swiftly, the floor of the chamber littered with the bodies of defeated werewolves. Alk returned to Canaria and said with relief that somehow they managed to lure them all to. Instead of thanks, Ken Arya turns to him with a stern expression and scolds, "Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Why did you get involved if you're supposed to just? Guide, her sharp reproach stunned him for a moment. A drop of sweat appeared on his temple, and he looked back, completely confused by her reaction. She continues, her voice full of pride and irritation. She says outright that she is a diamond-rank adventurer and claims she could have defeated the monsters herself, even without his help. The confusion melts away, giving way to his gloomy realization. He lowers his eyes and understands that Canaria sees neither an equal nor an ally in him. She sees something else in T. Entirely. Suddenly, the reason for her suspicion becomes clear, and his face darkens as he remembers that he arrived through a teleportation circle that was specifically used to expel Krimi. He turns to her with a tired, resigned look, admits that it is quite natural that she does not trust him, he really can look like a criminal, and then explains who he really is. The old farmer responds to her suspicion with a tired, painful smile, confessing that he has long been accustomed to facing disagreements. Discrimination, his quiet mission encounters an unexpected reaction. Canaria utters his name Kiska, and he instantly looks up and stands up. To his surprise, she continued to stand with her back to him and directly said that his death would be a problem. A problem for her. The statement leaves him speechless for a moment, his eyes wide open from disbelief. Turning back to him, Canaria explains in detail that as a squad of adventurers, they are obliged to protect ordinary people. Citizens. Her face becomes tense and a little embarrassed as she adds that, besides her usual duty, it was she who pushed him into this situation, so now he is her responsibility and must get out of the dungeon. Alive, overwhelmed by her resolute statement of responsibility, he calls her name, his voice full of emotion as he begins. To speak, he lowers his gaze, a shadow of sadness passing over his facial features as he admits that his past was full of torment. He nevertheless continues with a painful smile. He gave everything he had, but still could not protect the very person he loved. Before he can tell more about that painful memory, Canaria raises her hand and gently interrupts him, saying that he does not need to say no more. She walks ahead through the stone corridor, a soft smile on her face as if she knows everything. She muses aloud that everyone has a past that cannot be erased or memories better left unhad. Her words reach Auk, who watches her retreat. A small, sincere smile appears on his lips. He calls her by name and apologizes for his previous behavior. After a short pause, Canaria quietly replies and thinks to herself that he is a better person than she initially thought. Walking down the long tiled corridor, Kiska turned to his companion and asked Canaria if she had any idea where the Legion and the rest might have disappeared to, and Canaria, hesitating briefly, replied that His Majesty most likely went himself to pursue the Demon King. She concluded that if they simply headed in the direction where the Demon King was most likely hiding, they would soon catch up with him, and when she said this, an expression of sudden insight appeared on Kiska's face. His eyes stopped on a large torn hole punched in the side wall of the corridor, and with a spark of excitement, he exclaimed that he recognized the place, while Canaria just looked at him puzzled. He announced that this was Lady Judith's second hideout, which she rarely visited. Suddenly, an image of Judith flashed through his mind, her sinister, smiling face. He thoughtfully continued, saying that he was overcome with nostalgia and that he used to come here often, adding that the building was constructed 100 years ago, a fact that seemed to surprise Canaria. She peered into the dark opening and asked to be shown the entire passage. Kiska, already soaked with sweat, explained that it was a passage for vampires. At the word vampires, her face instantly turned stone-like. A vein throbbed on her temple. She looked fiercely, and Kiska realized in panic that he had made a terrible mistake. He panicked inside, realizing that Canaria's strong sense of justice would make her demand killing the vampires for the sake of the people. He immediately began to backtrack, insisting in panic that it was not about vampires and stammering to find another explanation. He blurted out that it was a lounge room. Canaria looked at him distrustfully, said she had never heard of such a thing and was sweating heavily. Kiska insisted it was true, although he himself knew he was only telling half the truth. He brazenly lied, winked, and said that the room had a kitchen and beds, and that he himself often stayed there. Canaria was thoughtful and silent, considering his words. She noticed that they were not yet tired, and time was pressing, so they had to move immediately. Inside, he was torn between two truths about Lady Judith possibly a vampire, but at the same time his dear patron. When Canaria urged them on, a wave of relief swept over him, except for the fact that he would have to explain his lie. Walking down the long corridor lit by torches, he looked at the stone masonry with an anxiously familiar feeling, and mentally noted that the passage had not changed even in 100 years. Above their heads stretched heavy stone ceiling slabs with recesses, cracked by age, but still holding firm. Then, breaking the silence, he turned to Canaria, his thoughts once again focused on their main goal. He asked her why, in her opinion, the Demon King fled specifically to the dungeons of Catarav. She explained her theory. During the battle in Ariana, the Demon King suffered severe damage from His Majesty's strike. She believes he retreated to the dungeons to lick his wounds, but also suspects another, even more sinister purpose. Her suspicion led to a grim plan. She believes the Demon King intends to devour the powerful bosses lurking in the Khadarov dungeon. She realized the goal of this monstrous devouring is to absorb their power and strengthen himself, and this discovery clearly impressed Kiska. Processing this information, he quickly devised a plan. To go straight to the boss's room there, they might encounter the Legion and others. Canario agreed, but warned him that the Demon King himself might be waiting there instead. Despite her warning, he clenched his jaw and resolutely said they must be ready for any development, and Canaria looked at him as if silently agreeing. Agreement, their path ended at massive reinforced doors. Suddenly, from the other side came a loud clang, a sign they were not alone. Alone, he hears clear sounds of battle behind the massive reinforced doors, understands that this is the golem chamber, and shouts that someone inside is fighting the boss. The doors must be opened immediately. He and Ken Arya instantly threw their whole bodies against the heavy doors, straining to tear them open, and while he pushed, thoughts swirled. Is the Legion and her squad fighting there? Or are they late and have already found the Demon King? Their combined strength is useless. With a muffled groan of frustration, he realizes the chamber must be sealed until the end of the fight, and Ken Arya confirms the suspicion the doors do not budge at all. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the noise of battle ceases, and oppressive silence hangs in the air. Canaria, practical as always, nudges him to try opening the doors again as if the fight is already over. It ended. This time the heavy door creaked open inwardly. The magical seal was lifted. At least inside a true devastation. The room was filled with broken remains of a huge stone golem. Calmly settled on a large fragment, with a sword on her lap, sat Legion, completely unharmed. Wounded, overwhelmed by shock and relief, both he and Canary shout her name, and you. In unison, she raises her head and meets them with a slight smile, as if nothing strange had happened. Canary rushes to her, asks if she is hurt, but Legion just laughs, boasting that there isn't even a trace on her. On her, leaning back, Illusion exhales with relief. The Demon King was unable to consume the golem, and Kisk just stands there, mesmerized by her power. He cannot believe that she single-handedly defeated the very monster that Ezhi has struggled so hard against. Her brief rest passes instantly. She refocuses on the mission and asks Kisk if the main boss's room is still ahead, and most importantly, if they will make it in time. Everything is intact, he says with absolute confidence, a determined expression on his face. As far as he knows, there are still 2 bosses ahead. His face tense, thoughts racing, he charts the path forward and recalls. Next is the Griffin's chamber, and after that the Hayansen chamber. Centipede, his knowledge impresses Elysian, who smiles and says she was right to trust her intuition. She recalls how Judith said that this centipede inhabited the dungeon only about 50 years ago, so it seems to her that in that era, a completely different boss could have been there. She encourages her comrades with renewed determination, declaring that they will defeat the remaining bosses before the Demon King can devour them, and turning to Kisk, adds that everyone counts on his advice. He readily agrees. Their confidence shatters the moment they step over the next threshold. All 3 adventurers, Canary, Kisk, and Elysian, look ahead, their faces masks of stunned silence. Silence before them stretched a huge, empty room, the floor stained with dark liquid and scattered with solitary feathers. Kisk utters a bitter truth: the Griffin is not. Here Elysian quickly understands the truth. She admits that she underestimated the Demon King. She did not think he would so easily find the bosses in such a large dungeon, and concludes not that the Griffin is absent, but that it has already been. Engulfed, she instantly turns her attention to Kiska and confidently demands to know where the next boss is. With a serious expression, he says that the next chamber is the last, right at the very end. Dungeon, his statement raises a wave of shock among the companions. Both Elysian and Canaria look on, their eyes wide open in disbelief. They suddenly realize that they are already standing on the threshold of the final confrontation. Her shock gives way to fierce determination. Elysian orders Kiska to lead them to the final boss's room. Clenching his fist, he accepts the order, ready to prove himself. Seeds, he hurriedly rushed down the stone corridor, calling the hero ahead, doubting whether to go further, asking about the rest of the comrades Kalgano, Nio, and Nok, and insisting that they gather together with him. His first, she turned around, brushing off his worries with a confident smile, and said that time is the most important thing, and even more important is that they do not need to regroup. Her statement stunned him. He asked if she was serious, not believing that she would even leave Canaria. The expression of the legions hardened when she confirmed that she herself would fight the demon. She declared herself the hero. Only she has the right to meet the Demon King, and Canaria added a pragmatic reason. Powerful attacks from allies could accidentally hit all of them during battle. When everything settled, only 3, Kiska, Elysian, and Canaria, went deeper into the dungeon, their footsteps echoing in. Empty hall, they passed by a pedestal on which lay a luxuriously decorated chest, open and empty. Kiskin anxiously noticed that the crystal of wisdom had already been. It had already been used. Passing the empty chest, they focused on the massive, formidable doors at the very end of the corridor, which seemed to lock away all the fun. Last hall, standing before the entrance, Kiska nervously announced their arrival. Nearby Canario was noticeably sweating from anxiety, while the Legion remained unshaken. Severe and unyielding, 3 adventurers raised their eyes to the colossal doors, carved with crescent symbols. Kiska exhaled, realizing this was the final boss. Boss Hall, his face tightened with anxiety. He knew that beyond the threshold was either the final boss he remembered from his past life or the Demon King himself. Alone, he stands beside his comrades, ready for the last clash. Elysian quietly says, "All right," and Kiska, full of determination, urges them forward. "Let's go." The decision is made. The heavy hall doors creak and open, revealing the throne before them. As they step into the room ahead, they are met with a shocking sight. Before them sits the Demon King, a gigantic, incredibly strong creature, calmly chewing the remains of what seems to be the dungeon's final boss. The travelers froze, stunned by the unknown. An unexpected scene, his eyes widened in disbelief. Kisk stammered, his mind struggling to comprehend this grotesque sight, and with growing horror he realizes that the Demon King is devouring the very creature they came from. Contrary to her companion's shock, Legion stands with a confident, almost mocking smile and directly addresses the Colossus, asking how he liked the final boss. The demonic king stops eating, looks at her, and indifferently replies that the taste was only mediocre. In the magnificent throne hall, the heroine Elysian stands opposite the seated Demon King Zorg. With a confident smile, she gathers light in her palms, prepares her shining sword, and declares that she has come to end their confrontation, with Kiska and Canary standing ready nearby. The Demon King grew to his full colossal height, looming over the adventurers, and clenched his clawed hand, saying that his recent meal was not very tasty, but he feels incredible power surging through his body. He turned his gaze to Kiska, and a low chuckle rolled through his chest as he noticed the boy. Kiska froze in response, stunned by the very magnitude of the Demon King, and silently wondered if even Legion would have enough strength to defeat such a monster. The Demon King coldly says that Kiska's presence spares him the trouble of chasing him, and with that he begins to raise his massive dark blade. Grinning ominously, he lunged forward, thanking for such convenience, and as the colossal figure charged in attack, the legend shouted a warning to Kiska, and Canary urgently told him to stay alert. In response to his assault, Elysian reveals a powerful technique from the Holy Sword-style cruciform slash, and the Demon King meets her attack with his own profane slash, smiling as he notes that she is going all out from the very beginning. 2 opposing sword techniques, one of holy light, the other of dark energy, rush across the hall and collide with colossal force, exploding in a blinding flash. Watching from a safe distance, Kiska is shocked to realize that the 2 giant strikes completely neutralized each other and left both fighters unharmed. Armed, the fighters clash again. The Demon King growls, calling Legion a little bug, but she meets his fury with a determined smile and says she is just getting started. Their blades clash again in a storm of sparks, and during the exchange of blows, one of the Demon King's powerful swings misses and heads straight for Kiska. Ken Arya sees the danger and shouts to him, "Watch out." He dodges to the side, and at that moment the force of the strike explodes where he had been standing. Canaria calls out his name, asking if he is okay, and catching her breath, Kiska confirms that he managed to dodge in time. When the 2 fighters engage again, she warns Kiska, if even one of their attacks hits them, they will die instantly. The only way out, she insists, is to fully focus on avoiding crossfire, and he quickly agrees. Canaria, observing the fierce battle, provides extremely important information. She recognizes their enemy as the Demon King. Zorga is a mutated representative of the man-eating giant species. She explains that in a recent battle near Ariana, he received a critical blow from His Highness and fled into this dungeon. Legion, parrying a heavy blow, adds to Grimm's assessment and reveals, although His Majesty is only 7th in the Master class, the Demon King Zorga ranks even higher in 5th place. 5th, a terrible realization slowly dawns on Kiska. He understands that since Zorga has already absorbed the dungeon bosses, his power has surely increased, and Canaria confirms his fear, saying that the Demon King is now most likely stronger than L. On the battlefield, his conclusion proves true. The unbearable might of Zorga's assault forces Legion to retreat. Her face is a mask of tension. She struggles to hold her position. Kiska and Canario watch in horror. Feeling his overwhelming advantage, the Demon King smiles contemptuously, giving credit to the human for bringing him this far, but declares, this is the end. He raises his giant weapon and, roaring, shouts annihilation. When the decisive blow comes, Kiska shouts Ilgen's name and rushes forward to help, but Canaria instantly grabs his hand and stops him, telling him to wait. Her eyes are fixed on. Her faith is rewarded. Illusion slipped low under the massive swing and completely dodged the attack. She says that the outcome of the fight is decided not only by strength, and this again ignites hope in the one watching her. Workers, while the heroine prepares a counterattack, Canaria explains where her strength comes from. His Highness has not only superhuman power and sword skills, but also added enhanced physical abilities to her arsenal, and this, she says, is the ultimate technique of the sacred sword lineage. She unleashes her most powerful technique, the Heavenly Grey Slash, a dazzling arc of sacred energy aimed directly at the Demon King. The strike, as she flew past him, was so strong that it knocked the helmet off his head and tore the sword from his hands, yet the Demon King still stands. He stands and turns with a cruel smile, mocking her defeat. Kiska and Canario look on in horror, and Illusion herself is frozen, unable to believe her final attack missed. She hasn't even managed to stand the Demon King, instantly closed the distance, his fist crashing into her side with devastating force. The blows push her through the hall. She falls against the far wall, gasping in pain, trying to drop to her knees. Blood drips from her lips, and with growing horror she realizes this is a completely different creature than the one she fought in Ari. In this zone, seeing her wounded, Kiska rushes forward, determined to help. Canaria shouts her title, but the Legion shouts loudest, ordering them both to stand still. She clarified her desperate warning. Whoever comes too close will be caught in the crossfire of her attack and will surely die. Kiska froze, stunned by the revelation. While the heroine keeps her allies at a distance, the Demon King draws his weapon and calmly says that although he initially planned to slowly torture her to death, his plans have now changed, and this makes Kiska wonder what he means. He announces his new intention with a terrifying statement, filling the blade with immense dark power and saying that he will use an unusual sword style to burn her to ashes, leaving the spectators frozen in SH. The Demon King lowered the blade and unleashed the full power of his phantom sacred destruction, and Canaria, standing aside, knew this was it. One mistake and the legend would perish. There was no other choice, so the heroine prepared herself. But just as the destructive energy was about to strike the fallen hero, one word cut through the chaos: save. The unexpected command left Alka and Canaria stunned. Stunned, he looked in disbelief, not sure if he really heard someone whisper save, and before he could comprehend it, the Demon King's massive attack suddenly vanished completely, leaving only a crater of smoking rubble where the Legion had sat. From the sudden disappearance of his last move, Zorg burst out laughing mockingly, looking around and sarcastically wondering if that foolish heroine had simply turned to ash and vanished without a trace. Vanished, his mockery was cut off. Impossible, but dozens of phantom copies of the legend materialized around him and struck simultaneously from all sides. Alk gasped in shock, and Canaria noticed that the hero was somehow multiplying. He instantly realized that his first impression had misled him. No, he thought, eyes wide with surprise, it just seemed like she was multiplying. He realized that her movements were too fast for the eye, creating a blur after the image. Canaria confirmed his suspicion. Although it seemed as if the legend had split into several copies, in reality she was using her unique save ability. She used it by rewinding time, the same moments repeated again and again, creating the illusion of simultaneous, branched. These revelations hit Alk with full force. He remembered Illegion's saving ability and the reset power used by Dark Ajaha. He himself also had both saving and resetting, but with a bitter feeling, he realized that he was completely unable to reproduce such. Legs and his thoughts returned to the battlefield, where the true nature of the conflict was revealed. With this incredible power, the hero's alliance stood against the Demon King Zord, marking the beginning of the fourth confrontation of the hero against the Demon King Zord. The Royal War, her last time-woven strike hit the target, and with a victorious smile she declared that his reign was over as the Demon King's body began to crumble under the irresistible attack. The colossal figure scattered, its dark armor and body dissolved into nothingness, leaving only a pile of remains on the stone floor. When the dust settled, Canaria exclaimed with relief, "Your Majesty." Alk, also, apparently relieved, simply called her by name, and Illusion turned to them with a tired but satisfied smile on her face. She lightly laughed and asked if she had made them worry, and just then, behind their backs, the huge doors began to creak, opening to fee. Others from her squad, Gorgon and Nio, rushed past her to the newly opened passage. The dwarf warrior thundered, asking where the Demon King was, and the little elf called the Legion in exchange for her help. In delight, Alf watched as the victorious group prepared to go home, while a whirlwind of thoughts raged in his mind. He had just seen the Legion defeat the Demon King, using save a feat that shook her status as a heroine. But this only intensified another question. Then who was Ajija? He doubted whether they had truly saved the world, because the mystery only deepened, and Judith was quietly watching from the shadows. Under the endless clear blue sky, the peaceful town dozes, and the stone bell tower of the church stretches to the very sky. Today is the day of the triumphant return. In a dazzling flash of light, a group of travelers appeared on the high balcony, from where the very town was visible. Their long journey had finally ended. The faithful heroine breathes deeply and contentedly. A broad smile blooms on her face, and she says that the air on the surface is simply the best. Her feelings are shared by others, but for different reasons. The dwarf Gorgon laughs loudly, urging the Legion to look for food and reminding her that they haven't eaten properly for several days. The young elf now agrees, clutching her stomach and admitting that it is loudly growling. While the company joked cheerfully, the old man in the butler's uniform rushed to them. His voice choked with emotion, he exclaimed that His Highness had returned. He approaches the group, his face a mask of incredible relief. This is Frat, the steward of Elygian, and he thanks the heavens that she is safe. Elygian winked, greeted lightly, and confirmed that she had returned. She apologized for making him worry, but Frat, wiping tears from his eyes, explained that he had been sick with anxiety when he heard she had entered the dungeon with only a small group on a top-secret mission, and Allegiant smiled, calming him and saying that they had managed to safely defeat the Demon King. His eyes opened wide with admiration, and while Frat expresses his surprise, Illusion swiftly deflects the praise, places a hand on Kiska's shoulder, and declares that it's all thanks to him, and Kiska, completely frozen by the suddenness, stammers that he actually did nothing. He tries to downplay his role, but Illusion insists she tells her butler that without Kiska, they wouldn't have even found the path through the dungeon. She adds that the Demon King devoured all the other monsters, and if he hadn't been stopped, he could have become a threat that no one could hold back. He shyly brushes off the compliments, insists that he did almost nothing, but the Legion is unwavering. She exclaims that without a doubt Kiska is the true MVP of the battle, and the rest of the squad sincerely thanks him for the help. She continues and frankly says that although she herself defeated the Demon King, during the teleportation, when they were scattered to different places, she panicked. Kiska looks impressed at this sincere confession. Surprise on his face fades, his lips curve into an apologetic smile. He honestly admits that he himself did not know about that detail. The legend also admits that she was in the dark. Meanwhile, Gorgon and Nock figure out the tricks of the dungeon. Gorgon suggests that the hidden teleportation circle was made intentionally so that the exiled members of the squad could not enter together, and adds that he saw many other groups who used the main gates without problems. Their conversation is interrupted when the butler Frat gently suggests moving on. He reminds the heroes that people are already waiting, and it's time to return to the village. Following him, the whole team exits the dungeon entrance and finds themselves before a large, impatient crowd of villagers gathered to greet them. The crowd burst into excited whispers as soon as they saw the heroine. They recognized the legend, and instantly a rumor spread that she herself had infiltrated the infamous Hadorov's prison. Stepping forward, Elygian raises her hand, and in a flash of light right before her appears a large, decorated chest. She calls the villagers' attention, introduces herself as Elygian, the first prince of the kingdom of Rastarna, and announces that she killed the Demon King. When the chest opens, she shows the grim proof of her victory, the severed head of the Demon King Zorg, his face frozen in the last monstrous grimace. When the evidence is visible to all, Elysian raises his fist in triumph, declares that finally peace will reign in their world, and calls everyone to celebrate together. The crowd, among whom is a smiling Kiska, erupts in a roar of approval. In the middle of the cheerful crowd, Kiska looks aside, a barely noticeable relieved smile on his face, a drop of sweat on his temple, and he quietly rejoices at how everything turned out. He sighed with relief, and others felt the same. Illusion laughed loudly and told Niao that since she came to this era, it seemed to her as if she had been drawn into something incredible. He walks through the village, and the anxiety that was there before recedes, and a sincere smile blooms on his face. He realizes that everything is not so bad and pays attention to Canario nearby. She notices his gaze and explains their next step. In the royal capital Larna, a grand victory parade will be held in honor of the defeat of the Demon King, and they will set out there tomorrow. Her expression softens a little, and she gives him advice for the evening celebration. Don't drink too much, sleep well, and be ready to leave in the morning. Suddenly the meaning of her words dawns on him. His eyes widen in shock. He points to himself, and stammering, asks if her words mean that he also has to go to the parade. Parade, she looks at him, her face firm and unwavering. Without hesitation, she says directly, of course, he is a member of the hero squad. Overall, her words and the way she spoke them deeply resonated with him. A warm smile blossomed on his face when he realized that she addressed him with respect, a small but important change. That evening, under the starry sky, the company gathered in a large local tavern to celebrate the victory and spend the last night in the village. Inside, a festive atmosphere reigns. Gorgon laughs loudly, and Niall with a green face looks sick from drinking. Kiska, Elygian, Canaria, Nak, and even Ajiha and Sabaki Sharamil savor a strong drink. He remembered the Legion's promise, said with a confident smile. She assured him that as soon as all post-battle duties were over, she would immediately start looking for Ajiha, as she promised. He promised. This filled him with new hope. He knew that Illusion was the prince of the kingdom of Rastarna, and with such an extensive network, the search would definitely become more effective. When night fell over the city, a quiet optimism settled in him for the first time in a long while. He felt that he was finally one step closer to finding G. The next morning, the whole company gathered near two lavishly decorated carriages, preparing to set off for the capital. The Legion took it upon themselves to arrange everything, and decided that she, Canaria, Frat, and Nock would take the first carriage, anticipating a relaxing trip. This meant that Kiska found himself in a group with others. The noisy dwarf Gorgon immediately slapped him on the back and called him Big Brother, which quietly annoyed the elf. Nio pondered her awkward acquaintance, feeling as if a chasm had grown between them. Shaking it off, she called out to everyone ahead for a long time. Tense silence hung in their carriage. Gorgon, always a chatterbox, broke the silence and addressed Kiska again, Big Bro. Bro, he leaned closer with a friendly expression and began asking about Kiska's past exploits, saying he had heard that Kiska had cleared the Katarov dungeon and asked how many people were in his po. At the party, Kiska hesitated for a moment and quietly admitted that he had gone through it all alone. This impressed Gorgondom. He froze with wide-open eyes and exclaimed that such an act was true madness. Having said this, he confirmed that Gorgon had figured it out, explaining that he was expelled because of a hidden teleportation circle. The dwarf, an adventurer of diamond rank himself, admitted that the very thought of going through the dungeon alone sent shivers down his spine. He continued, explaining, having used the hidden circle meant he could not leave until the dungeon was cleared, so he had no choice. He had to break through to the end. To this, Nio intervened with a confident smile and boasted that if she had been nearby, the teleportation circle for the return would not have even been needed. It was necessary. She explained that she possessed the spell of return. This news completely caught Kiska by surprise. She added with a smug smile that she could easily pull him out even despite the hidden circle restriction, and Kiska then explained how he escaped himself. After he defeated the Demon King who had consumed the first final boss, a new teleportation circle appeared, allowing him to return to his village. Gorgon laughed loudly, turned to Nio, and jokingly accused her of just wanting a little recognition for the dungeon. Understood, Kisk chuckled, calming the confused meow that he understood, and Gordon then sighed and said pitifully that he himself wasted time in the dungeon after being chased by a headless prostitute. Horse, Gorgon continued, noticing that despite the delay he still made it to the final boss's room, even appearing late for the Legion's battle with the Demon King. Kiska quietly confirmed then he eagerly told how their team was formed. He and Nio met at the beginning and traveled together for some time until they came across an adventurer in a hood. Nock, he thought they just followed Nock, and barely had time to come to their senses. They were already in the final boss's hall. Hearing this, Kiska shrugged and said that he actually never spoke with Nock. He glances at the figure in the hood Noka, who is intently staring at him. In the shadow of the hood, Noka thinks that Kiska is strange, or maybe he has some special skill. Suddenly the carriage stops abruptly, throwing everyone off balance. Kiska exclaims in surprise. Gorgon shouts to check outside, and without hesitation Kiska flings open the carriage door and steps out. Jumps out, he lands on the dirt road. His companions emerge behind him, and he cannot believe his eyes at the sight ahead. On the clearing, two figures stand in confrontation. He cannot comprehend what he vision clears. The figures become distinct. Is it the Demon King Zorg, massive and formidable, with a heavy sword on his shoulder? In front of him the heroine Elidian, her own blades drawn and ready for battle. Kiska froze, his thoughts spinning from confusion, and he asked aloud, why the Demon King? He is here. The Demon King's face twisted into an evil smile, and he confirmed his identity, mockingly declaring that he is the very Demon King they apparently already broken. A drop of sweat crawls down the Temple of Elegance. Her confident mask shattered in its place. Pure horror. She looks back at Kiska, her voice trembling as she warns him to s. Back. Her warning is interrupted by a terrible sight. In the very center of the breastplate, a huge, gaping hole. She calls Kiska, her strength obvious. Everything is clearly failing. He screams her name in horror. At that moment, a blade of pure darkness slices through the air as if it were impossible. Speed. The blade hits not the mind, but Kiska. It bursts from his chest in a fountain of blood, and his face freezes in a silent scream of pain. And shock overtook him. His eyes widened in disbelief. Tears welled up, and a strangled moan escaped his lips. The world around seemed to begin to fade, consumed by burning pain. In his chest, he forced himself to look down, his mind breaking from attempts to comprehend what he saw. Deep inside him hid a blade of pure darkness, pulsating with evil energy. He could only guess what horror. Here is the thing, when his strength failed, one desperate thought consumed him. Who was it? Who was the one who killed him? The question echoed in the dim light of his consciousness, but no answer came. His last moments shattered into fleeting images, a sinister dark scythe, a leaning, silent tree in his own hand, lifelessly falling to the ground. He did not manage to see the killer's face because everything plunged into darkness. On his knees in a stone corridor lit by torches, Kiska thought about his new reality. Since he arrived in this world 100 years ago, this was his first death, and he knew with grim certainty that this was where it all began. He recalled the solemn words of the legend she told him. His death was nothing, no matter how many times it happened, but if she died, the future 100 years ahead would irreversibly change for the worse. Faced with harsh reality, his resolve hardened. If things were to be this way, he would stand before it to protect her from that fate. He and his comrades would descend into the dungeon and change fate itself. Determination instantly drowned in a flood of traumatic memories. Illusion, the deep hole in her chest, the triumphant resurrection of the Demon King, and his own body pierced by a blade. Yet the most important detail, who killed him painfully, remained out of reach. He struggled to stand up and walk down the long corridor, feeling the weight of everything that had happened pressing on him. So much had happened all at once. Step by step he walked, and his thoughts focused only on the last clash. At the place of Illusion's death, he was sure he saw only her and the Demon King, but he knew one detail for sure. He assumed that the Legion's carriage, which was ahead of him, was supposed to carry Canaria, Nock, and Frat, but in his memories of the final battle, they were nowhere to be found. The conclusion was terribly clear. Everyone who was riding in the carriage ahead was killed by foreign hands even before the start of the final battle. He mentally reconstructed the sequence of events. An unknown attacker first killed the comrades in the front carriage, then revived the Demon King, and later bypassed and attacked his own carriage from behind. And as soon as he understood the tactic, the last cruel memory overwhelmed him. The attacker sneaked up from behind and killed him. He still could not comprehend the circumstances of his death. His mind raced through the facts. Illusion had the rank of master. Canaria was diamond rank, and it seemed utterly unbelievable that someone could topple them both in an instant. Moreover, he remembered that Gorgon and Nio stood behind him. If the killer's sole goal was to annihilate the entire squad, they should have been killed first, not last. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the giant figures of a werewolf and another massive creature, resembling a bugbear, blocking his path in the stone corridor. Clenching his teeth, there was no time to waste while the Demon King was at large. He decided to move only forward, sorting out the past while fighting the present. A wave of memories surged, his team fighting side by side, the list of his hard-earned skills, and the sight of the pit below, filled with stakes. All of it seemed distant but critically important. He walked, and his attention narrowed, pushing away nearby threats to cling to the most important memory, the moment he was killed. Memory struck him like a real physical blow. A dark torn blade tore out of his chest in a black splash. He recalled the last moments, his gaze fixed on the weapon that took his life. A moment before death, he glanced at the blade and saw veins the same as those he saw on the puppet sword. A new thought was born in his head. The shape was slightly different from the shape of his own sword, but it could be a weapon from the Parasite series, which Judith mentioned. Then he realized, if the one who killed them wielded a weapon from the Parasite series, then before them was a very dangerous enemy, and he had to come up with a plan. He goes deeper into the dungeon, the sounds of battle echoing from the corridor ahead. He recognizes the typical signs of a fight with werewolves and recalls the last time Canaria fought right here, in this D.V. To clear the dungeon again, as he had done before, he decides that the first step is to meet with. But as soon as he entered the room, his plan instantly fell apart. Instead of Canaria, a dwarf Gorgon in heavy armor fights the werewolves, swinging a colossal axe with brutal force, and Kiska froze in place, stunned by the unexpected sound. He froze in place, his mind spinning with confusion. He clearly remembers that Canaria was here, and aloud wonders why Gorgon appeared in her place. The only possibility that comes to mind is that his act of rewinding death somehow changed the course of events. He watches as Gorgon continues his relentless advance, easily knocking down the werewolves. The dwarf warrior stops the slaughter, notices Kiska's arrival. A confident smile plays on his face, and he greets him, Big Brother Kiska. Kiska, he steps forward. His appearance is formidable. Kiska is stunned and mentally wonders how impressive it is that one person managed to wipe out an entire werewolf lair. Alone, suddenly Gorgon's face contorted into a fierce roar. He swung the axe straight at Kiska's head, shouting his name. Kiska manages to duck at the last moment. The axe blade cuts through the air where his head was just a moment ago and hits the werewolf sneaking up from behind. Gorgon smiles and says that Kiska still has life. The young man turns in shock, realizing the danger he was in. The dwarf calmly said that the situation was dangerous. Still recovering from the near-death experience, Kiska could only ask what he was talking about, completely confused. He found himself at the center of the boasting of the dwarf warrior Gorgon, who mockingly wondered how the one who boasted about clearing the dungeon could not dodge a simple strike from a slow fighter like him. He opened his eyes in surprise when Gorgon laughed, and added that the chance encounter turned out just perfect, and Kiska could only agree the warrior was right. Indeed, the armored gnome yielded to him, laid the axe on his shoulder, and asked where they should go to find him. He confidently led forward, explaining that his task was to lead the way. Recalling the terrain plan, he stated that they could easily move forward to the right and nudged Gorgon toward the F. As they walked, he apologized honestly, saying that he did not even guess that the squad would split. Gorgon asked if he knew anything about it, and Kiska confirmed that he knew nothing. To the right, then he revealed a stunning fact. He had already cleared this dungeon himself before. This statement caused a loud cry of disbelief from Gordon. The warrior called it madness, but Kiska just agreed. Inside, he recalled the bitter truth, how he had to go through it again and again in endless loops of death, and quickly decided not to talk about it. Aloud, impressed by this revelation, Gorgon noted that with such strength Kiska could become a full member of the squad, not just a guide. Kiska waved off the compliment and laughed as they walked through the stone corridor. He pointed ahead and confidently stated that the boss's room, where the golem was located, was just ahead, and suspected that there might be. There, his detailed knowledge caused an ironic smile in Gorgon. He noted how much the young man seemed as if he knows something. He freezes when Gorgon turns to him with a smile and asks if he already knows the future. This question completely catches Kiska off guard. Caught off guard before he can grasp the question, Gorgon suddenly shouts one word, "Go." Kiska leans back from shock and confusion, calling towards the door. The name Varfa, he stammers, trying to understand how Gorgon could have known about it at all, and a nervous laugh escapes him as he searches for an explanation. His laughter dies in his throat as the moment of his death surfaces in his memory, and he recalls the person who stood behind him then. It was Gorgon. A terrible thought freezes in his mind, the one who killed him in a past life, none other than the dwarf warrior now standing beside him. This object, the cold horror, is interrupted when they find themselves before massive, fortified doors. Kiska notices that from inside it already sounds as if the battle has begun. Gorgon confirms if this is correct. Location, he pushes the heavy doors, but they do not move an inch. Gorgon grumbles in despair, explaining that the doors are sealed and will not open until the fight inside can. The dwarf turns to Kiska with a knowing smile, again noting how knowledgeable he is. This remark only sharpens Kiska's unease. He can no longer be sure of nothing. Inside, he struggles with this new information. If Gorgon was his killer, he must be on guard. Thoughts are interrupted. He realizes that the sounds of battle behind the door It fell silent. As soon as he noticed the silence, the heavy doors swung open, and in the light projection stood a legend with a stunned look, and beside her Judith, holding a massive, exquisitely decorated sword. Gorgon burst out laughing loudly as they stepped through the door and noticed others. Kiska froze with wide-open eyes, mistakenly taking the woman with the legion for Kinaria. His mistake hung in the air, and Judith, the woman who is really here, looks at the scene with a heavy, grim expression. She understands that the future has shifted again, and mentally notes that Kinaria appeared in this F. Unaware of the intricacies of time, Elysian greets Kiska and Gorgon with a radiant smile and says with relief that she is very glad of their arrival. Safe in response to her greeting, Gorgon loudly boasts, claiming that ordinary monsters cannot withstand his power. Kiska, still trying to understand what is happening, simply addresses it. She calls him by name. When he looks at her, a cold premonition grips him in his imagination. Legion's cheerful smile remains, but her words sound like a death sentence. She says he will die tomorrow. The vision overwhelms him. Thoughts race. What can he do to save her? But now Elysian only asks him to lead the squad forward. Lost in dark thoughts, Kiska can barely agreement. Although a storm raged within him, the group moved further through the dungeon without incident. Their path was filled with fierce battles, and before their eyes involuntarily flashed visions of the demon King Zorg and other powerful enemies. As they move forward, the memory of the desperate struggle of the Legion with Zorg in the previous timeline is a constant grim reminder. The stakes, eventually their journey brought them to a town where they found lodging behind closed doors. Under a cloudy sky, morning came, and with it the day of their departure. The city of Lorna. On the dirt road leading out of the city stand two elegant dark carriages ready to depart. Each is drawn by a pair of white horses, and nearby are coachmen ready for the journey. For Lana, when the company gathered, Elysian took on organizing the trip. She says that with two carriages the road will be comfortable, and begins seating the passengers in F. The first vehicle, she notices Kiska, smilingly explains that both crews are arranged precisely to save him. He raises his eyes to her, his face mixed with gratitude and uncertainty, and begins. He tries to say her name, but does not finish the thought. Legion bursts out with a fierce statement. She declares that she will go with him and vows to personally rewrite his fate, and Kiska froze in silence, only able to ask if she really. Deciding to go with him, Elysian begins to gather the rest of the company. Her idea immediately excites Nio, who happily asks to join, and Elysian smiles and agrees, suggesting they all travel together. Two elegant carriages, drawn by pairs of white horses, move along a dusty country road, and the rhythmic clatter of wheels and hooves echoes across the quiet landscape. In one of the wagons, Kiska sits with a tense expression, sweat running down her forehead, and gloomily thinks that this time she is traveling with different companions than before. He sits opposite Legion O, his gaze is distant. He notices that so far nothing strange has happened, but deep anxiety prevents him from relaxing. Terrible memory has taken over his mind the image of Legion, with a deadly, wide-open wound in her chest. He clenches his will and decides to find out what really happened in the carriage that day to change the outcome. Home, his deep thoughtfulness does not go unnoticed. Legion leans slightly forward, with a kind expression, and asks if something happened, noticing that he has looked very serious since they boarded. He shudders, stunned that his anxiety was so noticeable. Embarrassed, he quickly comes up with an excuse, stammering and saying that he is just nervous because he has never been to such a big city as Lana before. She smiles, accepts his explanation, and says she understands that feeling, but he should not worry. Trying to look calm, Kiska forcedly laughs and rubs the back of her head, agreeing that he is just nervous. Legion continues, her voice soothing. She says that the ruler of Tarna, her father, King Varian Rastarna, is a kind and gentle man, and assures Kiska that everyone who helped defeat the Demon King will be warmly welcomed by all. Her words seem to calm his frayed nerves. A sincere smile appears on his lips, and he says that hearing her soothes him. The expression of devotion softens, but she adds, "But I am the only one." He ponders. Legion, of course, will never learn the truth about that last journey. The journey, noticing the joyful atmosphere here now after the defeat of the Demon King, he decides to just pretend so as not to arouse suspicion. His thoughts are interrupted by Legion calling him by name. She turns to him and asks if he has ever been to Lorne before, and if he really lived all his life in the village of Katari, to which Kiska replies that mostly yes. He explains in detail that although he was born a peasant, he sometimes traveled to neighboring towns like Grilla or Fiat as a traveling merchant, and this word seemed to instantly capture the Legion's attention. With a hint of self-irony, he added that he does not consider himself the kind of person who should speak on equal terms with heroes like them. To his remark, the legend responded with a thoughtful look and said that a farmer who cleared the dungeons of Katarov is already an incredible achievement in itself. Yes, she continues, reminding him that Canaria is from a simple family, and Gorgon was once a mercenary without rules, and most importantly she herself saw what he was capable of in battle when they conquered the Demon King. With a warm, reassuring smile, she tells him that he is loyal, reliable, and someone who can truly be trusted. Isn't that enough? Frat and Niall smile sincerely. It is clear they completely agree with her. Even Legion thinks he is an incredible person, a man with a big heart. He thinks that her heart is truly touched. Turning and looking out the carriage window, he feels his determination strengthen at the thought that one day she will rule the kingdom, and that is why he must change his fate. He looks at the trees quickly passing by. In his mind, there is only the place they are heading to. They are approaching the forest exactly where that incident happened before. Legend, noticing his tension, gently says that if they pass this section without incident, from now on he can confidently rely on her and the whole group if he ever finds himself in trouble. Her offer caught him by surprise, and he stumbled, whispering a hesitant thank you. Legion, winking confidently, promised to do everything in her power to help him find his girl as soon as possible. This assumption leaves him speechless, the word girl erasing from his mind. Nearby, Niall looks at him with a wide, curious eye. While their carriage was traveling through the forest, he stammeringly and hurriedly explained that Ajiha was not his girlfriend, and from inside the carriage, Elegant's voice asked in surprise why he was so desperately looking for someone who was not his beloved partner. He is tormented, searching for words, and confesses too much has happened between him and Ajiha. He honestly says there is no perfect word for this. He doesn't even know how to describe their relationship, because in his mind, with a strange smile, he explains that they are neither family nor lovers. It is a connection that is hard to express in words, but he definitely knows. If he had never met Jiha, he would never have ended up where he is now. Listening carefully, Elegant feels the full depth of his feelings. She now understands. Ajiha is an incredibly dear person to him. Kiska confirms this. His facial expression hardens as he declares that he came to this era with the sole purpose to save. The truth surfaced. A thoughtful silence falls in the carriage. He turns his gaze to the window, his thoughts drift. He came to save Ajiha, and now he is saving the hero of this era, Elijah, and a question arises in his mind. Is it his fate to save heroes? The carriage rumbles on, leaving the forest behind, crossing a sturdy stone bridge and confidently approaching the town visible in the distance. He lifted his eyes from his thoughts when the carriage stopped. The Legion announced arrival in Lorna, and her butler Frat quickly confirmed this, noting that they were almost there. Kiska's eyes widened with realization. Having stepped out of the carriage, the company froze before the tall stone walls and massive wooden gates. City, beyond the gates lay their goal, the capital of Lorna, the heart of the kingdom of Rastarna, a sprawling metropolis with countless houses and bustling streets. On the streets, the scale of the capital simply stunned Kiskastant. He just stood, eyes wide open, sweating a little and muttering to himself about its incredible size. His admiration was interrupted when the Legion pointed out that the rest of their companions had also arrived, and Gorgon with the others approached with faces full of relief. Finally made it. City, the gnome warrior Gorgon stretched his stocky body and loudly grumbled that riding in the carriage was torture for his backside. Beside him, Canaria and hooded Nock remained complete. Three adventurers, Gorgon, Canaria, and Nock, stood together, the formidable part of their alliance. Retinue, when the whole group gathered, Frat scrutinized everyone with a sharp gaze. For the sake of the Legion, he knew he could not lower his vigilance, but he thought that little childlike Niao and her lookalike Ajiha were probably family members. Innocent, his private thoughts were lost in the noise as they rode into the city itself, and a crowd of residents gathered, loudly and enthusiastically welcoming the return of Legion Sama and Canary. Rena Sand, she walked among the captivated audience. Kiska noticed the incredible popularity of the legend. She sighed heavily. Although she wanted to rest after a long journey, her first duty was to inform her FFF father. She and her companions knelt in the magnificent throne hall of Larna. Before them, on a raised eas, sat the king, and on the sides his royal advisors, ready to receive the throne. After their report, she raised her gaze to meet the monarch's eyes and solemnly announced her return to His Majesty. The ruler King Varian Rastarna smiled warmly, said he had already received her report, and praised her for doing an excellent job, and Allegiant sincerely thanked him. In return, she drew the king's attention to a large decorated chest that appeared before the throne, prompting him. Let's look. The lid of the box disappeared, revealing a grim content, the severed head of a horned demonic figure, its face frozen in silence. Island snarl. A wave of shock swept through the royal court, and the king recognized the trophy, the head of the demon king, noting with surprise that it was taken not on the battlefield, but inside that infamous ultra-complex Qatar. Turning his gaze from the dungeon to the adventurers, he admitted the incredible difficulty of their mission. Illusion agreed, but added that their success was due to an exceptional person who helped them. She placed her hand on Kiska's shoulder and announced to the entire court that it was his strength that allowed them to defeat the demon king without incident. Confused by the sudden attention, Kiska inwardly lamented her awkwardness in such situations. The entire gaze of the king fell on the young man. He called him by name and personally thanked him, and the embarrassed Kiska waved off the praise, saying he just did what he could. Capable of this, pleased with his modesty, the king offers a reward and asks if there is anything he desires. Surprised, Kiska hesitates for a moment, then admits that he is looking for someone, which he had already mentioned. With the legend, he first tells the king that he does not have any particular reward in mind. King Varian listens with a thoughtful expression, and the legend smiles warmly at the king. From Kiska's side calm, but in his head there is only one goal: to prevent the Legion's destruction and to thwart the revival of the Demon King, and he mentally calculates what he could ask for to help achieve the his goal. Then he hesitated before the throne, admitting that his request might not be entirely appropriate. As a reward, gathering courage, he stands before the open box in which lies the head of the Demon King, and tells the king that he really has a proposal, and behind his back Elijah and her squad watch with interest. The king became interested. He leans forward and repeats that word. You make the proposal, and the view pulls back, showing the spires of the world. The royal castle. Night falls on the capital. The sky above the castle roofs is covered with clouds and stars. Later, a festive banquet was arranged. Kiska sits among the heroes, the party of loyalty, Ajika and Canaria, at a long, luxuriously set table. Among the servants at the feast, he breaks the silence and says that there is one thing he had been pondering this all the time. His thoughts plunged into the very heart of the mystery. He recalled the original course of events, and could not understand how the one who killed them managed to get to the head of the Demon King when it was supposed to be securely hidden inside the Legion. He connects this mystery with the clue he gave earlier. It seems incredible that someone could simply jump out of the carriage. The most important question remains: how did their killer manage to kill Legion and resurrect King of Demons? He achieved his first goal to separate the head of the King of Demons. The exquisite chest now rests on the majestic altar, lonely and silent Sinanile inside Ha. In the sacred hall, he managed to separate the Legion from the artifact, but the main question still tormented his mind. Will the Legion perish anyway? Will the King of Demons still find a way to bring them back to life? When night fell on the city, his determination hardened, and he swore to find out the truth and reveal who killed them. In another timeline, he sat alone in his modest room, the burden of the mission pressing on him. He will put an end to this threat. Once and for all, the head of the King of Demons is now securely hidden within the sacred walls. Temple of Lorna. Deep inside the temple, the chest lay on the altar, and the only light came from two candles flickered. A figure emerged from the shadows, its steps silently gliding over the stone floor. Ejika Sabaki approaches the altar with quiet determination. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Elegant's face changes from restrained to surprised, eyes wide open. In complete shock, she puts on a delicate silver ring on the finger of the gauntlet, a slight knowing smile playing on her lips. As she does so, her face breaks into a wide, delighted smile. Finally, she exclaims, raising her hand to show the new ring, the moment I have been waiting for. Nearby, Kiska watches, and Canary looks on, her face a mask of astonishment. Stunned disbelief overtook her. The armored knight found herself face to face with Kiska in the adjacent doorway. A drop of sweat rolled down his temple. He forced a smile, but his eyes revealed deep concern. What are you doing here? Canary a sin? He asked, and the question hung in the air. At that moment, a terrible suspicion arose in his mind. Could she be guilty? In the grand decorated hall, Kiska stands before the Legion, and one terrible question haunts his mind. Is she a traitor? Later, she calmly says that she was just walking around the outskirts and observing to see if there were any suspicious people who might misuse the head of the Demon King. Kiska, feigning innocence, asks to clarify whom exactly she means by suspicious. He does not back down, directly asking if she means someone trying to resurrect the Demon King. His question struck a nerve. A dark shadow fell over Legion's face, her features twisted with unspoken rage. She quickly hides her anger behind a contemptuous smile and asks if such a person even exists. Kiska sweats a little, pretends, and says he wouldn't know. He continues with a calm smile, saying that even if someone tried to resurrect the Demon King, the head is safe, which is reassuring, and after that, he decisively declares that he will move forward. But his farewell words are a direct warning. Legion will not be killed, and this statement shatters her calm, her eyes wide open in pure shock. His friendliness instantly disappears, replaced by a harsh, piercing gaze. He points at her as if saying that she is the one here who understands everything best, and the legend, confused and angry, demands to know what he is planning. He drops all masks. So it was you, he says, admitting he never expected the traitor to be her. She cuts in with a poisonous smile that she never liked him and demands to know how much he knows. Now they stand separated across the entire length of the hall. Illusion snorts mockingly, but Kiska stands firm and resolutely says that, to her misfortune, he will not allow her to revive the Demon King or kill Illusion. He did not move when Legion announced that it was already too late. She raised her gloved hand, displaying the Ring of Chaos granted by her lord, and proudly declared that with this ring she could tear space and time to resurrect the Demon King. With a wild smile, she reached for the elegant chest in which lay the head of the Demon King, and announced that this moment would be the first step of their ambition. The hand hovered over the chest, nothing happened, the ring remained motionless, and a look of embarrassment flashed across her face. She jerked her hand back and muttered that it was strange. The ring did not react as expected. Inside, a growing anxiety was creeping up. She sharply threw off the chest lid. Kiska looked at her calmly, as if he already knew everything. Her eyes widened in shock. The chest was completely empty. From behind her, Kiska threw an insincere apology and admitted that he had hidden the head. Illusion turned sharply, her face distorted with rage, and she demanded to know what he had done. He explained that her proposal to the king to show the Demon King's head as a display to declare submission had failed. It was then that he realized her true intentions. Her shock was palpable. And her fury boiled over. Her Legion drew a sword. Its tip was a few centimeters from his throat. She demanded that he tell her where the head was, threatening that his life would end right there if he refused, and Kiska calmly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He drew the blade, which flashed with a dim but powerful glow of energy, and challenged her. The Legion mocked his foolishness, doubting whether any platinum rank adventurer really believed he could defeat someone of diamond rank like her. Kiska only smiled slyly, ready for battle. The Legion stands ready. Kiska feels the huge gap in power between the platinum and diamond rank adventurers. She notices that Canaria is incredibly strong and calls him to fight as he pleases. Prepare yourselves. After her words, she rushes forward with dazzling speed. Sword held high, she swears to cut him down. Kiska, his own blade burning with some strange energy, prepares to attack, while Canaria watches attentively. Their blades met in a fierce shower of sparks. The two warriors became a blurred whirl of motion. Steel rang against steel in a lightning-fast exchange of blows. Canaria's eyes widened slightly. She was surprised by the ferocity of the duel. He grits his teeth. The force of her strike shook his hands. It was nearly fatal, and he realizes, in pure strength, combat skills, power, or speed, he is completely inferior to her. But he has a way to even the odds. With a determined smile, he activates a skill, shouting its name, acceleration. He moves in an instant, a sudden burst of speed, leaving stunned silence behind. Shifting, he explains that the platinum rank was a sign even before he acquired the acceleration skill. The legend waved it off, calling it just a sneaky trick. Kiska, however, holds her shining sword with new confidence and says that with acceleration she can now match her in speed. Speed, she responds with a savage smile, asserting that even if their speeds are the same, it does not change the fact she still surpasses Canaria in raw power, and immediately launches another fierce attack. He clashes with her bladed strike shakes them both. Although the difference in strength is obvious, he roars that he will not lose. Annoyed, the Legion clicks its tongue and demands to know where such confidence comes from. He begins to explain. After 100 years in this world and countless battles, he realized one thing: all warriors, no matter how strong they are, fight to save their own lives, but he is different. He has died more times than he can count and has become a person who does not hesitate to die. In other words, he states with chilling confidence that he is not afraid of death. He lowers his fiery sword in a devastating arc. His rival, Night Canary, raises her own blade to parry, but the force of the strike shatters her blade into fragments. Shards scatter, and she cries out in surprise. Eyes, her defense shattered into pieces. Canaria looks up from the floor in complete disbelief, can only stammer in amazement at this sudden, stunning display of power. Despite her shock, he presses the tip of his blazing blade to her face. Growling, he demands that Canary respond. He presses with interrogation, his voice tense, full of accusation. He reminds her of the oath of loyalty to the Legion and asks why she betrayed that trust and tried to resurrect the demon. King, her initial surprise melts away. A cool, knowing smile appears on her face. She admits she doesn't know how he uncovered her plan, but since he has come this far, she agrees to tell him everything. Kiska looks at her sternly, as if warning. Her fate hangs on her next word. With words she begins her confession, confirming that she truly swore loyalty to His Highness. With a blush on her cheeks, she admits that her feelings were much deeper than simple devotion. She left. She loved him. Her confession stunned him. He stammers, unable to reconcile her words about love with her actions, and demands to know why she then betrayed the one she loved. Canaria's face fades into shadow. She prepares explain. She asks a chilling imaginary question. She asks him to imagine that he hates someone more than anyone else in the world. This person is also a prince, with enormous status and power. What, she asks, would have to be done to guarantee that such a person is killed? A terrible thought dawns on him together with Joel. He understands that she is talking about the legend. Her gaze sharpens, and in a low voice she asks how it is even possible to destroy the strongest will to kill in the world. The world, her face contorts in ecstatic madness. Grasping her head, she reveals her distorted logic. The only choice she proclaims is to love. Then her twisted logic left him stunned, eyes wide open with shock and disbelief, and sweat running down his face. She continued with a chillingly calm smile, explaining that she suppressed her murderous desire for the Legion by cutting it off. Love, he recoiled, inwardly calling her a creepy woman. He begged her to immediately abandon these thoughts, his voice filled with desperate determination to protect. Religion, his resolve shrank into a direct threat. If she really intended to resurrect the Demon King to kill the Legion, he said, then he had no choice but to kill. Kill her? She responded to his threat with an explosion of maniacal laughter, her eyes shining widely with amusement. You will kill me, she said mockingly, challenging him if he thought so. He thought he could. Her smile instantly faded, replaced by a cold, grim expression. I'm sorry, she said, assuring that she was doing it for the sake of the world, and lunged forward, her hand gripping his wrist. A burst of dark energy escaped from her grip. He screamed, stunned by the sudden attack and not understanding why he was attacked. Attacking him, as the energy gathered, a sinister black sword grew in her hand. Its guard was shaped like a wicked, unblinking eye. It was a puppet. Her triumphant smile only intensified his unspeakable horror. She was the one who wielded the puppet sword in this era. The revelation struck Kiska like a real blow. He could not believe it or not. Her bold smile widened as she explained her plan. She gave him some freedom for a while, but he got too carried away, and she had to intervene to finally find out who he really was. She intensifies the attack. A wild smile blooms on her face as the puppet's sword clashes with Kiska's blade with a thunderous force. He stumbles back, gritting his teeth as he realizes the hopelessness. Against the puppet sword, his own burning blade puts him at a noticeable disadvantage. He knows too well. Even in its initial state, this weapon supports the user's movements and gives bonuses to attack and defense, enhancing their overall compatibility. Deflects another strike, and he understands. This is a hopeless fight. If it continues like this, he will lose. Canaria confirms his fears, saying that as a former user she understands the doll's sword better than anyone. Seeing no other choice, he decides to retreat for now, turns and runs to the large doors. Canaria shouts to him, wait, her face a mixture of shock and irritation. He hasn't even reached the exit when a huge figure blocks his way. A powerful blow to the back knocks him off his feet and throws him face down. He raises his head in shock and recognizes the dwarf warrior. Gorgon, that warrior, snorts disdainfully at him and calls him pathetic for being hit by such a slow attack, and Hiska can only groan in pain, barely able to rise. He turns back to Canaria, apologizes for his delay. She calmly ta. He asks to wait. She orders Gorgon not to finish off Kisk yet. The dwarf warrior awkwardly says that Kisk is almost dead already, but Ken Arya coldly explains that he is the one who hid the demon. The king's head, she leans over the unconscious Kisk, sees that he is on the brink of death and realizes the interrogation is already too late. After Gorgon's shy apology, Canaria decides that they will just exterminate the Legion first and then revive D. He dropped to his knees in the cold stone corridor. The weight of the truth finally settled on him. Everything began to come together, and this realization was bitter, hard to swallow. The faces of those he once trusted Canaria and Gorgon flashed through his mind alongside the sinister smile of the double. The pain of their betrayal was sharp. They had been acting against him all along. He focused on the memory of Canaria and now realized that she was not just a skilled warrior, but a puppet controlled by parasitic weaponry, and this discovery made the situation much worse than he had imagined. Memories surfaced of his previous death blade, like a scythe that finished him off. It was the same weapon as Gorgon's, and it became clear they were parts of the same deadly series of parasitic instruments. Standing alone in the dim light, he clenched his teeth and prepared for the inevitable confrontation. A fight with two people wielding such a powerful, cursed weapon demanded more than just strength, needed a desperate plan to survive. He moved back, repeating each step toward the werewolf's den. If he wanted to change his fate, he would have to face the familiar dangers of the dungeon with new caution. He recalled their previous clash and felt, with the parasitic sword, Canarag's skill had grown incredibly. If with her usual blade he could still hold his ground, this new power was on a completely different level. Suddenly he froze. The corridor was covered by a strange silence. The usual sounds of the dungeon growling and distant echoes of battles completely disappeared and were replaced by a terrifying frozen stillness. Rounding the corner, he held his breath at what he saw. The room was a grave of werewolves, their massive bodies scattered across the floor in a bloody scene of complete annihilation. He glanced over the bloody battlefield, but there was no trace of Canaria or Gorgona. It seemed the fight had ended long before his arrival, leaving him alone among the remains of beasts and with more questions than answers. He froze in place, his eyes widening in shock as he found himself face to face with the woman who betrayed him. Standing before him was Canaria, her face revealing nothing, and she greeted him coldly and detachedly. He instantly masks his fear with a tense, forced smile because he understands. Any change in behavior will reveal that he knows about her betrayal. The burden of her betrayal weighs on his mind, but he must pretend to be an unsuspecting ally to avoid arousing suspicion. He pours her praise, feigning relief that she survived, enthusiastically recounting her supposed solitary cleansing of the werewolf's lair. She remains silent, staring ahead and not reacting at all to his empty compliments. He watches as she devalues the achievements, calling it a simple mundane matter, her voice emotionless when she says she wants to reunite with the king again. Shifting the conversation to their next step, she asks if he knows the way forward, and he inwardly marvels at her icy calm. She listens as he points down a long stone corridor and explains that by going straight along it, they will reach the hall where Allegiance San is probably waiting. She nods briefly and already switches her attention to their goal. He sets off as she commanded, and the silence between them thickens with unspoken tension. She leads the way. They walk in step, the rhythmic clatter of their boots echoing off the cold dungeon walls. The young man stared intently at her bare back, and a dark thought grew within him at this moment. When she seems defenseless, he could kill her. He hesitated, gripping his weapon tighter, struggling with himself. Could he really kill her? Fear of her revenge and possible consequences from the hero, who might consider him a true traitor, restrained his hand. He knows he must find the truth, but doubt gnaws at him, and he is not sure if he has enough strength and resolve to truly end her treacheries. He gathered his resolve, his hand gripping the sword hilt tighter. Clarity ruled his mind. For the Legion and for the whole world, he had to see this grim matter through to the end. His inner monologue was cut by a loud voice that thundered down the stone corridor. Someone was calling them from the darkness ahead, and this shout, full of unrestrained energy, did not fit at all with the oppressive atmosphere. The dwarf warrior Gorgon burst into view with a wide, toothy grin, laughing loudly from incredible relief. He was finally back with his comrades after that chaotic separation. He froze in place, eyes wide with disbelief at the unexpected arrival. Canaria calmly noticed that their comrade looked unharmed, and Kiska could not understand how his carefully thought-out plans were falling apart. When the initial shock passed, they exchanged a few words. Gorgon noted how incredible it was that their group had been scattered so much, and Kiska quietly apologized for the confusion, his mind racing to adjust to the new dynamic. He took the lead again and suggested continuing the descent into the depths. To himself, with a tired sense of repetition, he He noted that they had had this conversation more than once, but the burden of his secret still suffocated him. His gaze darted between the two companions, and a cold realization fell upon him. The window of opportunity had closed with Gorgon here. It was impossible to strike directly at Canario. They would have to wait for the next chance. Discovery, the warrior's playful mood suddenly vanished instead. A sharp, piercing look appeared on his face. Chillingly straightforward, he made it clear that it was time to stop these games and end the false performance they all maintained. He only froze in stunned silence, his breath caught when the dwarf's words struck at the very heart. Beside him, Canaria remained motionless, her face a mask of cold indifference, and the tension in the room reached the breaking point. Outside near the tavern, dwarf warrior, his voice trembled as he asked what that man could have meant. Gorgon simply replied with a knowing, eerie smile, and his eyes gleamed with hidden knowledge. He continues, saying he feels a clear tingling, and dismisses the boy's previous words as delusion. The dwarf's face tightened, and his predatory gaze clearly showed that the conversation had descended into darkness. Suddenly, the warrior tore the massive polearm from his back. The heavy metal thudded dully against the stone floor, and this movement caught the others off guard. Their eyes widened in realization as he spoke of records and parasites that should not exist. He stands firm, gripping the weapon's handle tighter and tighter, resolutely saying that the boy is too dangerous to leave uncontrolled. The air in the corridor thickens with his deadly intent, and there is no room for negotiation. These words sent a shock of fear through the youth. He involuntarily wondered if his most secret thoughts had been revealed, and clenched his teeth. Perhaps the experienced warrior sensed them with his strange intuition. Seeing the tension rise, the knight with the high ponytail smoothly, with practiced movement, draws her sword and admits that she had long felt that something was wrong here, recalling the influence of the parasitic sword and the records that doomed them to this fate. Caught between two formidable opponents, the silver-haired youth stood at the very center of a deadly confrontation. The sound of steel sliding along scabbards echoed in the hall as both adventurers prepared to strike simultaneously. As the pressure mounts, behind him appears a dark, shapeless spirit of the sword, its toothed maw twisting into a cruel smile, whispering about fate and the lies of the masters, and its presence is a cold, suffocating weight on the boy's soul. Two warriors do not lose concentration for a moment. Their faces are grim. They discuss the nature of parasitic creatures. They understand that the boy exists outside the usual cycle of life and death, a variable that must be eliminated to preserve order in their world. He finally realizes that against such insightful enemies, a sudden attack is no longer an option, even if he fell and returned. These warriors strangely know how to read the hearts of others, making them his most dangerous opponents. He could not believe his eyes when the armored dwarf loomed over him and demanded who he really was and what he truly desired. He tries to pretend to be a simple peasant named Kiska, but the warrior mocks him. The lie is too obvious. The dwarf grips his massive mace covered with an iron crust and growls, "Am I standing against Cecists?" When the meaning of the word chaosism finally reaches him, he realizes the true face of the threat before him and how dire his situation is. The female knight steps forward, stands beside her companion, and reveals that they are in Canaria members of this cult, and their goal is to sacrifice a legion to resurrect the Demon King. Despite the grim revelation, he continues to pretend as if nothing happened, but the dwarf notices. His cold calm in the face of such danger is a clear sign of hidden power. Suddenly, the dwarf swung his heavy weapon sharply. It whistled through the air, and the young man barely managed to dodge to avoid the devastating blow. He groans in pain. The relentless attack does not relent, and the armored giant now aims a low sweep at his legs to pin him to the ground. The force of the collision throws him back. His breath is taken away. He struggles, searching for a gap against two stronger opponents. He fell to the ground, cornered, gritting his teeth in despair, realizing that escaping both Gorgon and Canaria is impossible, and the only way forward may lead again into the cold embrace of death. He looks up in horror as the Legion prepares to deliver the final blow, her face twisted into a sadistic smile as she pondered how to restart their planet. However, Gorgon suddenly stops the execution. His gaze narrows, because he begins to suspect that their prisoner might actually be the apostle of the hero. The massive warrior leaned closer, his smile growing even wider, and he explained that if the prisoner was truly an apostle, a simple murder could turn into unpredictable problems. Because of this threat, he decides otherwise, raises his hand, reveals the sinister ring, and declares that instead he will seal the boy. Dead when the ring begins to pulse with an ominous light, the gnome notices that the magical reserves of the ring are fully charged for this matter. With one sudden, strong movement, he releases the power of the artifact. A blinding flash of energy bursts forth, and the word seal echoes through the hall. The young man can only scream in pure horror, his voice breaking as he pleadingly asks them to stop the approaching darkness. In a moment his vision darkened, his body felt weightless, and he was left confused, not understanding what was happening to him, while his kidnappers watched with cold satisfaction. Eventually the process ended. The silver-haired youth hung in a crystal pillar, bound by heavy chains and cut off from the world, immersed in a forced magical sleep.